Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos. We also love hearing from our listeners. If you have any suggestions for future audiobooks, please feel free to leave a comment below. Or if you want to say hi, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you for listening, and we hope you have a great day. Subscribe to this channel today and join the Billionaire Romance Audiobooks family.
Make Her Mine. Billionaire Boss Romance Audiobook by Scarlett King and Michelle Love. Irresistible Brothers 1. Audio copyright 2023, BFA Publishing. Note: we edited this romance audiobook to comply with the YouTube content guidelines. If you want to listen to the non-edited version and steamy scenes, you can grab a copy from Google Play Books or Kobo.
Tyrell, Carthage, Texas, Panola County. January 1st.
The limousine moved slowly, almost stoically, through the newly fallen snow that covered the road. My younger brothers and I were on our way to a new life. A life we'd never even imagined. On Christmas Day, I got a phone call from an Alan Samuels, an attorney in Carthage. My family came from Carthage, that much I knew. What I didn't know were the reasons we'd never met our grandparents. Later that day, Mr. Samuels sat in front of us in the limo, looking through a folder he'd brought with him when he picked us up at the airport. A private plane had brought us to Carthage from Dallas. Being that Dallas wasn't that far from Carthage, we all wondered why the extravagant lift was necessary. The whole of the estate that includes Whisper Ranch, a 30,000 square foot mansion, and all the vehicles, including the Cessna Citation II you came in on, belongs to you three gentlemen now. The attorney looked over his shoulder, then tapped on the dark glass that separated us from the driver. The window rolled down with a quiet swish. "Davenport, we need to make a stop at Mr. Gentry's bank, please." "Sure thing, sir." The driver rolled the window back up, giving us privacy once more. Mr. Samuels looked at me, probably because I was the oldest. "Tyrell, what have you been told about your paternal grandparents?" "Not much." That was no lie. My parents rarely spoke about either set of their parents. My mother's famous quote was that if one couldn't say anything nice about a person, they shouldn't say anything at all. We'd assumed our grandparents weren't very good people. Jasper took over. "Yeah, we stopped questioning Mom and Dad when we were very young. Just asking them who our grandparents were put them in a foul mood." "I see." He looked out the window as we pulled into the parking lot of the Bank of Carthage. "Here we are. You will become the ranch's account holders. We can transfer the remainder of your grandfather's funds into accounts each of you will open here." His eyes scanned us all. "If that's okay with you." "Certainly, you can open accounts elsewhere if you'd like to. Your grandparents used this bank exclusively for years. I can assure you that the president appreciates Whisper Ranch's business and does everything to keep their customers happy." Looking at my brothers who flanked me on either side of me, I shrugged. "This bank seems as good as any. What do you guys think?" Cash, the youngest at 22, ran his hand through his thick dark hair that hung to his shoulders in waves. "Sounds fine to me. It'll be my first bank account anyway." Jasper, only a couple of years younger than me at 25, shrugged. "Sounds fine with me too. All I've got in my bank is about $20. Hell, I might not even have that. I bought a bottle of Jack before getting on the plane that might have overdrawn my account, actually." "This bank will do for us, Mr. Samuels." We started getting out of the car since the driver had opened the door for us. "Thanks. Your name is Davenport, right?" The older man nodded. "Yep. I can also drive the various tractors and trucks at the ranch. You need a ride, call me and I'll get you there." I thought it kind of funny that the man was clearly a farmer and not a chauffeur at all. And to be called Davenport seemed on the comical side. "If you don't mind me asking, what's your first name?" "Buddy." He smiled at me. Your grandfather liked to put on airs. We're not like that. Mind if we call you Buddy instead? He shook his head. Not at all. It would be nice, in fact. Jasper clapped the man on the back. Nice to meet you, Buddy. I'm Jasper, this is Tyrell, and the feller there is Cash, the youngest of the Gentry family. None of us were kids anymore, and Cash always took offense at how Jasper teased him. Jasper, you're the littlest out of all of us, you jerk. Flexing his left bicep while threading his fingers through his dark hair, Jasper replied, by a smidgen of an inch, Cash. You're shorter. Also by a smidgen of an inch. Cash walked ahead of us. This bank is pretty fancy. It's the best one in town, Alan said, as he hurried to get in front of Cash to open the door. Here we go. Mr. Johnson is the bank president. He'll handle this for us. The president will handle all of this? That was unorthodox. How much money are we talking about? Cocking his head to one side, Alan looked confused. Are you telling me that even with the jet, the mansion, and the ranch, you still don't understand how much capital your grandfather was worth? Not a clue, Jasper said as he stepped into the bank's lobby. Whoa. Posh? As I stepped in behind him, my eyes went to the chandelier in the center of the ceiling. I haven't seen many banks with a thing like that hanging above people's heads before. This bank deals with a lot of exclusive businesses here in Carthage. He led us to the back of a large open area, as all eyes inside soon fixed on us. They can afford certain luxuries other banks cannot. A lady sat at a desk inside the first office we came to. Hello, gentlemen. You must be the Gentrys. I reached out to shake her hand. Tyrell. Jasper nodded. Jasper. She smiled at Cash. Then you must be Cash. Yes? He shook her hand and gave his most charming smile. And you are? Sandra, the executive assistant. She let go of his hand to lead us to her boss's office. And if you gentlemen will follow me, Mr. Johnson will get things started. As she opened the door, her eyes scanned me. Judging by the blue jeans and t-shirts, you all will be greatly surprised by what you're about to inherit. I figured we'd be lucky to get $1 million and a hefty amount of debt from the ranch. From what Dad told us before we left Dallas, our grandfather had been making more enemies than friends when Dad and Mom left town. Dad also said not to get our hopes up for what we were about to inherit, which might be more problems than profit. The man sitting behind the large desk smiled and got up as we came into his large office filled with furniture that looked as luxurious as it was stunning. Mounts of various game animals adorned the walls. Bryce Johnson, at your service, gentlemen. Please take seats anywhere you'd like. May I offer a cigar? They're Cuban. Or a drink, perhaps. A 30-year-old Scotch would be perfect for this occasion. My brothers and I sat down on a sofa that felt a lot more like a cloud than a piece of furniture, and then I got right down to it. Okay, Bryce. We're quite certain this ranch is swimming in debt, right? And we're not even close to being ranchers. Our father's advice was to find a buyer for it and move on. Cash looked at me with narrowed eyes. I'd love a Scotch, Tyrell. Let the man handle this meeting, will ya? Scotch for everyone then, the bank president told his assistant, who hurried off to fetch them. Turning his attention back to us, he asked, So Alan hasn't informed you? I have. Not the exact numbers, but I've told them about everything they now own. He sighed and looked a bit put out. They don't seem to get it, Bryce. Sandra came back with a tray of crystal glasses half full of a dark liquid. Here you go, gentlemen. Enjoy. She held the tray out for us to grab a drink, and we each took one. A hell of a lot of hoopla, don't you think? I asked as I pulled the glass to my lips. You're all worth it, Sandra said before putting the tray down on a nearby table, then taking a seat on a chair that spoke of affluence. Bryce picked up some documents from his desk, then handed one to each of us. I'll let the numbers speak for themselves. When I looked at the page, there were more numbers in a row than I'd ever seen before. Not sure how to say this number, I admitted. And not sure I understand what it even means. Our father told us there has to be debt the ranch has built up. Laughing, Bryce shook his head. Whisper Ranch is one of the most profitable businesses this bank deals with. What each of you are looking at is your allotted third of the money Colin Gentry had in his personal accounts. He handed one paper directly to me. This is what's in the ranch account. Again, more numbers in a row than I'd ever seen before. If I'm seeing this right, the ranch is worth millions. Bryce shook his head. You're not seeing it right. Look again. Oh, thousands. I squinted, trying to make sense of the numbers. Cash sounded out of breath as he said, Tyrell, the ranch is worth billions, and we've each inherited $15 billion. That didn't sound right. Dad said there'd be more money to pay than receive. Your father was wrong, Bryce informed me. Your grandfather went from raising cattle alone to raising racehorses. You might have heard of some of his famous horses. The General's Son, Old Faithful, Coy's Burden. We've never followed horse racing, sir, Jasper let him know. I guess those horses are on the estate. They are. And they all are prize-winning stallions, Bryce acknowledged. Your grandfather began selling their semen and making a good penny from it. Those sales, along with the cattle and the racehorses, have made him a pretty penny. Pennies that now belong to the three of you. It hurt me to think our grandfather left his only child out of his will. Our father isn't mentioned. Alan looked at me with compassion. Look, it may be difficult to understand, but let me show you in writing why that is. He pulled a paper out of the files and handed it to me. Your father signed a statement that he wanted nothing from Colin or Fiona Gentry from that date forward. He wasn't forced to sign it. Coy did it to prove a point to his parents when they refused to acknowledge his marriage to Lila Stevens. What is he talking about? Wait. What? Bryce took over. Your grandparents wanted to make the Gentry name something akin to royalty around here. But your father fell in love with a female from the wrong side of the tracks. A woman whose family lived on welfare. A girl who'd once worked as a maid at the ranch house. My brothers were just as confused as I was. Why would they never tell us about that? Alan had the answer, most likely because they didn't want you to know what they walked away from. They chose love over money and over their families. Your mother's family was just as against their marriage as the Gentrys were. Wow, that was all I could muster up. Seems our parents hid a hell of a lot from us. There's one more thing you need to know about the will, gentlemen, the attorney said. It stipulates that neither your mother nor father is ever allowed on the property. And your grandfather's money can never benefit your parents in any way. If you so much as hand your parents $5, the entire estate will revert to the state of Texas. Harsh, Cash muttered. Yeah, Bryce agreed. Your grandfather was considered to be a harsh man. So harsh that most people think your grandmother died at the age of 45, only 2 years after your father left the ranch, because of his hard ways. What the hell?
Ella.
Ella. Get your hind end in here, girl. Mom shouted for me. Hurrying to see what she wanted, I knew today wasn't the day to screw things up. Sliding into the foyer that I'd just cleaned every nook and cranny of, she was eyeing a spot up very high on the ceiling. What's wrong, Mom? Girl, I know you can see that up there on the chandelier. Her blue eyes met mine, a tad of aggravation in them. They're coming today. For the first time ever, those boys are going to see the domicile their father declined in order to be with their mother. This place has to shine, sparkle, dazzle. You know what I'm saying, right? You do get it, don't you? Sure, some brats are coming to live in their rich old grandfather's mansion. And we're their servants. I rolled my eyes so hard it actually hurt. I've told you about them, Ella. Mom put her arm around my shoulders. They aren't moneyed. Well, now they are, but they weren't before inheriting Mr. Gentry's riches and this ranch. Look at it this way. They don't have to keep us if we can't make this place look as great as it can. Got me? Sure, to keep this great job, and I'm being sarcastic just in case you can't read my tone, Mom, I'll get up on that loathsome sky-high ladder and dust that damn crystal monster overhead. I hated dusting the lighting in the house. There were so many chandeliers, it made my job miserable. This is a great job, young lady, Mom chastised me. Not many maids earn what you do. A whopping $15 an hour, Mom. I didn't believe her. As the house manager, she oversaw the hiring and firing of the house staff. She employed my older sister, Darlene, for a few years until she went to college to become a vet. If the wages were so great, then why'd my sister quit? Most maids make minimum wage, she told me. You're making over twice that amount. You should be thankful. Looking up at the shiny crystal that hung from the ceiling, I thought the wage wasn't nearly enough for all the hazardous duty that came with keeping the place pristine. Thankful, huh? For what? For having to climb up on a ladder, then carefully wipe down each and every little crystal teardrop up there? Yep, she said matter-of-factly. And hop to it, child. The new proprietors will be here in about an hour. This room in particular needs to shine. It's the first one they see. With a huff, I strolled to the back to get the indoor ladder out of the shed. I grumbled and growled as I carried the heavy thing inside, all the way into the lobby to set it up. I don't get it. Who cares if it has a little dust on it? These guys aren't used to seeing things like this anyway. They won't even give it a second look. They'll be so overwhelmed by this place that they won't look too hard at anything. After getting one half of it cleaned up, I climbed down the ladder to move it over to reach the other half. The front door opened as I was halfway up, and I nearly lost my balance, supposing it must be the new owners. Shit. Classy, Ella, my brother Kyle commented as he came in. He looked up at me with a grin. You missed a spot. He pointed at the half I was about to clean. You missed the bus. What did that mean? It came out just the same. Often I just said what came to my mind, whether it made any sense or not. Whatever that means. He passed the ladder, stopped and took a step back, putting his hands on either side of it. What if I gave this a little shake? What would you do, baby sister? Kick your ass. I held on tightly because he'd shake it and laugh as I screamed for mercy. Kick my ass? He gave it one shake. You sure about that? Shrieking, I glared at him. Stop. If you make me fall, Mom will kill you for getting this floor all bloody. And God forbid my head bust open and my brains get all over this floor, Kyle Finley. Yeah, the new owners might slip on your gore and fire us all. He laughed, then walked out of the room. Kyle worked with our father, who has been the foreman on the ranch since before any of us were even born. He and Mr. Gentry were as close to being friends as that old bastard ever got to be with anyone else. Perhaps 'cause Dad understood the cranky old man. The door opened again, and I chastised myself for not having the job done yet. Luckily, it was Dad who walked inside. You better hurry the hell up, Ella. They should be here any second now. The only reason I came inside was to greet them when they arrive. And I can see up your skirt. You need to wear bigger knickers, young lady. Using one hand to dust and the other to hold my skirt closer, I muttered, I don't want to wear bigger panties. I want to stop wearing this stupid maid's uniform and wear jeans, a t-shirt, and some freaking tennis shoes. These dumb maid shoes look horrible. And I'd love it if my job never entailed getting up on a ladder in the first place, so people could see up my damn skirt. Try your best to curtail your sass, Ella. Dad gestured for me to get down. Come on, that's good enough. I know your mama thinks every little thing needs to shine to impress these men, but they won't give a lick about a little dust. And their first impression shouldn't be one where your undies are showing. I nearly had it done anyway. Dad, I'm almost finished. Mama will send me back up here to finish the job. And you dang well know she'll do it too. Well, just scurry then. He left the lobby, shaking his head as he mumbled, that girl is going to be the next to go. I just know it. Like I cared if the new guys fired me. I could get another job. Most likely one with better pay. Of course, I hadn't gone to college after graduating from high school. That shouldn't be important in getting a great paying job. My parents had been asking me since my 21st birthday, a month ago, about what I'd like to do for a profession. When I told them it would be fun to be a stand-up comedian, they laughed at me. That proved I could be successful as a comic, since I'd made them laugh without even trying. However, I hadn't really meant that. I didn't know what I wanted to be. So for now, a maid was it. One day that would change, I just knew it would. "And this is the ceremonial entrance to your new home, gentlemen," came a voice from behind me. Looking back, I saw that lawyer Mr. Gentry had around the place a lot during the last year when he was sick. He was bringing the new owners through the back entrance, and they caught me with my guard down. Oh shit. Scrambling down the ladder, I skipped a rung and began a fall that was sure to leave me looking like an idiot as my body splayed out on the granite floor. Only I didn't hit the floor. Instead, a pair of strong arms caught me. "Gotcha." Opening my eyes, which I had squeezed shut while falling, I saw his eyes first. Blue like the sky, they twinkled as he looked down at me. "Put me down. I didn't ask for your help." Damn, he's hot. Too hot. His dark hair made those blue eyes really stand out. And talk about muscles. Whoa. I looked at the 3 new owners, and found them all pretty damn devastating. But the one who caught me really shook me up. And I don't get shook up. Not ever. "Sorry if I offended you by saving your neck." He placed my feet on the floor. Straightening out my shirt and skirt, I then ran my hand through my pony to make sure it was on point. "You didn't save me." The man's eyes scanned me. "I, at the very least, saved you from an embarrassing fall. Some people would say thank you. I have cat-like reflexes. You'd have seen them in action had you kept your meaty paws to yourself." Going to take the ladder down, I found the man stepping in front of me, taking it down himself. "No, I've got this." Tucking the ladder under his arm, an arm with a massive bicep bulging under the long-sleeved brown tee he wore, he kept his eyes on me. "I'm Tyrell." "And you are?" "The maid." I reached out to take the ladder from him. "If my mom, who's also the house manager, catches you taking that out, she'll kill me. I don't need that today. Not with you guys here." The lawyer seemed taken aback as he said, "Who the hell are you?" Mom and Dad walked into the room, both with ashen faces, as my father said, "That's Ella, our youngest." He looked at me with a grim expression. "Get that ladder and work elsewhere, Ella." The man who caught me shook his head. "She's much too small to be carrying this around. I'll put it up." "Come on, Ella. Show me where this thing goes. And by the way, these are my brothers, Jasper and Cash." Duh. I led the way out of the room, ignoring my parents' dropped jaws. "Come on. I'll show you. What did you say your name is, again?" I missed it. He kind of made me all wiggly inside, including inside my brain. "Tyrell," he said with a southern drawl. "Tyrell Gentry. And you are Ella." "Finley. My parents have run this place forever. I think my dad was your grandfather's only friend." Opening the door to the back, I pointed to the shed. "It goes in there. Thanks, Tyrell Gentry. For catching you." His eyes sparkled again. Damn, he's too hot for his own good. "Sure. Even though I didn't need your help. Next time I'll let you fall." He kicked the door shut behind him as he walked out. And I watched him walk away through the window next to the door, my mouth watering as well as other parts of my anatomy.
Tyrell.
Cash, Jasper, and I decided to tour the rest of the house on our own, preferring to scout out our new digs alone. "You wasted no time, did ya, Tyrell?" Jasper asked as he opened a door with a movie theater behind it. "Would you look at this?" "Doing what?" I leaned in to see what else was in our private movie theater. "Wow, I wonder if we get Netflix." Cash laughed as he slapped his thigh. "Seems we've died and gone to heaven." "Real cool, Cash," Jasper said with a frown. "Our grandparents did die and go to heaven, or we wouldn't have this. And I meant how you fondled that cute petite housekeeper in the foyer, Tyrell." You mean caught and saved her life, not fondled. I followed my youngest brother, ignoring my pain-in-the-butt middle brother. Cash walked down the corridor to the next door. If Mom and Dad hadn't given up their fight, we would have grown up with this. To be fair, we have no idea how hard that fight was, I said as I looked into the room Cash had just opened. Nothing but theater supplies in here. Popcorn, pickles, hot dog buns, we've got it all. We could make a living just selling tickets to movies and snacks here. Jasper chuckled as he walked down to the door across the hallway. We could add that one to all the other ways our grandfather already made money from this place. Hey, a sauna. We all hurried to see it, and found he'd made the entire room into a steam room. I couldn't believe it. We may never have to leave home, guys. Cash shook his head. Unless one of these doors has some single women behind it, then we certainly have to leave, at least every now and then. We just barely got here, Cash, Jasper reminded him. We should settle in and get to know the locals before looking for chicks. Otherwise, we may end up with the loosest women in Carthage, of which I believe are aplenty. Cash laughed as he walked away to see what we'd find next. What's wrong with loose women, Jasper? I'm not picky. If they want to give it, I'll take it. And their diseases? Jasper asked as he raised one dark brow. I think not, little man. Cash grabbed his crotch. I've got your little man, Jasper. That you do. Jasper chuckled as I opened the next door we came to. And we all went silent. Red walls, black carpet, and chains hung on one wall. Something like a bed, but it had no mattress, was at the end of the rectangular-shaped room. You know what this is, don't you? Jasper asked. This is going to be locked up, then boarded up. I pulled the door closed only to have Cash open it again. Don't be so quick to make hasty decisions, Tyrell. He walked into the room. Gramps was a freak. Who would have ever guessed? You boys finding everything all right? A woman's voice came from behind us. We turned to find an older version of the young maid standing there. You must be Ella's sister, I said. Correct. I'm Darlene. She was about a foot taller than tiny Ella, but just as pretty with long dark hair and eyes as cobalt as the ocean. Ella's older sister. And you must be Tyrell, Jasper, and Jasper, the new owners of Whisper Ranch. I introduced us all. I'm Tyrell, this is Jasper, and that's Cash. Do you work here? Nope. She grinned. So you can't fire me. I do live here though. So I guess you could evict me. I'm going to college. I'm specializing in cattle and horses. Hopefully, I'll be able to charge you for my services. Much the same way your grandfather did. But that's our little secret, Kay. Cash started coughing, Jasper's jaw dropped, and I asked, Do you mean that you and he, I pointed to the room, in this room here? She nodded. Yep. And I'm still available, if any of you have that particular calling. Your grandfather paid for my college education. But I could use a new car. Our grandfather had been one hell of an old man. I'm afraid none of us are into that sort of thing, ma'am. Sorry. Unexpectedly, she burst into gales of laughter so hard that tears filled her eyes and dripped down her cheeks. You guys are too easy to fool. Really? Would you really think I'd do something like that? Oh hell. That was fun. So, you didn't go at it with our Gramps? Cash asked. No, she assured us. Not in a zillion years. Not even if he'd left this place to me. But he did provide work for someone for this room. She left when he got sick last year. Hilda was his mistress for about 20 years. He took her on after your grandmother died, is what my mother told me. But he never married her. Jasper asked. Shaking her head, she looked into the room. Nope, just some sadomasochism when he felt like it. He did pay her well for it. She got a very nice home, and quite a bit of funding for her trouble. He wouldn't have married her anyway. He never took her out in public. She wasn't in his class. Like our mother, I said, looking at the floor, wondering what it must have been like back then. To think that Mom was looked down upon makes me kind of hate this man we never met. Darlene smiled and lightly punched me in the arm. Look at it this way, no matter how hard he tried, he didn't succeed. Your parents got to keep their love, and you guys get to keep everything your grandfather ever made. Yeah. I suppose there was some justice in that. But our parents can't ever reap the benefits. With a grin, she said, Bet you $1 billion they don't want a thing that man had. Cash nodded. That's what Mom told me before we left Dallas. She said take it, enjoy it, and make the most out of it. She wanted nothing to do with Whisper Ranch, nor anything our grandfather had ever touched. Can't say I blame her. Darlene walked to the next door, and we followed her. Let me show you Hilda's bedroom. Pushing open the door, they saw a stark room containing only a twin bed with nothing on it. There was not a single thing else, not even a curtain covering the one window. I looked at the pitiful space and felt sick at my stomach. Why'd he want to keep her like this? Darlene slowly shook her head. He made everyone around him wretched. It was like he got off on it. Her eyes met mine. I don't mean to talk badly about him, but he was an ass, you guys. The name of Gentry isn't one many people care for around here. Hopefully, you guys can change that. You and your sister are like night and day, I said, closing the door. How's that? Her narrow shoulders shrugged. Mom had her when she was in her 30s. Maybe she was made out of a rotten egg. While my brothers laughed, I frowned. Or maybe she was a casualty of a mean older sister. Nah, that can't be it, Darlene said with a grin. I'm an angel. She probably wasn't quite the angel. I'm sure your sister can be an angel when she wants to. I'm sure you're wrong. Darlene laughed, then turned to leave us. I'll let you guys check out the rest of the quarters on your own. I just heard your voices down the hall and wanted to introduce myself. I'm sure we'll get along just fine. Me too, I said, then added, even with Ella. Her laughter echoed all the way down the long foyer as she left us. Then Jasper's shoulder hit mine. Methinks you're thinking about that petite maid too much, big brother. No, I'm not. I walked to the next door. Hey look, it's a massive shower. Cash wrinkled his nose as we all walked inside. Perhaps we should board up this entire area. The other two rooms I agree with, but why this? I asked as I held my arms out in gesture to the biggest shower I'd ever seen. Grandfather apparently was in here after they, you know. Cash made a gagging face. Yuck. I had to agree. Yeah, yuck. Jasper looked at us and nodded. We've got some changes to make around here and around town too, if we want to be amiable. We walked out of the giant shower room and back into the hall. Oh shit, came a soft curse uttered by a feminine voice. We all turned to see Ella running back down the hallway away from us. Hey, wait up, I called out. But she kept on running as if she'd seen a ghost. You going to chase after her, Tyrell? Jasper asked. What for? I turned to walk in the other direction. Cash bumped his shoulder to mine. 'Cause she seems to have a crush on you. You're wrong. I headed for the next door, but Jasper stepped in front of me. What? She's acting that way 'cause you got her stimulated. Aren't you going to get her settled down? Jasper's dark brow raised. That might be fun. I like my women a bit more refined. And not quite so mouthy. I pushed open the next door to find a room covered in sketches. A chair by the window had a table next to it, and a pad of paper and colored pencils sat on top of it. You don't suppose this is why Ella was up here? You don't suppose this is her stuff? I ran my fingers over a picture of a cardinal that hung on the wall. The red feathers looked almost real. She's gifted. You don't know this is hers, Tyrell. Cash pointed at the initials on the bottom of the paper that were written so tiny I could barely make them out. What does this mean? I think it's the signature, or rather the initials of whoever drew this. Squinting, I tried to make them out. I do believe it's an E and an F, as in Ella Finley. Or you'd like to believe that anyway, Jasper said. I see 2 E's. Cash picked up the case of colored pencils as he looked out the window. Oh yeah, this is hers all right. I can tell. He held the case he'd picked up to his forehead, as if using his mind to see who it belonged to. So you're doing your old fake psychic thing, Cash. I took the thing away from him, to find Ella written on the case in black Sharpie. Who are you, Ella Finley?
Ella.
I had plans of going to my secret room to draw when I saw the new landlords coming out of the enormous shower on the second floor. They had their clothes on, thankfully. I felt Tyrell's blue eyes burning into my back as I fled. His deep voice calling out to me kindled something in my body. Returning to my family's section of the mansion, I headed to my bedroom to lay down and chill after finishing work for the day. Passing through the living room, my older sister Darlene was smiling at me. I heard you met the guys, Ella. What? I stopped, putting my hand on my hip. What did they tell you, Darlene? I want to hear every single word. They didn't say much. She lay back on the couch, her dark hair splaying out on the armrest as she grinned like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. Tyrell is the one who talked about you. Get this, he thinks you could be an angel. You. My heart sped up, my body heated. He said what? My voice came out a bit on the high side. Darlene sat up quickly, one long finger pointing at me. You like him? Hell no. I switched my weight to the other foot and moved my hand to the other hip. Why'd he say I could be an angel, Darlene? I said I was one. She lay back down. They're all studs, huh? I nodded, only because I couldn't help it. But so what, who cares? Tyrell is old. He's 30 if he's a day. He's 27, she alerted. Jasper is 25 and Cash is 22. I've done my research. Cash is more your speed, I think. Leave Tyrell to me since he's just a year older than me. It makes the most sense, don't you think? No. Something was happening to me that had never happened before. I was getting mad for no reason. You better ask Mom and Dad if you can go out with any of them before you get into trouble. They may not want us to mix business with pleasure. What would you know about pleasure, baby sis? Darlene sat up again, laughing. Ella, you never even held hands with a boy, much less locked lips with one. What do you know about pleasure? Shut up. I walked away to the kitchen to get a drink, and opened the fridge, my eyes landing on Dad's beer. I was keyed up and had no idea how to take it down a few notches, so I took one of Dad's beers and popped the top, taking a long sip, then choking on the bitter taste. Yuck. Darlene looked around the corner to see me with the can in my hand. You better finish that. I walked over to the sink and poured out the remainder. I'll leave $1 for him under the magnet on the fridge. This stuff is so gross. I don't see how you guys drink it. Darlene went to grab an apple off the counter. That's 'cause you're a kid still, Ella. One day you'll understand why people drink alcohol and make love. Darlene, you're quite possibly the worst big sister in the history of big sisters. Watching her eat the apple, I had to know more about what Tyrell had said about me. Was there anything else he said? He said you and I were like night and day. She took another big bite as she nodded. Me being the day. Like? I'm nicer than you. My foot began to tap, my arms crossed over my chest. So what? You asked, Ella. She walked over to the fridge and got a bottle of water. Seriously, don't make a fool out of yourself over those guys. They're way out of your league. Maybe before they were loaded you could have stood a chance, but now that they've got money, well, there's no way now. An even more intense heat filled me as I glared at my sister. Oh, but you have a chance. Laughing, she walked out of the kitchen and reclaimed her seat on the couch. Probably, but I don't crap where I eat if you know what I mean. I grimaced. That's just disgusting, Darlene. You're saying that you wouldn't go out with any of them because you live under their roof? Correct. She laid the apple core on the coffee table, then lay on the couch again. I'm going to take a nap. School wore me out today. We did a canine autopsy. It was mind-numbing. The door opened, and Mom looked at me as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. There you are. I've been calling your cell for 30 minutes, Ella Finley. Tasha called in sick, and Chef Todd needs you in the kitchen to serve dinner. I checked the cell in the pocket of my apron and found it on silent. To them. I shrieked. Mom, no. Please. Yes, you have to do it. It's their first meal here and I want it to be grand. She pulled a napkin out of the pocket of her apron and wiped more sweat off her brow. I'm helping Todd with the cooking, you need to serve. In my closet, there's a server's uniform. Put that on and get your butt to the kitchen ASAP. The appetizer is ready, and I've told the men to get seated in the dining room. Darlene sat up, and for a second, I thought she would volunteer for the job. Mom, why do you have a server's uniform in your closet? Never mind, nosy. Mom gave me a quick shake of her finger. Ella, you hurry now. If I have to come find you, it'll be your hide, young lady. You'd spank me. I couldn't believe it. Are you serious? Our jobs are on the line, girl. I'm serious. Now scurry. Mom left, leaving the door open, footsteps thumping as she ran down the hall back to the kitchen. Looking at Darlene, I began to beg, Darlene, please do it. I'll give you anything you want. You really liked the necklace I got from Grandma this Christmas. You can have it if you do this. She pursed her lips contemplating my offer and then her eyes set on mine. No way in hell. I need a snooze. And you better hurry up. I hated the fact she no longer needed to keep a job at the estate. What a selfish piece of work you are, Darlene. I ran to Mom and Dad's bedroom and found the outfit, a short black skirt and white button-down shirt. And then I saw the high heels that went with it. Mr. Gentry always made everyone wear what he called proper attire for their jobs. Carrying the stuff to my room, I found a pair of black pantyhose in my top drawer, but pulled a rip in them right off the bat. Black stockings were part of the getup. I went back to Mom's room to see if she had another pair, and when I opened her top drawer I found not pantyhose but stockings, fishnet ones. But they were black, so I had no choice. After getting changed, I looked at my reflection in the mirror and blushed. I thought the maid attire was bad enough. Walking through the living room, Darlene's eyes were closed, but she must have opened them, because I heard her snickering. Oh hell. I lifted one hand, showing her my middle finger. Thanks, big sis. Be careful not to bend over too low, Ella. Your butt will be on display for sure if you do. Her laughter followed me down the hallway as I went to the kitchen. Todd nodded toward 3 bowls of salad. There, Ella. Take the salads out. And see if they want something to drink. Be courteous. He rolled his eyes as he pounded a piece of chicken to make it thinner. What am I saying? And to whom? Try to be nice, Ella. Please. Our jobs depend on it. Fine, I snapped and picked up a tray and put the bowls on it. Ella, you need to get the silverware, Mom added. Come on, honey, think. No one set the table. I huffed while collecting the utensils. I've got to do everything around here today. Neither of them said a word as I carried the tray out. Going into the outsized dining area with a massive central table, I saw they were sitting at the far end. Tyrell was at the head of the table and his brothers were on either side of him. The way Tyrell grinned made me shaky. You're working the dinner shift too, I see. Placing the bowls and silverware in front of them, I nodded. Yeah, the girl who normally does this called in. Stupid Tasha. Looks good, Cash commented as he dug right into his salad. I stood there, trying to remember what Todd told me to do. Oh yeah. You guys want something to drink? Jasper nodded. A Jack and Coke would be great. Cash looked at me as he asked, what do you have? Shifting my weight, I didn't have an answer for that. Tell me what you want, and I'm sure we can fix you up. I felt a hand on my arm and turning, I found Tyrell's meaty hand there. Bolts of lightning shot through me and I jumped back. The damn heels had me stumbling backward, then those hands were on me again. Whoa, Ella. He held me for a second. Saved you again. The wall would have stopped my fall. I'm not used to wearing heels. I moved out of his grasp, heading toward the kitchen to get away from the man who made me act crazy. "I'll have sweet iced tea," Tyrell called out. Cash added, "Me too, I guess." In the kitchen, I tried to settle down. "Todd, I need a Jack and Coke and 2 sweet iced teas." I ran my hands over the front of my skirt nervously. Gosh, I hate doing this. I hate wearing this. Suddenly a deep voice came from right behind me. "So why are you wearing it then?" I turned to see Tyrell had snuck in. "How'd? Why? What are you doing in here?" Cash changed his mind. He wants a Jack and Coke too. "And I want to know why you're wearing something that makes you feel uncomfortable, Ella." He looked at Mom as my tongue had gone limp inside my mouth. "From now on, let the staff wear whatever they feel the most comfortable in. This isn't a 5-star hotel. We don't care what anyone wears." "Okay, Tyrell," Mom said with a nod. "I'll get that memo out after dinner." "Thanks." He turned to leave. As I watched him walk away, I felt weird. "Thanks." He stopped and turned to look at me with a funny smile. For catching me." I ran my hand down the short skirt. "And for noticing how uncomfortable I feel in this outfit." With a nod, he walked out, and I couldn't take my eyes off the door until Mom yelled at me, "Ella, get out of your stupor and take the drinks out." Damn girl.
Tyrell.
With so much to consider, my brothers and I hopped in one of the ranch's trucks and drove to Dallas to talk to our parents. Having spent the night, none of us knew exactly what the right thing to do was. Plus, I wanted to know more about the situation. Like why Dad's father was such an inflexible man. I drove, Jasper sat in the passenger seat, and Cash sat in the middle of the back seat that morning. "If we sell the ranch, you might never catch Ella when she falls again," Jasper chuckled. "Who knows? Without you around, she might finally meet her end with how clumsy she is." Cash leaned forward. "I don't think she's clumsy. She's intimidated by Big Brother here. And how is it, Tyrell, that you always jump to catch the filly anyway? One of us could have done it just as easily." "I didn't see either of you jumping to do that. I put on the blinker to get on the ramp to the highway. And believe it or not, I don't want to keep the ranch just to catch Ella from time to time." "Time to time?" Jasper asked with a goofy grin. "Yesterday you caught her twice. I almost wonder if she fell on purpose to get you to scoop her up in your strong arms, Romeo." "Cool it. We had better things to discuss besides the young housekeeper. Now, tell me how we're going to do right by that ranch." Cash seemed optimistic. "We can learn, can't we? Now that we've got loads of cash, we can learn things." "A cowboy college?" Jasper joked. "I don't think they have one of those. Not even in Texas." "Yeah, but we have Zeke Finley," I reminded them. "He's been around that ranch forever. He'd teach us everything we need." Cash's eyes narrowed. "You know what? Why do we have to learn a damn thing? We've got money to pay everyone to do everything for us." Living a life of doing nothing seemed like a bad way to live to me. Cash, the idle rich, seemed to get into a lot of trouble. "I think it best if we all work at the ranch. If we keep it." As we came into the outer suburbs of Dallas, we passed the historical Mesquite Rodeo Arena. "Hey, how about we get into the bucking bulls game?" Cash suggested. Indeed, we could use the ranch to not only make money, but to learn some things while we were at it. If that's something you'd like to do, then go after it. Once we settle on staying or selling. Jasper's eyes glazed over as he said, "You know what we could do." "What?" I asked as I took the exit to Mom's and Dad's house. "They can coach us how to cowboy up. The guys working at the rodeo arena could teach us the basics at least. That way, when we go back to the ranch, we wouldn't be such greenhorns about everything." "Sounds good. Get on that," I advised, taking a right on the street we grew up on. "If we choose to keep the place." "We've got ideas, Tyrell," Cash said. "What are your ideas?" "At the present, I'm looking for a real estate broker to talk to. I didn't want to run the property into the ground, because of our lack of knowledge. More people than just us count on it to make a living. Parking in front of the modest 2-bedroom home we'd grown up in, I couldn't help but sigh. Cash and Jasper did too. Jasper looked at me with a frown. I don't know about keeping them out of our newfound wealth, Tyrell. Me neither. I got out of the truck and we all headed inside. Mom never had a job. Dad wanted her to stay home with the kids instead. Dad did not go to college. With no education and no work experience other than some labor work, he had a tough time finding employment when they moved to Dallas. Eventually, he landed a job with a construction company. But it didn't pay well. Not that our father ever complained. Mom threw the front door open and held out her arms. "You're back. My boys are back home." "We've only been gone one night, Mom," Cash laughed. "How could you miss us already?" Her dark eyes glistened with what might be tears. "I was worried that you would see what we had left behind us and suppose we were insane and write us completely off." "Why did they leave?" "Mom, can you and Dad please tell us the truth about everything? We need to know." Nodding, she hugged us, then let us go so we could get inside. "Koi," she called out. "The boys are back. They want to talk." My father came out of the bedroom. His robe untied, wearing nightclothes, he looked tired and a bit sick. "What do you want to talk about?" As Jasper and Cash took seats on the couch, I put my hand on our father's shoulder. "Are you doing okay, Dad? It's noon and you're still in pajamas? Are you sick?" Mom patted me on the back. "Go take a seat, Tyrell. Your dad just tied one on last night is all." We've never seen Father with a hangover. "Why'd you do that, Dad?" He sat in his threadbare chair, hollowed out where only his butt ever parked. "I thought we might lose you to the life we left behind. We know how alluring wealth can be. No one would blame you if you did take it and leave us. You see, I know about my father's last will and testament. His attorney sent an email to us. We got it yesterday, not long after you took off. Just 'cause we can't give you anything doesn't mean we'll walk away from you guys," Cash said. "You're our family. Money won't get in the way of that." "We'll give it to the state then," I said, because of how they were taking things. "We never had anything before, and we don't need it now." Mom shook her head, taking her seat next to Dad's. "No. Don't do that. Keep the ranch and create something good. Too much bad has already occurred. Change things. Your father and I never wanted anything from our parents. And we don't need anything from you either." "Well, that's not true. We need your love. We need you, our children. But we don't want anything other than that." I wanted to know more. "Mom, what happened? You don't talk to your family either. Now this grandfather of ours, well, we've heard enough to understand why you guys didn't want to deal with him. Your family, though. We don't know about them either." Mom looked at my father, and then ran her hand along his shoulder to rest it there. "My family told me to know my place in this world and accept it. I worked as a maid at the ranch for a month before your father and I discovered a mutual attraction that both our families thought taboo. That's stupid. It was so archaic." Dad nodded. "Yeah, it was. I loved your mother the first moment I saw her. I didn't care where she lived or who her family was. I had to have her and make her my wife. My father wasn't about to allow that to happen. He used everything in his arsenal to stop our nuptials. He even bribed the town's justice of the peace, getting him to refuse to marry us." Jasper nodded as if he comprehended. "So, you cut out Mom's family too because they tried to hold her back." Mom's hand ran down Dad's arm and they clasped hands. "They took money from Colin Gentry to get me out of Texas. One night I was woken up, and my own father had me tied up and gagged. He and my 2 brothers carried me out of our home and threw me into the trunk of the car. They drove for hours. Finally, we stopped, and they let me out, took off the ropes, and told me I'd be living with my Aunt Hilda in Shreveport, Louisiana. I was not to come back to Texas." "But you must have come back," I alleged. "Nope, I went to find her." Dad's thumb ran over the back of Mom's hand. I paid her youngest brother to tell me where she was. She was a wreck. Her aunt kept her locked up so she wouldn't run away. I paid her aunt to let me see her with my promise that I wouldn't take her away with me. But I did, and we returned to Carthage where I told my father he couldn't impede our marriage. Mom smiled as she looked adoringly at my father. We stopped in Dallas to get married before going back home. When I showed my father our marriage license, he told me I no longer had a home. Everything he'd given to me, he wanted it all back. Your mom and I were on our own. Dad looked at Mom with starry eyes. I wrote out a statement saying I didn't want a thing from him, and never would. Jasper nodded. Yeah, we saw that. But this doesn't feel right without you guys getting something too. Dad nodded. We got you. And neither of us needs anything other than the love we share. To be honest, I've lived the life of a rich man. This one is better. Take what you've been given. Why should the state get what's rightfully yours? Plus, some people count on that ranch for their homes and livelihoods. There are quite a few. I looked at Mom and saw the love in her eyes when she looked at her husband. I wanted to find a love like that. I presume we should keep the ranch and do our best by it and those who depend on it. My brothers nodded, and just like that, our judgment had been made.
Ella.
Everyone seemed to be on edge with the exit of the Gentry brothers. I had no idea why. So what if they left? Mama, why's everyone on pins and needles today? I ran the dust cloth over the banister to shine it up. She'd been on her way upstairs but stopped when I asked, turning to me with concern in her eyes. Honey, don't you understand? If these men don't take on the ranch, then it'll go to the state. The state won't keep it the way it is. We'll all lose our jobs. And in our case, our home. The only home we've had since before you kids were born. Why is that? The state wouldn't shut the ranch down. How many state-run ranches have you heard of, Ella? She rolled her eyes at me. If the state keeps it as a working ranch, they'll probably fill the place with prisoners who'll do the work, and the state will reap the benefits. Oh. I hadn't thought of that. So we need the guys to stay then, right? Yes. She nodded, then put her hand on my shoulder. And you need to be a lot nicer. The way you talk to Tyrell. Mind your mouth, young lady. I doubt Tyrell would give up this ranch on account of my mouth. The idea was nuts. Mom stared at me blankly. Ella, you could get fired, and he could tell us he no longer wants you on his property. Why would he do that? I shook my head in disbelief. Maybe because you'd be getting on his nerves. With a huff, Mom ascended the stairs. Please, Ella, just keep your mouth shut whenever they are around. Yeah, whatever. I doubted that Tyrell gave a damn about anything I said, no matter what Mama thought. After shining up the banister, I took a break, sitting on the front terrace, loving how the snow looked as it covered the ground. The sound of a truck coming up the long drive had me standing up to see who it might be. I didn't expect it to be the brothers yet. They'd only been gone for a few hours. The shiny red hood of the truck they'd taken off and came into view, and I muttered, shit, then took off inside of the house to hide. With work still needing to be done, I decided to start cleaning the bathrooms upstairs in whatever bedrooms they slept in. They'll probably stay downstairs for a while, talking to Mom and Dad about their plans. Where had the guys slept? I searched for all the rooms with messed up beds. When I failed to find not one bed unmade, not one room disheveled, I decided to look a bit harder. There were 6 bedrooms in the residential wing upstairs. 6 more downstairs, but Mom said she saw them going up when they left the dining area. But even close inspections of each attached bathroom didn't provide a clue as to where they slept. Mom must have been wrong, so I headed down the stairs, and there was Tyrell. He held up one hand. Better not topple down these stairs, Ella. Maybe it was my deer in the headlights expression. Shaking off the initial reaction, I spoke hastily. Since you allowed me to drop the old-fashioned dress code your grandfather enforced, I've got on tennis shoes. Falling is highly unlikely. Too bad, huh? For me? He asked as we met halfway on the landing. Yeah, for you. I didn't look at him but noticed his eyes roaming over my body, taking in the jeans and t-shirt. Since I won't be falling anymore, you won't have to fulfill your hero fantasy, or whatever has you thinking I'm a damsel who needs rescuing. Excuse me. He moved up the stairs. Where are their rooms? Hey, where did you guys sleep last night? Tyrell turned around with a wide grin. Why? You want to lie on my bed and sniff my pillows? You're seriously going to make me gag. But the idea wasn't all that bad. The man smelled splendid. I'm the housekeeper. It's my job to clean your rooms every day. In particular, the bathrooms. They can get malodorous. We clean up after ourselves, he informed me. And we do a good job of it. Our dad made sure we helped Mom with the chores. It took us a while to find where to take the towels this morning, but we managed. That's my job. I put my hands on my hips. You want me to lose my job, Tyrell Gentry? His look made me blush all over. You're mine, Ella. Huh. My maid. I'm your boss. He laughed, then turned around again. The only person who can take your job away from you is me. Come on, I'll show you the bedrooms we picked. My legs, though shaky, took me up the stairs behind him. May I ask what you have decided to do about the ranch? We're keeping it. He stopped at the top of the stairs to let me catch up. Looks like you're going to be stuck with me, Ella. I walked ahead of him. Who says I'll be a maid here forever? Not me. He moved to pass me. Mine's this one here. He opened the third door on the left. I like the blue hues. He pointed across the hallway. Jasper's is there, and Cash took the first one off the right. He led me into his room, and I looked around. If you put your dirty clothes and towels and stuff in the bathroom hamper, I'll launder them each day. It's been our practice to wash the sheets once a week on Mondays. If that's okay with you, I'll keep on doing that. Mom told me to behave myself, and I tried to conjure my inner maid to do just that. I rather do my own clothes. He went to open the closet. We've been doing our own laundry since we were 15. I prefer to wash my own boxers. His eyes went wide as he looked at the massive closet space. Whoa. This is nearly as big as the bedroom. Yeah, there are some huge closets in these suites. He didn't have enough clothes to make a dent in the space. You should go shopping. You know, fill this up. Not much of a shopper. He closed the door, then turned to look speculatively at me. Care to make a buck helping me do that, Ella? Helping you do what? I ran my dust cloth over the already clean dresser. Shopping. He came to me, took the cloth out of my hand, then tucked it into the pocket of my apron. A frisson of sensation sparked in me from his touch. I have no clue where the stores are. I'll pay you, of course. Nope. I shook my head. Since you already cleaned your own rooms this morning, that will be just another part of my job. I can help all of you. When do you want to go? Biting his lower lip, he seemed to be mulling it over. Sometime tomorrow. It's too late to go today. The morning might be good. We can get the shopping out of the way first thing. Get with your brothers and let me know. I turned to leave, but then felt his hand on my shoulder. Why my damn knees had to go weak confused me. So tonight then, can you show me around town? Tyrell turned me back around to face him. You know, show me the nightlife. The man clearly wanted to use me for more than just helping him to find places to buy clothes and get his party on. I'm not interested. The guy would be one of those love 'em and leave 'em kind of men. And I had to live with this one. In? He asked as if he didn't know. In you. I took a step back to make more space between us. Didn't think you were. He seemed cool about it, but the way he slid one hand through his dark hair told me I'd kind of blown him out of the water with my remark. Cool. I know about guys like you, Tyrell Gentry. I walked backward toward the door. You like to screw anything you can. Wrong. He walked toward me. You don't know me, Ella. Not at all. You think you're so cute, don't ya? I wasn't looking for an answer. He thought he was God's gift to women. What do you think about yourself? He kept coming my way. I stopped and held up one hand. What do you think you're doing? I'm going down to grab my bag out of the truck. He went past me, walking out the door. Since you suppose I've got a high opinion of myself, how about you? Where did you get that idea? I wanted to pay you to show me where to shop and hang out. You're kind of conceited, don't you think? He had other intentions, I was sure of it. You rich guys are all the same, Tyrell Gentry. Don't act like you're not. I'm not one to put myself in situations and get more attention than I want. Find yourself another person to show you around town. He stopped in his tracks and then turned to face me. His right eye twitched. Ella Finley, I've never had more than a few bucks in my pocket until yesterday. I'm not who you say I am. But you're exactly who I think you are. My hand went to my hip as I lashed out, and just what do you think I am? A very young girl. With that, he turned back around and went down the stairs as I stood there with my jaw dropped. I'm not, I whispered. Big jerk. Thinks I don't know what he's up to. He wants to get in my pants. He can say what he wants, but I know he does. You talking to yourself, Ella? A man's voice came from behind me. Spinning around, I saw Cash and Jasper standing there. Where did you guys come from? Our rooms. We brought our bags up, Jasper told me. Looks like you didn't hear us when you and Tyrell were in his room. Their smiles made my heart freeze as I thought about what they overheard. Yeah, I didn't hear you. I'll tell you what I told him then. If you'll put your dirty laundry in the hamper. Jasper held up his hand. We do our own laundry, thank you. Just leave our rooms and restrooms off your list of chores, 'kay? But Cash put his arm around my shoulders, and Jasper came up on the other side of me as they took me down the stairs. Cash reminded me, we haven't always been rich, Ella. We haven't ever been catered to or picked up after. And we're not about to start acting like spoiled rich men now. Just as we got to the bottom step, Tyrell came into the foyer. The look on his face when he saw his brother with his arm around me was priceless. His mouth gaped and he froze in place. Cash moved his arm as I said, I've got it. Leave your bedroom suites alone. Does that go for you too, Tyrell? He stood there, looking oddly at his youngest brother. You can vacuum my bedroom every day. How's that? Your wish is my command. I rolled my eyes, walking away from the three of them. As soon as I got out of their view, I fell against the wall as my legs went wobbly. That look on Tyrell's face told me more than I wanted to know. He likes me.
Tyrell.
The intense jealousy that came over me when I saw Cash's arm around Ella made no sense. Neither did the words that came out of my mouth as soon as I knew Ella was no longer in the lobby. What the heck, Cash? He looked like he had no idea what I mean. What's up? Your arms. I gestured to his two ape-like appendages. All over her. What? Cash laughed, and so did Jasper. You look peculiar, Tyrell. Are you envious? Heck no, I busted. We need to show our employees the same respect we'd show someone who worked in an office for us. Avoiding sexual harassment lawsuits is wise. Sure. Cash didn't seem to care about that. She knew I meant nothing sensual by that. You, on the other hand, seem to think so. Wonder why that is. Jasper elbowed him in the ribs. 'Cause he's sweet on her. Will you both just shut up? I picked up my bag that had fallen out of my hand when they came down the stairs, looking like they just had a threesome. Taking the stairs two at a time, I went to my room to put my things away. We decided to stay, so I wanted to make the place feel more like home. Locking the door behind me, I started pulling things out of my bag. When I put them away, I found the amount of clothes to be pitiful. Why not shop online? Who needs Ella Finley to help anyway? Just thinking of the girl made me hot. The shower looked inviting as I passed the bathroom. Stripping, I figured, why not enjoy a hot shower? There were jets everywhere, and when I turned them on, they made a loud sound that muted everything else. My mind slipped away as the jets pummeled my body from all sides. Why'd Ella have to think so badly about me? I'd had one girlfriend all through high school. She left for college in Austin and we lost touch. Sure, a few women after her, but nothing serious. That didn't make me a hustler. The right woman just hadn't come along yet, was all. And not because I was some wolf who pursued a woman until he got what he wanted, then left. I wasn't that guy. But what kind of guy was I? I want the maid for God's sakes. Not that it was awful that she was a maid, but she was my maid. And she lives in my home. That's what made it appalling. But even as I pictured her sweet face, my shaft went hard. I ran my soapy hand over it. You really shouldn't get so excited. She should be off limits. She works for me. What if we didn't work out? I'd see her all the time. I couldn't fire her just because we didn't want to see each other anymore. And now I'm talking to myself. Closing my eyes, I leaned back and let the water work its magic. But my mind was doing some magic of its own. Ella steps into the shower and drops her clothes. Can I come in? Sure, come on in, baby. The water's fine. I pulled her into my arms. Glad you came to your senses. Me too, she cooed. Tyrell, did you know that I've wanted to do this since you first caught me in those strong arms? Tell me, baby. You can do anything you want. I kissed her red lips. Barely breathing, she batted her long, thick, dark lashes. I want to wrap my legs around your waist and have you fill me with that long, thick shaft of yours, Tyrell Gentry. Her butt in my hands, I lifted her up, and she put her legs around me as I sunk deep into her hot core. Oh yeah. You fit me like a glove, baby. Oh Tyrell, you're so big. She put her head on my shoulder as her body stretched to accommodate my girth. You'll get used to the size, baby. You certainly will. I moved back and forth, using her tight cherry to stroke my hard shaft. I'm going to show you what it feels like to belong to me. You'll feel things you've never felt before. I kissed her as I pinned her to the wall, the jets pounding our bodies as I pounded her with a passionate ferocity. Oh Tyrell, you make me feel like a woman. Sorry I was so childish. I promise never to behave that way again. See that you don't. I moved to bite her neck, leaving my marks up and down her creamy flesh as she whimpered and begged for more. You're all woman, Ella. My woman. Oh, she cried out as I gave her more than she'd ever expected. Tyrell. Take me, Tyrell. Take me hard. Oh my. Her body gave into mine, letting me take her any way I wanted to. Your body was made for me. She ran her tongue up the side of my neck. Make me yours all night long, Tyrell Gentry. Show me who owns me. I own you. I slammed into her hard and heavy over and over until my body could take no more. You are mine, you hear me? She nodded. I don't want anyone else. When my eyes opened, I looked in the foggy mirror, only seeing the shape of my body. Not her, Tyrell. Anyone but her. Sagging against the wall, I watched the powerful shower jets wash my jizz down the drain. I couldn't recall such a vivid fantasy ever. Not even in my teen years when I discovered what my hand could do. Ella was young, feisty, prickly, and mean. She thought I was out for one thing and one thing only. And damn if that girl wasn't right. I wanted her. I wanted her tight, tiny body. I wanted to feel that rosebud mouth move over my hard shaft. I wanted to watch her pretty head bobbing at my waist. Her legs wrapped around me. Arg. I turned off the water, then got out of the shower. I need to find a bar. Some booze to chill me out and get my mind off of Miss Spitfire. Wrapping a towel around my waist, I went out to see if my brothers had come back up. A quick knock on Jasper's door. Who is it? I opened the door, and he looked at my state. Let's go out. Get ready. I'm in. Jasper got off his bed and went to prepare himself. Next door in Cash's room, I found him flipping through the channels on the giant television. "What's up?" "Get ready. Let's go out." I shut the door, then heard women talking downstairs. For some reason, I stood there, looking down, waiting for them to come into view. When I saw Ella and her sister walking side by side, I clenched my jaw as my shaft jerked. Although I hadn't made a sound, Ella's head turned, and she looked up at me. Putting her hand over her mouth, her eyes were aimed directly at my member. When I looked down, I saw what she was looking at. Shit. My member had gone hard. Walking back to my bedroom, I couldn't remember a time I'd been so humiliated. I needed copious amounts of alcohol to get that girl off my mind. I had to get her off my mind. I couldn't have her. It would be wrong. What's worse, she knew it all along. I lied to myself, but she didn't. And now I had to forget her. Booze and women would be the only priorities I'd have for tonight. Hopefully, Cash was right, and the women of Carthage, Texas, would be easy to coax into some coital activity. I must have needed to get laid pretty badly, if a fantasy about screwing the sassy housekeeper had me going. And to get a hard-on just seeing her, too. I was out of it. Maybe it was all this change? Or all the wealth? Perhaps a combination of the two. What had gotten into me? But I had to get into some other woman, or I'd sure as heck dip my shaft in Ella's hot button. She'd be in my bed before she knew what happened. She might not have known that, but I did. And I couldn't let that happen, no matter what I had to do to stop it.
Ella.
Sunday brunches were my favorite. Christmas was the only other time Chef Todd prepared more food than his famous Sunday brunches. To top it, Sunday was my day off. Feeling happy for no other reason than the free time and the tons of splendid cooking, I skipped to the dining room, dubbed the brunch room. The smell of smoky bacon, cinnamon, and coffee was in the air. My mouth watered as I made my way down the long corridor. "Wow, what a spread," I heard Jasper remark. I stopped, not wanting to see Tyrell after seeing him wearing nothing but a towel the day before. A towel that had tented over his boner. It was quite intriguing, but mostly repulsive. I was glad Darlene hadn't been paying attention, and she missed it. Well, most of it. She did see him running away though, and we both cracked up. "Do you think Tyrell will come down to eat?" Cash inquired. Jasper answered, "I don't know. He got pretty lit last night at the watering hole. And he was dancing with anyone who'd let him. He's probably worn out. We might not see him much today." I fisted my hands at my sides. The watering hole was a bar in town. It was a pretty rough place. Bikers went there on occasion. The women were promiscuous. And Tyrell had been dancing with them. Who knows what else he'd done? Suddenly, I wasn't hungry. I was livid. I turned around and hurried back up staircase. What am I doing? Why am I doing it? At his bedroom door, I paused and pounded on it. About the fourth round of consistent knocks, I heard his gravelly voice, "What the heck?" Then it hit me. I had temporarily gone out of my mind. I ran down the stairs as fast as lightning. In record time, I made it to the brunch room and stopped to catch my breath before going inside to join the others. Walking in like I hadn't just run the length of the entire mansion, I said, "Good morning. How was your night?" Jasper turned away from the buffet with a plate piled so high it defied gravity. "Morning, Ella. We had quite the time last night. We found this bar called the Watering Hole and had a few drinks, danced with some nice ladies and then came home." "And what did you do?" Picking up a plate, I looked at the vast array of foods. "I stayed home. Watched some Netflix. Sounds like you guys had fun though." "Tyrell mentioned he invited you to come along, but you turned him down," Cash commented as he took a seat with a plate stacked equally as high as his brother's. I waved a fork to gesture at their plates. "You guys know you can come back for more, right? No need to pile those plates so high." They looked at the amount of food they had and both laughed. Then Jasper acknowledged, "We don't have a refined bone in our bodies." Mom came in, carrying a carafe of fresh squeezed orange juice. "Good morning, everyone." She looked at the two men who sat at the big table. Where's Tyrell? I took a seat a few chairs down from Cash and looked at them for their reply as if I had no clue to why Tyrell wasn't there. Cash shook his head. He probably will not be coming down, Miss Finley. He imbibed a bit too much. Oh, that's a shame, Mom said as she put the juice down, then made herself a plate. Dad and Kyle came in. Both had dirt on their jeans already. Morning, Dad stated, sounding gruffer than usual. Jasper caught on right away. Are you having troubles this morning? Kyle nodded. One of the cows had a stillborn calf, a male. 2 more are in labor now. It'll be a stretched day, I'm afraid. Jasper looked at Cash. Hey, maybe we can help them out. Sure. Cash looked at my father. Mr. Finley, would it be all right if we came along with you guys after breakfast? That would be great. Dad smiled, which was unusual. The more hands, the easier it'll be. Cool, Cash said as he dug into his meal. We'll see childbirth. Mom laughed. It's not exactly the same as when a woman has a baby, but it's fascinating just the same. With much to go tend to, the men ate quickly, then headed out to spend the day in the cattle barn, helping the cows along with their labor. Mom and I ate much slower than they had, preferring to enjoy the food, instead of gulping it down like mountain lions. My sister's voice drifted down the hallway. You look like hell, Tyrell. I feel like hell, Darlene, came Tyrell's voice. Something woke me up out of a dead sleep. With this headache, I couldn't get back to sleep. Maybe if I eat something, then take a handful of aspirin, I might live. Darlene wasn't lying about Tyrell's appearance. When they walked in, he had dark circles under his eyes, his hair wasn't neatly combed, parted to the left as usual, and he had dark stubble over his chin and jawline. I was staring at his face when his bloodshot eyes met mine. Top of the morning, Ella. He looked at my mother who sat across from me, Mrs. Finley, then went directly for the coffee. I got up to get some of the tiny sausages. Standing next to him as he poured the coffee, I asked, why did you drink so much? He shrugged those massive shoulders. I don't know. Your brothers went with my dad and brother to lend a hand in delivering calves. If you want, we can go down there on the golf cart after you eat. I picked up another dish. Here, let me make you a plate. You look like you're about to fall down. Go sit, and I'll bring it to you. You're being nice to me. He looked at me with drooping eyes. I must really look horrible. Believe me, you do. It wasn't a joke. Go sit down. Taking his coffee, he shuffled to the table and took a seat. My sister stepped up beside me, making her plate as she whispered, look at you being all nurturing, Ella. Hush. I grabbed a dish and put 2 poached eggs on a scoop of hash browns, a thick slice of Canadian bacon, a cheddar cheese scone, and then carried it to him. Here you go. Eat as much as you can. I bet it'll help. And there's some chicken tortilla soup. I'll fix a bowl of that for you too. What kind of juice do you like? There's plenty to choose from. Water, he said as he picked up his fork that I lay next to the plate. His eyes came up to mine. Thank you, Ella. This is kind of you. My mom stared coldly at me, but I ignored it. You're welcome, Tyrell. After getting his water and filling a piping hot bowl of soup topped with fresh cilantro, I took a seat across from him. This soup looks like it has everything but the kitchen sink in it, Tyrell said, eyeing the broth. Mom clued him in on what was in it. Todd makes the chicken soup with rice first. Then he cuts up fresh jalapenos, onion and garlic, and adds them along with chopped tomatoes, salt and pepper. The cheese from Oaxaca in Mexico goes on the bottom. Fill the bowl with soup, and add some avocado and cilantro on top. Tyrell took a bite. This is great. But you left out the tortilla chips that are in here, Mrs. Finley. I spoke up. I crushed them in the bowl before one poured the soup in. His blue eyes settled on mine. Well, it's all delicious. Thank you. I feel better already. I couldn't help but smile. You're welcome. Mom got up, taking her plate with her. I have some shopping to do in town today. Darlene, would you care to join me? Yeah, Darlene said. I've got some things to do as well. Mom put her plate in the tray for the dirty dishes as she looked at me. Ella, your father thinks it's a good idea for the men to get familiar with the ranch. Could you take Tyrell on a tour of the horse facilities once he feels up to it? Oh, I'm up to it, Tyrell said quickly. This miracle soup has done the trick. I'll just shower. He ran his hand over the dark stubble on his face, shave, then put on some jeans and boots and meet you, Ella. 'Kay. I couldn't believe how excited I was over something so simple. I'll be in the garage. The golf cart is probably charged up. Half an hour later, on our way to the horse barn, the cold wind hitting us in the face made our cheeks red. A scarf was wrapped around my neck as I drove the two-seater cart. Tyrell looked at me, then reached over and pulled it up to cover my nose. That'll help keep the cold wind off your face. I smiled under the scarf. It helps. Thanks. Stopping in front of the barn doors, we jumped off and headed inside. I pulled the scarf off my nose as Tyrell looked at the many stalls. Are these all full? No. We've got some empty ones. I walked over to the first one and pointed to the gold plaque on the wooden door. This is Coy's Burden. Dad said he's named after your father. Why did my grandfather name him that? Tyrell reached in to run his hand over the black stallion's nose. Hey there, boy. How are you doing? No one knows the reasons behind anything that man did. I walked to the next stall where Fiona's secret stood, waiting for some attention. He didn't believe in the need to explain things or respond to anyone. Tyrell turned to face me. Did you know about my grandfather's mistress? Hilda. Everyone who worked here knew about her. I felt sorry for her. It was like she felt guilty or something. Like she deserved to be treated like that. Why was that? He asked, then his eyes went wide. Ella, do you know Hilda's last name? Stevens. Why? I asked him. That's why. He leaned back on one of the stalls. She's my mother's aunt. She used to live in Shreveport. Yeah, she did. I never did understand everything about that woman. Mom told us she just showed up one day. It was before Fiona died. Your grandmother was beyond pissed and told her to get out of the house and to never set foot on the property again. Fiona yelled that she'd set her up in a nice house in Shreveport if Hilda had promised she'd never come back to Carthage. So my grandmother made my mother's aunt leave town. Tyrell looked puzzled. My mother was taken to her aunt's. My grandfather had paid off her family to run her out of town. It's making more sense, but not entirely. When did Hilda start coming back around? Mom said it wasn't long after Fiona passed away. That was odd too. Your grandfather brought Hilda here. He kept her at the mansion for a while, then took her back to the house he bought her in town when he got tired of having her here. Not that she got to do anything other than stay in her rooms when she was here. This is all so confusing. Tyrell looked at me. Could take me to meet Hilda? Why? Apart from being his great aunt, why would he need to meet her? I've got questions. He bit his lower lip. Lots of questions, Ella.
Tyrell.
Climbing into one of the estate's trucks, Ella and I set out to meet Hilda. I hadn't been so excited about anything in a long time. Part of it was getting some information on my family. The other part was spending time with Ella. And she wasn't being snippy with me, either. She was actually being nice for a change. So who'd you meet at the bar, Tyrell? She asked as we made our way into town. I turned off the county road to head to the main street. It would be a lie to say I remember anyone's name. I don't know why I drank so much. I did know why. I was trying to get Ella off my mind. And I did for a while. But then I came home and dreamt about her. That's not a very nice place to hang out, she said, then pointed up ahead. Take a left there. It's a little rough, I'll give you that. I looked over at her, liking the way she had her dark hair up in a loose bun. She looked adorable. I can see why you think that way. It's certainly not a place for you. She looked at me with narrowed eyes. You think I'm some little girl? Sure, you've told me. That's not why I don't like that bar. It's because only trampy women go there. Darlene said she'd gone there more than a handful of times. It's a valid point that not all the women who went to the watering hole were tramps. Do you know my sister's reputation, Tyrell? Ella shook her head. It's not good. Last year alone, she had 3 different boyfriends. She's single now, I said. How do you know? Ella's sapphire eyes had a fire in them. She seemed to be jealous. Even though I shouldn't have been trying to make her that way, my mouth kept on chatting. She told me. Ella crossed her arms over her chest. All it did was accentuate her cleavage that peeked out from underneath her pink sweater. Why'd she do that? Cash asked her. I smiled, knowing that got me out of the hot spot. He's nosy like that. Oh. Her arms came down to her sides and her eyes widened. Why hasn't he asked me if I'm single? He knew I had a thing for her, is why. Even though I protested that I didn't, my brothers knew better. Who knows? Who cares? Oh, this is it right here. She pointed at a large pink house with a pink Cadillac parked in the driveway. This is where Hilda lives. That's her car. Your grandfather gave her that too. Parking the truck, I felt a little nervous. How am I supposed to do this? Ella opened the door. Come on. Don't fret. I'll be with you. I'll start the conversation. As we got out, I wondered why in the hell she was so helpful out of the blue, but I didn't dare ask. Following her on the sidewalk, I stayed behind as she rang the doorbell. Moments later, a woman who slightly resembled my mom opened the door with a frown. Ella, what are you doing here? Ella took a step back and reached for my hand. Taking it, she pulled me forward. Hilda, this is your great-nephew, Tyrell Gentry. He wanted to meet you. We both just stood there, staring at each other. I saw my mother in her, and she probably saw the same in me. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may? She nodded and stepped back. Come in. The living room, filled with expensive furnishings, looked like it was a showplace instead of a habitat. Nice place. Hilda nodded. Thank you. When Colin was here, he wanted things to be nice. She took a seat on the sofa, crossing her long legs. I suppose you've heard about our relationship. Nodding, I took a seat next to Ella on the love seat across from Hilda. Yeah. My grandfather drove my mother out of town. And the marriage of my parents happened anyway. What happened between you and my grandparents sending you to Shreveport in the first place is beyond me. It won't hurt to let you in on things. Hilda closed her eyes as if she was going back in time. We met in high school, Colin and I. It started way back then. Everything we did was shrouded in secrecy. Our families never knew a thing about us. We graduated from high school, and he went to college. He lived in an apartment in Lubbock, and he got me one as well. Still, he kept you a secret then? I inquired. She nodded. Yes. Even when there was no one to hide from. That had to be upsetting, Ella sympathized. It was. But I'd take whatever Colin would give me. Any time he had for me, I was available. Hilda took a deep breath. While in college, he met Fiona. He took her home to meet his family. I remained in Lubbock alone. When he got back, we argued about what he'd done, and he announced we could never become more. He'd asked her to marry him in front of his family, and she accepted. Ella put her hand over her mouth. Oh Lord. Yes, Hilda said softly. That's when I lost it. I went to Fiona and told her everything about us. That didn't work out as I had expected it to. She told me to leave him alone. He was now her fiancé and soon to be her husband, and our fling was over. But it didn't end, did it? I asked. Not at all. Hilda smiled. Your grandfather loved me. He came to me that very night and cried on his hands and knees. He begged me not to end things with him. He said he'd still have time for me too. So you kept on seeing him, Ella said. Even though you knew you'd always have to stay concealed. Hilda nodded. I knew my place in life. I was from a poor family, not in the same league as Colin Gentry's wife. Fiona truly belonged there. She came from a prestigious family in Dallas. She was refined and elegant. And she gave him a son just under a year after they were married. You and he never had children. I requested. Her face told me the answer wasn't a good one. Your grandfather took me to a doctor in Dallas when I was 18. We had a pregnancy scare the year before, and he didn't want that to take place again. I had my tubes tied. He ruined you, Ella gasped. Hilda nodded. Yes, he did. You see, Fiona wore his wedding ring and I wore his collar. I was his mistress, nothing more nor less. One day Fiona found out. After 16 years of devotion to that man, his wife ended it. At least for a while. My grandmother sent Hilda away. She paid for you to move to Shreveport and got you a house there. How did you pay your bills? Did you get a job? I never had a job in my life, she told me. Your grandmother paid the bills. She sent me a check each week to cover my expenses and took care of me. Colin couldn't find me. He'd have killed us both if I hadn't stayed hidden. Wow, Ella exclaimed, then looked at me. This is so harsh. You come from terrible grandparents, Tyrell. Are your mom and dad anything like them? Not at all. I bumped her shoulder with mine. Don't be anxious about us being like that. So, you two are seeing each other? Hilda asked. No, we both said promptly. I smiled at Ella. She dislikes me. Ella didn't say a word. Her eyes were glued to the carpet. Hilda chuckled. When your grandmother died, my family told me. I still stayed where I was. Colin paid my family to spill the beans, and he came and got me, brought me back to this house, and took me out to the ranch from time to time as well. Yeah, we heard about that. How did she get by now that he was gone? Did he leave you anything? I'm on the estate's payroll. She tapped her temple. The ranch pays me for consulting. I make a pretty penny. Ella frowned. But you don't really do a thing. No, I don't. Hilda sat there, looking at me. Now that you know that, you'll have those payments stop, Tyrell. Your mother must have told you what I did. You must hate me. Shaking my head, I had no intentions of cutting her out. You can keep getting the money. My grandfather screwed you over enough as it is. Thanks for being honest with me, Hilda. How is your mother? She asked. Is she happy? My mom and dad are very happy. I never had a clue what they walked away from, but they made the right decision. We'll get out of your hair now. Hilda got up, walking us to the door. She said, It's nice to know that she's happy. I felt accountable for a very long time. Responsible for keeping her locked up. And then letting her go with your father when he came for her. They thought they made the escape behind my back. They hadn't. I watched them leave. I just didn't do anything to stop them. I felt guilty over both of them. Had I kept her hidden away better, your father wouldn't have lost everything. My father didn't lose a thing. He found love. I knew now that love was worth more than all the money in the world. Stop feeling guilty. None of what happened was ever your fault, Hilda. She nodded, but just saying that wouldn't ease her guilt. She had carried it for a long time. But at least I knew things better than before. As we got into the truck, Ella looked at the floorboard. Times were really shitty back then. Your grandfather didn't marry the woman he really loved because of her being from a poor family. Your dad wasn't supposed to marry your mom because she was from a poor family, and a maid at the ranch to boot. She should know I had no problems like that. Being a maid doesn't mean you're less than anyone else. And it definitely doesn't mean you're not marriage material, Ella. She looked at me with wide eyes. Do you really think that, Tyrell? I do. I took my fist and lightly cuffed her chin. I bet you have to beat the boys off with a stick. She shook her head. Not so far I haven't. I took off to go back to the property. So how many boyfriends do you have? You don't want to know. She looked out the window. Come on, tell me. I pulled onto the main street to find barely a car on the road. Damn, this town is empty on Sundays. Ella looked at me. How many girlfriends have you had, Tyrell? A few. Nothing serious, though. I took a left to get to the county road. So how many boyfriends, Ella? Tyrell, I've had no boyfriends. I haven't even held hands with anyone before. Not like for real holding hands, you know. She bit her lower lip. She was out of her element talking to me this way. Then you've never been kissed either, huh? My shaft swelled in my jeans as she shook her head. You've never been with a man? She nodded, and my heart stopped a beat.
Ella.
Being alone all day with Tyrell had me feeling different. I'd thought about him a lot once we parted ways for the night after dinner. We filled everyone in on Hilda. It felt good to be a part of Tyrell's endeavors. And when dinner was over, he walked out of the dining room with me. His shoulder touched mine. Ella, we're trying to figure out what to do on this ranch. Any ideas? He was asking for my opinion. To be honest, Tyrell, I don't know what you're good at. He laughed, and the sound made my insides melt. I'm good at most things I try. And I can learn too. I saw you messing with a rope in the barn earlier today. Can you teach me how to do that? Maybe. I stopped as we'd come to the place where I go one way, and he another. I'm off tomorrow too, if you want to learn then. It's not too difficult. He looked over his shoulder, then back at me. Cool. Teach me what you know, and I'll teach you what I know. The way my body went white hot made me uncomfortable. He didn't mean what I thought. Did it mean he'd teach me about intercourse? That idea wouldn't go away as I laid in my bed that night. Tossing and turning, I felt so ill at ease. Everything ached. Even as I rubbed my arms, my legs, my boobs, nothing made the pain go away. What was worse was the ache inside of me. I'd never experimented with masturbation. Frankly, it seemed kind of nasty to touch myself. But without will, I found my hands moving on their own to ease that throbbing ache Tyrell had caused in me. Closing my eyes, I just let it all go, and did whatever came naturally. Tyrell's blue eyes hovered over me as he eased his naked body over mine. You're so beautiful, Ella. I ran my hands over his stubbled cheeks. You are too, Tyrell. Moving slowly, he inched forward until our lips met, and he pushed his tongue into my mouth. Fireworks went off inside my head as he kissed me deeply, yet so softly. His hands moved over my chest, then down to my waist. His finger pressed against me, then he pushed it in. I cried out with desire, yes. He pushed it in, and pulled it out with slow movements. The way my insides felt. My legs shook, my breathing was gasping and erratic, and my heart pounded like I'd run a mile as fast as I could. Getting off my bed, I was dripping with sweat, and I went to take a shower. My legs were shaky as I made my way to the bathroom, even my vision was blurry. Oh shit. What have I done? Starting the shower, I got it nice and hot, then slipped under the cascade, letting it relax me. My body had reacted bizarrely. What would happen if the real Tyrell had done that? I probably would have died and gone to heaven. I put my face under the stream of water as it fell out of the shower head. I've never done anything like this, and another thought came into my head. Had I messed up my hymen in the process of fingering myself? Concerned, I got out of the shower, put on a clean nightie, then went to see if my sister was still awake. Softly knocking on her door, I heard her inside. Who is it? Darlene, it's me. Can I see you for a second? My hands nodded, thinking of what I'd say. Yeah, come in, she called out. Upon entering her room, I felt some heat as embarrassment filled me. Darlene, I might have messed up. You? She asked with a giggle. Doubtful. Nothing is so bad, sis. How many ways are there to lose your V-card? I blurted. You and Tyrell were alone a lot today, she said, then crossed her arms over her chest. Did he do something to you? No. I shook my head ferociously. He's not like that. It's me. I did something. To him, she asked. He didn't get you to give him oral, did he? Gosh, no. Everything she was coming up with was worse. I did something to myself. She ran her hand over her face while he watched. No. Wow, she's got some gnarly imagination. Darlene, I stuck my finger inside my button. She was close to being speechless. Okay, you did this while you were alone? Tyrell was nowhere around. Yes. He wasn't around. I just did it. I wasn't about to tell her that he was there in my imagination. I've never played with myself before, that's why I'm asking you. Her eyes narrowed. If you've never done it before, why now? Did you bleed? Darlene ran her hand just above the covers over her private area. You know, here. No. I hadn't seen blood when I'd taken a shower, and there was none on my bed either. Does that mean my hymen is still intact? Yes. Plus, your finger isn't long enough to break it. If that were the case, the first time you used a tampon would have done that. She smiled at me. I'm glad you came to me, Ella. Looks like you're maturing. Aha. I turned to leave. Thanks, Darlene. Then I wanted to clarify something, and turned around to find her pulling something out of a drawer. Don't you tell a soul about this, agreed? Of course. She held out a long white box. Come here. I bought this last week but haven't used it. You can have it. It's way better than using your finger, trust me. Walking back to see what it was, I flipped the box open to discover a long projectile object. What's this? Are you serious, Ella? She asked with an astonished expression. Yeah. I pulled the wiggly thing out of the box. Shaking it, I asked, what do you do with this? She reached out and took it away, then pushed a small button at the base. It began to hum. Then she pressed the tip of it against my cheek. Feel that? It vibrates. I took it from her, looking it over. It's a vibrator. Darlene confided. You know what I'm talking about, right? I tried to close my hand around it, yet it was too big. Use it to massage your body. My body has been aching. This could help. I guess. Putting it against my arm, I looked at my sister who said, it goes between your legs, Ella. I pulled my nightie up to put it between my legs. Like this. Gosh, are you really that naive? I couldn't believe she'd given me that. Aghast, I said, Darlene. I should have never come to you about this. I turned to leave, dismayed. Ella, it's not the same thing. Come here, you fool. Take this. Experiment with it, she suggested as I walked hastily toward the door. No way. I'm not spoiling myself with that. Yuck. Shuddering, I opened the door. You're so gross, Darlene. Wait, she interrupted. Ella, look at me. With my hand on my hip, what? Start thinking about birth control. If you're experimenting now, you may find yourself wanting to actually have intercourse, she said. And that's perfectly natural. But be on some type of contraception. I'll make an appointment for you tomorrow at my clinic. Be careful with things like this. Won't a doctor have to examine me? I didn't want that. If you get pregnant, more than one doctor will have to treat you, she said. Think about it. I'll make an appointment first thing in the morning. Get up nice and early and I'll take you. I don't know. I started feeling sick about the arrangement. I think I'll decline. For now, Darlene. Look, you think you've got time but you don't, she warned me. I've seen how you look at him, Ella. You've never looked at anyone the way you look at him. Who? I had no idea who she was talking about. Tyrell, Chicky Poo, she exclaimed. He looks at you that way too. Better to be safe than sorry. I'm making that appointment, so be ready. You're getting on birth control tomorrow. I'm not taking no for an answer. Fine. I left her room, my feet feeling heavy and stumbling to my room. Being a grown-up kind of sucks.
Tyrell.
I spent the night before fantasizing about Ella again. She had gotten under my skin even more after spending time with her the day before. I'd begun to think that trying to forget about her was pretty damn useless. And she'll teach me how to work the rope the next day, so I had high hopes we'd end up spending the whole day together again. As I got to the breakfast nook, my brothers and Mrs. Finley were there, but no one else. Good morning. I went to get a cup of coffee and tried to smother my disappointment at not seeing Ella. Jasper lifted his cup of coffee in a greeting. Good morning, Tyrell. Cash and I are going with Mr. Finley after breakfast to the feed store. Care to join us? As fun as that sounds, I better pass. I took the coffee and went to sit at the table. Mrs. Finley frowned at me, her hand on her hip. That was something her youngest daughter did a lot too. Boy, aren't you going to eat something? I'd thought to see if Ella showed up before making a plate. Not yet. With a sigh, she pulled the lids down on the silver chafing platters. Don't wait too long. Eggs don't set well for more than an hour in these things. Cash picked up a piece of bacon and waved it at me. You better get some of the bacon before I eat it all up. Bacon is never this good. How come you don't want to go to the feed store with us this morning? Come up with something. Or they'll bother me until I came with them or told them the truth. The horses are appealing to me. I'd like to make them my special interest. That's a good idea, Tyrell, Mrs. Finley said with a nod. You should find things that interest you here. Fidgeting in my seat, what's keeping Ella so long? Even her sister. Or had they already come? Where are the girls this morning, Mrs. Finley? Oh, they went into town this morning. They left together, which is a bit unusual. She walked toward the door, then looked back at me. You eat now, Tyrell. If you're waiting for anyone, you'll be waiting for nothing. I got up and made myself a plate, then took a seat as my brothers stared at me. Jasper asked, You were waiting for Ella? Not really. I took a bite of the eggs. Cash didn't seem to believe me. Then why'd you make a plate only after you found out she'd already gone? No reason. They were getting into my business too much. When are you guys leaving to the feed store? After we're done eating. Jasper arched one eyebrow. Why? Do you want to go now that you know Ella isn't around? Nope. I had no idea when she'd be coming back, and didn't want to be gone when she did. She might get the wrong idea about me and think I didn't want to spend time with her if I wasn't here waiting for her. How out of character is that? I never waited around for anyone. But I couldn't make myself go with my brothers. So, what are you going to do at the horse stable all alone? Jasper teased. Check it all out. Get to know the horses. That's what I'll do. I had an idea of how today would go, and it wasn't going that way at all. My brothers got up and put their empty plates in the dish bin, then walked out shaking their heads as they left me alone. They probably thought I was stupid for sitting around, waiting for Ella to return. Somehow, I didn't care what they thought. I wanted to wait for her. So I waited. In the library, I discovered some books on racehorses. 3 hours went by, as I found out all sorts of cool things about the horses. When I checked my cell for the time, I just about lost it. Where the heck is she? The library was close to the garage, and I knew I'd hear the car pull up when they returned. And as I stood there, looking out the window, I thought about how dumb it was to hang out, doing nothing but waiting. But I kept on waiting anyway. Grabbing my coat from my bedroom, I went down to the garage for a gold cart to head on down to the horse stable. At least Ella wouldn't think I'd sat around in the house waiting. The last thing I needed was for her to think she had the upper hand. Another hour later, as I roamed around the barn examining things, the dogs barked. Someone had come up the drive, so I got back on the cart and hightailed it up to the house. Sure enough, Ella and Darlene were pulling into the garage. Slowing down so it didn't look like I was hurrying, I pulled into the space designated for the golf cart and plugged it back to charge the battery up. "Oh, hey there, ladies." Darlene looked at me as Ella hurried into the house. "Oh, hi, Tyrell. What you been doing?" "Checking out the horses. I've taken an interest in them." I tried not to hurry into the house to find out why Ella hadn't even said hello to me. So my walk was purposely slow and ambling. "Guess lunch is about ready now. Thought I'd come up and see about that." "It's almost noon, I'm sure it's nearly done," Darlene remarked as she went inside in front of me. "At least I hope so. Ella and I left before eating this morning. I'm famished." Why they had left so early? How to ask without sounding like I cared. "Yeah, I noticed you weren't there for breakfast." Walking beside her through the empty kitchen that still smelled of food, I pushed the door open to the lunch area where Todd and Mrs. Finley were setting it up. "Oh good, you're home, Darlene. Where's Ella?" their mother asked. "Probably in her bedroom. She didn't feel that great." Darlene put her purse down on a chair, then went to make a drink. I wanted to ask about Ella, but thought better of it. Instead, I got a glass of iced tea and examined the food. "Burgers. They look great, Todd. Sweet potato fries too. I used an air fryer," he announced as he pulled the silver top off to show them. "Guilt-free and so flavorful. You have to try some." "Don't mind if I do." As I started making my plate, my brothers came in with Kyle and Mr. Finley. "Hi guys. Did ya have fun at the feed store?" "We got some baby chicks," Cash beamed a smile a mile wide. "I've always wanted a few. A man with chicks. Aha. I had no idea." I put some lettuce on my burger, then found an assortment of cheeses and had to taste a sample of each one before deciding to go with one called Havarti. Who knew there were so many types of cheeses? "And you never serve American cheese, Todd. Why's that?" "Because it's artificial," he told me. "Why do we, as Americans, allow our good name to be used on that crap?" Jasper agreed, "Right? It tastes like plastic with yellow number 5. As I took a seat, I felt bad Ella wasn't here. Maybe someone should bring Ella a meal. Darlene shook her head. "She's in a terrible mood. Just leave her alone. She'll come out when she's ready." "Maybe she's in a bad mood because she hasn't eaten," I offered. Mrs. Finley looked at me. "Maybe so. I'll go check on her." She left the room, and it made me feel better. I'd never thought so much about anyone in my life. Why was Ella always at the forefront of my mind? But she was there. Managing light chit-chat with everyone, I got through lunch, then headed to the sitting room where Ella liked to hang out. There was a big picture window she liked to sit by to watch the meadow. She wasn't there, so I went to the other room upstairs where she likes to hang out and draw, but she wasn't there either. With no other options, I went to the Finleys' quarters. I'd never been so nervous, and it made me feel insanely stupid. My fist hung in the air, millimeters from the door. Taking a deep breath, I knocked. No answer came. So I knocked again, still nothing. Looking around, I saw nor heard anyone around, and checked to see if the door was unlocked. It was open. The place looked like an ordinary apartment. I stepped into the living room. It had a kitchen to the left and a hallway in the back. She must be down there in her room. Which one was hers? I could knock on each door as I found it. As I went back there, all the doors were open except one. It had to be Ella's. The closer I got to that closed door, the harder my heart beat in my chest. Holding my breath, I knocked on her door. "Ella?" Nothing. Knocking harder. "Ella, are you in there?" "Tyrell?" she asked. "Yeah, it's me. Can I come in? We were supposed to go down to the horse barn, remember?" I shifted my weight, feeling like a loser standing there on the other side of the door. Typically, in other situations such as this one, I'd go on into the room of a girl I was interested in. But something about Ella had me feeling nervous. "No, you can't come in," she shouted. "What makes you think you can even come into our quarters?" I came in here for privacy. Get out. Now. I was just concerned, Ella. Damn. She overreacted, and it pissed me off. You don't have to be so rude. I won't give a crap about you, okay? How's that? I don't care. Go away. I heard the lock click, and I knew she locked the door so that I wouldn't barge in. As if I'd ever do that. Fine. I'll go away. Gosh, you're such a brat, Ella Finley. Leaving the Finleys' quarters, I went right up to my bedroom to pace and berate myself for even trying. She ain't worth my time. She's so adolescent. She's so mean. And I'd never felt so screwed because no matter how mad she made me, I couldn't stop thinking about her.
Ella.
After hours of kicking myself for being such a baby, someone was trying to come into my bedroom. Hey, why'd you lock your door, Ella? My sister called out from the other side. Lying on my bed, I thought that I should get up and let her in. I needed to talk to somebody, it might as well be her. Padding across the room in my bare feet, I unlocked, then opened the door. Come in. I'm ready to talk. It's about time. She came in, closing the door behind her. What happened at the clinic that took so long and put you in such a foul mood? Sitting on the edge of my bed, I took a deep breath, then let it out. First, they wanted me to pee in a cup. Totally normal, Ella. Darlene sat down on the chair in front of my vanity. That wasn't bad at all, huh? Shaking my head, it wasn't bad, but I couldn't make myself pee in that cup, not a drop would come out. I was in there for 30 minutes when the nurse came and asked me if I needed something to drink, to help me go. Okay, so you got some water and then you went a short time later, she gathered. No, I did not. Crossing my legs Indian style, I went on. It took an hour. Then I was able to fill that cup and then some. I peed all over my hand and that made me feel sick. It happens, Darlene said with a nod. That's why there is soap and water in the bathroom, Ella. Then you got to the exam. Shaking my head, I explained what happened. I acted like I hadn't peed. I stayed in that bathroom for as long as I could, until the nurse knocked and made me come out. Dear Lord, Ella. Her cheeks went a shade of pink. Girl, I have to go back there and face those people. They know we're sisters. You should have held it together better than that. If it makes you embarrassed to be related to me, then this next bit is going to kill you. I had definitely humiliated her. See, I went into the exam room, got naked, put on the paper robe, and got up on the table where I waited for a whole 5 minutes. Ella, don't tell me. I told her anyway. I got off that table, dressed myself, and then left. I asked you how it went and you said fine. The astonishment shone in her eyes. Ella, how could you lie to me like that? It had gone fine. That wasn't a lie. I hadn't been poked or prodded. No one saw me naked. And I hadn't gone through with the exam. It was fine. But then as I walked out of there, the regret set in. That's why I got quiet and didn't want to talk. I thought you were just shaken was all. I had no clue you hadn't gotten the exam and the birth control pills. With a huff, Darlene got up. You better stay away from that man if you're not mature enough to take care of things like this. Until you're able to do the mature thing, Ella, you shouldn't be doing what adults do. And then she left me alone. Falling backward, I put the pillow over my face and tried not to cry. Did Tyrell even like me that way? That was why I didn't go through with it. Why go through it for no reason at all? I had to do something to grow up, at least a little. But what? Drawing always helped me, and I left my room to sneak upstairs to my colored pencils and paper. There I became Ella, the famous artist, destined to travel the globe to various art shows where my work would be displayed for all to see and purchase. With most of my artwork, I let my mind take my hand on the journey. And this time it had me sketching Tyrell's ruggedly attractive face and his almond-shaped eyes. The blue had to be just right. The dark brows, thick eyelashes, and the length of his nose had to be just right too. The sound of an engine rumbled from outside, and I looked out the window to see the four-wheel drive truck the brothers loved to drive going down the ranch driveway. It was almost dark outside, and the taillights took a left at the end of the drive, heading into town. Instinctively, I knew Tyrell was in the truck. I closed the sketch pad and put it in the bottom drawer of the desk before looking for someone to tell me where he'd gone. But I had to ask in a way that didn't hint to the fact that I had a massive crush on the man. Dad was the first one, and I greeted him sweetly. "Hi, Daddy. Where's everybody at?" "Out," he said as he plopped down on one of the big chairs in the media room. "I'm going to watch some television. You want to join me?" "Oh, wait. Your mother said you haven't eaten all day. Get yourself something, then come here and we can watch some old westerns." "Sure." I really didn't want to. "Kyle went out too?" "No, just the Gentrys. He flipped through the channels, searching for the perfect western. He'll tended to only get through about 5 minutes before falling asleep. That's what always happened when my dad sat still for a few minutes. The watering hole called their names, is what Jasper told me before they left. All of them went. I felt my blood getting hot thinking about Tyrell going back to that place. Yep. He ended his search on a John Wayne flick. Now get yourself something to eat. You can't go to bed on an empty stomach. I left the room, stomping not to the kitchen but to my bedroom. Throwing myself on the bed face first, I cried. I could have spent the day with Tyrell again, but I got so mad at not going through the exam to get on birth control that I'd missed out. There he was, going to get drunk and end up dancing with random women of ill repute. He might even sleep with one of them. Somewhere inside of me, I knew we would have spent the day together if I'd just been nice to him. He might not have left with his brothers and stayed right here with me. We might have gone to the theater room to watch a movie together. We might have even held hands or even made out. I had to ruin everything by being a big infant. Why couldn't I act my age? Why did I have to be so juvenile? I could blame my family for treating me like a baby my whole life. And so that's what I did. I stormed out of my room and saw my mother and sister sitting on the couch. "Why'd you do it?" Mom looked taken aback. "Why'd I do what?" "Not just you, Mom. All of you." I threw my hands up in the air. "I'm adolescent. I've never acted my age. And it's all you guys' fault. Daddy never let me help him the way Kyle and Darlene do. Mom, you only gave me work because I'm your kid and you felt like I couldn't get a job elsewhere." "Not true," Mom said defiantly. "Ella, you have the job because you know what I expect out of a maid. You have an eye for spotting what needs to be cleaned. Most of the time. I've got an eye, Mom, because I look at things and draw them. You didn't know that?" I asked her accusingly. Darlene got up and took me by the shoulders. "My doll, Ella. Go to the medicine cabinet and get a handful. You're obviously PMsing." "I'm not." I shook her hands off me. "I'm having a mental breakdown and you aren't helping me." I stormed back to my room, slamming the door behind me. Turning around, I saw my reflection in the mirror above my vanity. My hair was in 2 braids, I wore no makeup, and my eyes were red from crying. I had enough. No matter how much I'd been babied in my life, no one had held me back. I couldn't blame a soul except myself. I've always been a loner. I pushed people away for various reasons. But I didn't want to do that anymore. I wanted to be like everyone else. Average. Slowly, I looked at my closed closet door and walked to it. Opening it, I found my best cowboy boots, my newest pair of blue jeans, and the most enticing shirt I had. Sure, it wasn't too sensual, but it had buttons that can be undone at the top. I showered, washed and dried my hair, then styled it, making it curl around my face. Pulling on the tight jeans, I put on the maroon chenille button-down sweater, tying it at my waist, and leaving the top 4 buttons undone so my cleavage showed. I found the silver hoop earrings Darlene gave me for my 18th birthday, and added them to my accoutrements. Then I put on a necklace, the silver cross with diamonds. I felt almost ready to go out. But then a quick look at my fingernails, which hadn't been painted in forever, had me grabbing the burgundy nail polish my sister kept in the bathroom. With them painted shiny cherry, I was now ready to go. I left a note on my bed saying, "I've gone to the watering hole." That way, if anything terrible happened, at least they'd know where I had gone. Just because I was growing up a bit, I wasn't about to stop being responsible. It was 9:30. I made it out of the house without anyone seeing me, as everyone had gone to sleep already. I went to the garage. The keys to all the cars and trucks hung in a lockbox on the wall. Scanning the many automobiles, I took the keys to the yellow Corvette. If I was going for it, go all the way. If Tyrell didn't notice me, someone would for certain.
Tyrell.
With the third tequila shooter down, I sat back in the chair and let out a holler that made me feel lighter. Dark, dank, and smelling of booze, the place matched my soul at the time. "You want me to get another round, Tyrell?" Cash asked as he eyed the attractive barmaid. "Are you trying to get me drunk?" I laughed, picking up my mug of beer. "I have this for now, you know." "Yeah, but having another shooter in front of you, in case you start on another tangent about Ella and how she's such a pain in the ass, might be helpful." He got up, walking to the bar without me even saying anything to him. I looked at Jasper. "Cash has been here almost every night." He jerked his head in the direction of the bar. "Looks like he's got the hots for that bartender, Bobby Joe. Her mom works at the feed store, and Cash bent her ear bit good, asking about her daughter. That's the genuine motive behind us going to the feed store today. Bobby Joe told Cash her mom works there. What she hadn't told him, and her mama did, was her dad is the sheriff here." I looked at the blonde, petite, pretty female, and then the door opened, and a woman who looked exactly like her walked in. "Whoa, would you look at that?" Jasper whistled. Cash told me she had a twin sister. But from what he said, Betty Sue had nothing on Bobby Joe. They look identical to me. "Me too." I smiled at him. "Go say hello. Introduce yourself." "Why don't you do that?" he asked, then took a sip of his beer. "Oh yeah. I forgot. You're all starry-eyed over Ella." Kicking him under the table, I saw the door open again, and this time Jasper's eyes bulged out of his head. "What?" I asked. Jasper's eyes were glued onto the leggy redhead. "Doesn't she look a lot like Tiffany McKee from back home, Tyrell? The girl you dated in high school? That was a long time ago." "Yep." He couldn't pull his eyes off her. "It's been 7 years since I've seen her, but I could swear that's her." The woman scanned the room, then her eyes landed on Jasper, and a smile broke out over her red lips. She came right up to our table. "Jasper Gentry, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Jasper got up and took her into his arms. "It sure has, Tiff." They moved off to another table, leaving me alone with my beer. Shortly afterward, a blonde sat down in the chair Jasper left empty. With my brothers entertained, I figured I might as well enjoy, or try to anyway, the young woman's company. "Hi, I'm Felicity." "Tyrell." She had nothing to drink, so I waved the waitress over. "Can you fix the lady up, please?" Felicity smiled. "Thanks. I'll have a gin and juice." "Another beer for me." I put the half-empty mug down to give my attention to the lass who had enough guts to sit at my table. "So Felicity, what do you?" "Work for the local newspaper, the Carthage Chronicle." "And you are Tyrell Gentry." She took her cell out and pushed it toward me. "If I could get your number, that would be great. I'm not sure I like talking to you yet. How about we chat for a while first?" I picked up the beer and took another sip. Dragging her cell back across the table, she frowned. "Okay. It's just that your story is worth telling. And I'd like to be the one to tell it. I'm not interested in becoming Carthage's newest celebrity, Felicity. But thanks anyway." I took another drink of the beer as I watched Cash flirting with the barmaid. Her sister looked on with interest too. Being that I was sitting with the town reporter, I asked, "What do you know about the twins up there?" Ah, the Baker twins, she said with a smile. They're as different as night and day. The one behind the bar is actually very good. Her sister, though, well, she's far from it. Your brother better watch out for her. Betty Sue has been known to impersonate her sister on more than one occasion. It's gotten her into trouble at times. She was good. How do you know that's my brother? Are you kidding? The waitress brought our drinks and placed them in front of us. Thank you, Sarah. You know everyone, don't you? I asked. She nodded. Born and raised here. And you were born and raised in Dallas. Your father left town with Lila Stevens, whom he'd eloped with before coming back to tell his father to screw off. What do you know about Ella Finley? Since the town gossip was sitting with me, I might as well find out everything about Ella. Ella Finley works as a maid at Whisper Ranch. She recently turned 21. She's never been spotted with any man or woman, so one can't assume she's a lesbian. She is quiet and keeps to herself. Felicity leaned forward to whisper the next part. She's never had a friend in her life, Tyrell. Ella's tough to get along with. I know. I finished my beer, then went to work on the new one. Something about her intrigues me. Shrugging, she got up. I'm meeting someone. I better get to my own table, so he doesn't get pissed. If you want to let me in on your story, you can find me at the publishing company most workdays. Just stop by. Don't hold your breath. It was nice meeting you, Felicity. I nodded as she left. Jasper came back, taking his seat again. Did you two reconnect? Kind of, not nearly enough. Jasper looked over his shoulder as Tiffany went out the door. I noticed Felicity came to talk to you. She's prying for our story. Cash and I both told her it's not quite the story she thinks. Plus, we don't want to be front-page news in our new town. Me neither. I watched the door open again, and some hot brunette came walking in, swaying her hips. Who's that? Jasper turned to see who I was talking about, and did a double take. Nah. It can't be. She almost looks like. I squinted to try to see better. Ella? Jasper said in a hushed whisper. It's Ella Tyrell. No way. Getting up, I made my way to where she'd taken a seat at the bar, but stopped when I saw Cash talking to her. When he looked back at me, but she kept looking ahead, it was in his eyes. It was Ella. What in the hell? I went back to sit down with Jasper. What is she doing? Jasper moved his chair around so he could observe. This ought to be interesting. Ella Finley at a local dive. The barmaid put a shot glass in front of her and filled it with whiskey. She isn't going to drink that. It'll come right back out of her mouth. Cash looked back at us as Ella picked the glass up and took it all at once. He looked as stunned as I when she put the empty glass down on the bar, then nodded. The glass was filled again, and I shook my head at Cash, who merely shrugged as Ella downed that one too. She's old enough to drink, Tyrell, Jasper alleged as he put his beer mug to his lips. But she's not a drinker, Jasper. She's making rookie mistakes right there. My eyes went to the door as some guy walked in, and his eyes went right to Ella. He walked over and took the empty bar stool next to her. He uttered something to her, and she seemed to be talking back. Then he held up 2 fingers, and the barmaid put 2 beers in front of them both. He extended his arm, which Ella accepted, then they took their drinks and went to sit at a small table, sitting so close their legs touched. Jasper looked at me with a grin. Would you look at that? I could barely see through the fury that filled my vision. What the hell does she think she's doing? It looks like she's trying to act ordinary for a change. Jasper took another drink as he turned his chair around. Boring. Watching Ella was anything but boring. I was infuriated. She'd been so mean to me, and here she was talking it up with some strange dude. And she was all dolled up too. She even knew how to put on makeup and curl her hair. She's got work tomorrow, maybe I should go over and remind her. I picked up my beer and started to get up, when Ella stood and went back to the bar alone. Or, I'll sit back and see if she's going to do the right thing on her own. I watched her take the seat she'd left, and she ordered another shot. That's way too much for her. Jasper laughed. Relax, Tyrell. We're right here. We won't let her drive home drunk. Maybe she took a cab. Taking advantage of her back to me, I got up to go out to see if she drove one of the cars to the bar. Peeking out the window, the yellow Corvette was parked right up front. When I went back to sit down with Jasper, I let him in on the scoop. Seems she took the Corvette. Jasper's expression was one of astonishment. She drove it here. That's what it looks like. When Ella went rogue, she pulled out all the stops. After downing the third shot, she held up her finger, and I saw the guy she left at the table stand up and come behind her. His hands on her shoulders had me just about to get up. Then he leaned down, his lips touched the side of her face, and she quickly turned around. Then he put his arms around her, and she put her hands against his chest. It's hard to say what happened after that. A chair hit the floor as I rushed across the room. The guy went flying, and Ella was thrown over my shoulder. Her tiny fists hit my back as I carried her out to the Corvette. Tossing her into the passenger side, I took her purse to get the key fob. Tyrell, she screamed, then leaned out to puke as I backed away. I let her get it all out before helping her lie back in the passenger seat, then buckled her seatbelt and drove us home. Her head lolled back and forth as she'd passed out. Even passed out drunk, she was still gorgeous. What am I going to do about her?
Ella.
Quiet snoring sounds met my ears as I woke up. My mouth felt as if cotton balls had been shoved into it. My head felt like someone hammered on it, and my eyes burned when I opened them. Quickly I closed them back up. What did I do last night? Nothing was coming back to me, so it might be just a cold. Running my hands down my body, I found my shirt and jeans were still on. What's going on? I sat up, opened my eyes even though they stung like crazy, and that's when I saw a large lump on the floor of a bedroom that wasn't mine. Shit. I reached up to my hair to find it a tangled mess. Where am I? The room was still dark. Why am I anywhere other than my own bedroom? A pounding headache made it difficult to process. But then a scent drifted through the air that seemed familiar. Tyrell. Looking closer in the dark room, I saw nightstands on each side of a large bed. The blanket was azure, soft, and the same kind as Tyrell had on his bed. Looking to the left, I saw a darker spot in the room where the bathroom door was left open. I was in Tyrell's bedroom. But why? Moving my hands over the sweater I wore, I felt the chenille fabric and had the slightest recollection of putting it on. I tied it at the waist, but it hung loose and untucked. When I moved my hand up the row of buttons, all were buttoned up, all the way to the top. I left the top few undone. So unlike me. Then it hit me all at once. I went to that bar I was sure Tyrell would be at and had some shots, something new for me. Oh gosh. I took the Corvette too. How did I get home in an apparent drunken state? After never messing up even once, I'd gone and jumped off the deep end and would soon find that I'd drowned. Climbing out of the bed as quietly as possible, I tiptoed to the door to make my escape before Tyrell woke up. Will I get a lecture? Or worse? Had I done something with the guy that I was completely unaware of? But he was sleeping on the floor. And my clothes were still on. All that was missing were my boots that I couldn't find. I would have to get them later. For now, I had to get back to my bedroom before my parents woke up. Moving like a ghost, I left the room, closing the door gently behind me, and then hurrying downstairs. I had no idea where my purse was, my cell was in it, so that was lost too. For all I knew, my boots were lost as well. I am never drinking again. When I got to the door to our quarters, I heard my father and brother talking on the other side of it. Instead of going in to explain myself, I hid in the room across the hall. It took them forever to leave. I forgot that they begin their day at 4 each morning. Mom would be getting up in an hour, and I am expected to begin the housework by 9. I so didn't feel like working. I needed sleep and lots of it. After Dad and Kyle got far enough away, I slipped out of my hiding spot and went into our quarters, then to my room, where I closed and locked the door behind me. Stripping out of the tight blue jeans and chenille sweater, I got rid of my underwear, then climbed into bed. After a few hours of sleep, hopefully, I'd feel better. It took no time to fall back to sleep. When I woke up, it was to the sound of pounding on the door. "Ella. What the hell's going on?" Mom hollered. "Huh." I sat up, bleary-eyed, and felt a sharp pain going through my head. "Ow." "Ella," she called out again. "What's wrong?" "It's 10 o'clock. Didn't you hear the alarm go off on your cell?" Moving slowly out of bed, I felt nauseous. "Mom, I'm not feeling well. I'll be there in a bit." I headed to the bathroom. I've caught a bug or something. I might need to throw up. I heard the door handle wiggling. "Let me in, Ella." With not a stitch on, I looked around the room, then saw a t-shirt tossed on the floor. Intending to pick it up and put it on, I leaned for it and got so dizzy that I fell over. "Ow." "Ella, what's going on?" she asked. "Let me in." When I got up, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror over my dresser and saw makeup smeared all over my face. Shit. "Ella?" "Mom, I'm going to take a shower, then I'll get to work, okay?" She can't see me looking like that. She'd be made of questions if she saw the state I was in. "Well, okay. Come find me once you get cleaned up and ready. I'll be in my office doing payroll." I heard her walk away and then slunk to the bathroom, still feeling hideous. The hot water washed away all the makeup caked on my face. I cleaned my hair, and that made me feel a bit more alive. But I had Tyrell to face, and that wasn't good at all. I put on sweatpants and a t-shirt to do the cleaning. I wasn't up to doing much, but I had to try to do what I could. Before getting down to work though, I should find my purse. Figuring I left it in the Corvette, I snuck out to the garage and saw it parked right where it belonged. The keys were in the lockbox on the wall, so I took them to unlock the car. But once inside, it wasn't there. That meant Tyrell had most likely taken it into his bedroom. Why had he done that? It was 11 o'clock. He should be awake and most likely out of his room by now. Heading up there to track down my things, I knocked nonchalantly on his door. "Tyrell. Are you in there?" Not hearing anything, I opened the door and went inside. The blanket he'd been laying under still lay on the floor. The bed was still a mess. Now that it was drenched in sunlight, I saw my boots on the floor by the dresser, and my purse was on top of it. Grabbing my things, I turned to leave the room when the door opened. "Hey you." My eyes closed as awkwardness made my entire body flush. "Hey. You look better considering your state." I didn't turn around, but his voice was moving toward me. "I still feel like hell." Finally, I turned around to find him wearing only a towel around his waist. "Oh gosh." I closed my eyes. "Sorry. I just wanted to see if my things were here. I didn't think you were even here. I'll leave you alone so you can get dressed." "Really?" He chuckled, as if I was being silly. "After what you did last night? You still feel uncomfortable with me?" What was he talking about? I opened my eyes to look at him. "What happened last night? What do you recall?" He walked over to his closet, then stepped inside and closed the door. The thought of him dropping the towel and buck naked looking for something to put on. Not a lot. I remember driving to the bar, getting out and going inside. Cash was there. I had a drink and then, well, then I don't know what else. "So you were drunk after that first shot then?" I suspected as much. "You had a few more shots and a beer too." He didn't seem upset about the Corvette, but I had to know what he thought about me driving it home while I was drunk. "So you're not pissed about me taking the car?" "I'm not thrilled," he said, then came out of the dressing room with jeans and a button-down shirt on. His feet were still bare and they looked fine. Not many people had nice-looking feet, but Tyrell did. "But you had no problem letting me drive it back here." "You had no problems at all, Ella." Staggering back to the bed, I sat on it, as my mind raced with what else I let him do. You don't mean we. He walked right up to me, put his hands on my shoulders as he looked me in the eyes and said, Ella, you don't remember a thing we did last night? I shook my head slowly. Not a thing. Do you recall talking to a guy at the bar? He asked with a frown. I shook my head again. Did I talk to some guy last night? You sure did. He stood over me, towering and somewhat imposing. And that guy put his hands on you. He was going for a kiss. In the state you were in, it seemed like you might just let him do it. I didn't, did I? I felt sick thinking about my first kiss with some random dude that I can't even remember. No. I wouldn't let you do something like that. He smiled. You're lucky I was there. I wouldn't have been there if he hadn't been there, but he didn't need to know that. Thank you for preventing that, Tyrell. I couldn't remember how he stopped it, but I was appreciative. And what did we do after getting back here? His smile went devious. You don't remember a thing, Ella. Tyrell, please don't tease me. I am appalled. If we, did anything, please tell me. I braced myself for the worst. I was attracted to the man. In an inebriated state with my inhibitions all gone, I was sure at least a kiss happened at some time or another. I should be truthful about everything that went on last night. He took a seat next to me on the bed and put his hand on my thigh, sending chills all through me. Oh God, what have I done?
Tyrell.
Ella and I hadn't done a thing, other than me carrying her up to my room as she passed out. She should be more careful about getting into such a state. What if you'd gone home with that guy at the bar, Ella? She looked at the floor. I wouldn't have done that. If I hadn't been there, you might have gotten yourself into terrible trouble. What would have happened if I hadn't been there? You were out of it, Ella. So inebriated that you didn't wake up when I carried you up here to my bedroom. What if someone else had done that? What do you think would have happened then? Her entire body shuddered. I don't know. You wouldn't have known a thing. You couldn't stop anything from happening. I wanted to be sure she never did anything so reckless again. I took your boots off, I untied your shirt, then buttoned it all the way up, and you had no clue. That could have gone the another way, you know. Someone else might have taken your clothes off, and you would have been at their mercy. Let me tell you, most drunk men have little, if any, compassion. So, we didn't do anything. She couldn't even look at me. I pulled her face to where she had no choice but to look at me. Ella, do you honestly think I would ever take advantage of you, or anyone else for that matter? She shook her head. And I didn't try anything either. You passed out after you threw up. I brushed her hair back off her face. I threw up. She really didn't recall a thing. You did, in the parking lot. You bar-fed it all. Then you promptly passed out and stayed that way. I felt she had learned her lesson. You worried me, Ella. Promise me you'll never drink so foolishly again. Nodding, she whispered, I promise. When I woke up feeling worse than ever, I swore I'd never drink again. You can drink, Ella, just do it responsibly. You were downing shots like a frat boy. I laughed, recalling the way she'd taken the shots. And they knocked you on your butt almost immediately. Now, would you like to tell me why you went to a place you told me wasn't the best choice? Her eyes glazed over as she looked away. I just felt like going out. You came home yesterday in a dreadful mood, I reminded her. That's not really what a person in a bad mood does. What's the real reason? That's it. She got up. I've got to work. It'll take me until midnight to catch up. I could help you. I got up, then went to get my sneakers. The boss helping do the chores is frowned upon. She went to the door. I'm serious, Ella. I want to help you. You must have one bad hangover. I sprinted to catch up to her. I'll clean the toilets. That alone might trigger a barfing session for you. Her hand went to her hip as she pursed her lips. My mother will want to know why you're helping me. Only if she catches me. I smiled, then led the way out of my room. We don't have to let her in on our arrangement, do we? Does she know where you went last night? Or that you took the vet? No one does. The way her face fell made me feel bad. My brothers and I know. And none of us are mad about it. So it's not a big deal. Next time, ask one of us for permission before you take one of the vehicles, please. She hadn't been thinking clearly when she took the car in the first place. Something told me she had a horrible day. I don't have you guys' numbers though. Smirking, she went on, not that I would have called. Things hadn't gone the way I planned yesterday. It made me angry. Mostly at myself. Then I heard you guys went to the bar, and it only made me madder. Walking at her side, I liked the fact she was being so open with me. And why would our going to the bar make you mad, Ella? Her cheeks went pink. It just pointed out to me that I stay home all the time when I could be going out. That's all I meant. It wasn't about you guys. I've been hanging on to my childhood for too long. Not taking the steps most people my age have taken. I can't seem to do things, and when I do them off beam. You need guidance. I opened the linen closet and found the cart she used, then rolled it out. I can help you. She shook her head. No, you can't. Sure I can. Pushing the cart, I led her to the upstairs media room. This room and bathroom need to be cleaned. With my help, you only have to clean the rooms we utilized in the last couple of days. We'll be done in no time. What makes you think I can't help you? You're a guy. You don't know what it's like to be a woman. She opened the door to push the cart through. I know what it means to be a grown-up. Taking the cleaner, I went to the bathroom. You dust and vacuum, and I'll clean up the bathroom while you do that. The mansion has a central vacuum system, you know that, right? She asked. I stopped and turned to look at her. What's that? Handing me a broom and the mop off the cart, she walked in front of me to the bathroom. Pointing at one of the baseboards, she said, "Do you see these small openings around the floor's edge?" Yeah. Funny how I've never noticed them before. I stooped down to take a better look. What are they? Miniature vacuums. Well, not exactly. There's a button in the kitchen, and when it's turned on, the dirt that's swept up against the openings is sucked in. Push the dirt to these holes when you sweep. And you can't mop until I go down and push that button. She left me to my work, and I got to it. After a half hour of intensive cleaning, I didn't want her to think I'd half-assed the job. I went out to find her finishing up the dusting. Done? Well, until you go down and press that button. Smiling, she took the cell she'd taken out of her purse and put into her back pocket. I usually don't do that. Tasha, the chef's assistant, does. Waiting, I watched her make the call. Why didn't she say that in the first place? Ella was a complex individual. Helping with her labor, along with what I'd done for her the night before, would hopefully get her to see me as an ally. More than anything else, I wanted to be Ella's first real friend. That she was known for not having friends made me feel bad. Not that she'd want me to feel that way, but I couldn't help it. She had her sister, but they didn't seem to be that close. Everyone needs someone to confide in, and Ella didn't seem to have anyone. Ending the call, she tossed me another spray bottle. You can mop now. Just spritz the floor with this, then mop it. After that, we can clean the next room. Later, after cleaning everything, I bumped my shoulder against hers as I put the cart back into the closet. How about I take you out for a greasy burger and some fries? She put her hand on her stomach. That might make me puke for sure. I still don't feel well. You'd be amazed how much it'll help. I closed the door, then took her by the hand. You gave me chicken soup when I had a hangover. Let me show you what my usual remedy is. I don't know. She hesitated as she looked at our clasped hands. What would people think if you and I went to eat together? What do we care? I asked with a grin. Ella, I'm not humiliated to be seen with you. Are you? No. She laughed. Tyrell, you and your brothers are the talk of the town right now. Who knows what people will think if you and I are spotted together? Oh, like when my mom and dad were going out. I asked, pulling her along with me. Yeah, like that. She was the maid here too, remember? And that stirred up all kinds of hullabaloo. She tried to pull her hand out of mine. I held on, not willing to let it go. You're coming with me, Ella. I don't care what anyone thinks. Thinking it best so she didn't start to feel uncomfortable, I added, it's just a late lunch. No one thinks a couple of people grabbing a late lunch is a date of any kind. Is that how that works? She eased up and started coming along. Yes, that's how it works. If you and I were all dressed up and went to some fancy restaurant, then that's considered a date. Pushing the door to the garage open, I asked, can you pick up the keys to the vet? She grabbed them and held them out. Here you go. Nope. You're driving. I wanted her to feel older than she'd allow herself to feel. No way. She jiggled the keys. Come on, take them. You drive. No. I let go of her hand and got into the passenger side. You're driving, Ella. Consider this part of your training as an adult. I said I would help you. Smiling, she got into the driver's seat. It was fun driving this car last night. I thought so too when I drove it back home. Putting on my seatbelt, I prepared myself to not freak out if she made mistakes. How long have you had your license? Since last year. It took me a while before I decided to get it. Looking at me, she wrinkled her nose. I take more time to do things. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't be frightened of doing things you've never done before. By that, I meant all kinds of things. Getting Ella to try new things filled my mind with possibilities. There were so many things she hadn't done, and I wanted as many of those firsts as possible.
Ella.
Was the effects of the hangover? I wasn't being my usual myself as Tyrell and I ate at Dairy King. This is helping. You were right about greasy foods, Tyrell. Who would have ever thought to eat something like this on an upset stomach? Not sure who came up with the idea, but fatty foods have an incredible effect on stomach acid. He took a big bite of his burger, and some oil actually dribbled out the bottom. Yuck, I said, then took another bite of mine. It looks yucky, but it's so yummy. He nodded knowingly, then wrapped his lips around the straw sticking out of the bottle of Dr. Pepper. Sucking down half of the cold drink, he ended with, "Ah. Nothing like a nice cold DP, is there?" It's my favorite too. Taking a drink, I realized I've never gone out with anyone other than members of my family. Seems we have similar tastes. Indeed. His eyes moved to watch the person who just entered. When I turned to look over my shoulder, I saw the tall redhead walking in, and I immediately felt heat run through me. It was envy. She's pretty. I tried not to glare when I looked back at him. She's Jasper's old high school girlfriend. He smiled. What's that in your eyes, Ella? Blinking, what he was talking about. Is there something in my eyes? He laughed. They actually sparkle when you get irate. Did you know that? It's uncanny how your eyes convey that sentiment. You must have thought I was checking Tiffany out. My heart raced. Am I that transparent? No. Not at all. Why would I care if you check out some girl? Yeah, sure. He laughed as I blushed. And why would I knock some guy to the ground when he tried to kiss you? Taken aback, I sat there looking at him. You did what? When I saw that guy put his hands on you last night, I kind of lost my marbles. The way he smiled all crooked made me jittery inside. Everything after that point was a blur. He went down, I threw you over my shoulder like Tarzan, and out to the car we went. Gulping, I asked, why'd you do all that, Tyrell? He took another bite of his burger and shrugged his broad shoulders. I had to look away as a flush heated my body up. I knew why he'd acted that way, and he knew why as well. Sitting there, realizing he could have violated me while I was passed out, yet he didn't. He appreciated me. That had to be it. Tyrell just respected me. It wasn't that he liked me. Not like that. Not having made any friends had me processing things differently. Tyrell was 5 years older. He was all man, and no way in hell he'd be interested in a fool like myself. He was being nice to me because he liked me as a friend. Stop thinking it is anything other than that, or I'll become a bigger schmuck than I've demonstrated already. Suddenly, the redhead was unexpectedly standing beside our table. Hi, Tyrell. I didn't get a chance to say hello last night. Jasper filled me in on what you guys are doing in Carthage.
And why are you here, Tiffany?
Tyrell asked. My parents bought this fine establishment. Her green eyes came to mine. Hi, I'm Tiffany McKee. I didn't know what to say at first, then I opened my mouth and declared, I'm Ella Finley, their maid. She's more than that. Tyrell reached across the table and put his hand over mine. She's our good friend too. Is that right? She asked, crossing her arms over her ample chest. It's nice to meet you, Ella. We'll probably see each other now and then since Jasper's in town now. Tyrell slid his hand off mine as he asked, you two will try things out again. Oh no. No, she protested a bit too much. I have a kid now. You know, responsibilities and such. I can't bring Jasper into my chaos. But we're good friends. Bring your kid out to the estate, Tyrell offered. What child doesn't like horses, dogs, and tons of room to run? My kid. Tiffany looked over her shoulder as another customer walked in. I have to get to work. Mom and Dad took off already. It was nice to see you, Tyrell, and to meet you, Ella. We both watched her as she hurried away. Why doesn't she want to bring her kid out to the property? Tyrell looked at me with a knowing expression. Probably 'cause the kid's hyperactive. Her little brother Beau was like that. It might be the case here as well. To be sure she didn't overhear me, I whispered, looks like Jasper dodged a bullet then, huh? Tyrell's laugh was so deep and attractive, it made my insides ache in a way only he could. He may have. They were so in love back then. He probably won't give up on her since he knows she's here. He's willful that way. Like Cash? I asked. He's gone to that bar every night. But last night, seeing him with that bartender told me why. His eyes narrowed, his lip twitched. You've been noticing when Cash goes out. Cash left about the same time I was in my drawing room. The car lights beamed on the ceiling up there. But Tyrell shouldn't know the lame way I spend my free time. I've noticed him leaving, yes. Why's that? His eyes flickered. That's interesting. I'm just near a window when he goes is all. Deep in his eyes, it looked as if he was exhibiting a bit of jealousy. I don't like him like that, Tyrell. He jerked his head to one side. I never claimed you did. Okay. Things had gone in a weird direction, so we should halt it. Do you think ice cream would be okay to eat? Yeah, I do. He got up and took our empty food baskets, then went to the counter. I got up and tossed my empty cup in the trash, then went to stand next to him. I like strawberry ice cream. Noted. He sighed, then looked down at me. Would you like to take a walk while we eat our cones? A stroll. Now. Okay. Maybe he just wanted to walk off the junk food. The man kept himself in tip-top shape. Long walks after scarfing down fast food had to be something he's always done. Tiffany came to take his order. Would you guys want something else? A couple of cones would be great. One vanilla and one strawberry. He looked at me. One scoop. Nodding my answer, I quietly stood at his side. This was probably how a date ensues. And a great one. Although many would think it lame, to me, simple things were better than fancy ones. Burgers, fries, and then ice cream sounded better than dining on lobster at some expensive restaurant. Tiffany handed us the cones. Enjoy the walk and the ice cream. It's on the house. Thanks, Tiff, Tyrell said, then gave his a lick. Yeah, thank you, I said as I gave mine a lick too. Yummy. It tastes homemade. That's because it is. She smiled and waved as we turned to leave. Bye now. Come back again, ya hear? We will, Tyrell let her know. This is the best ice cream I've ever tasted. They don't call us Dairy King for nothing, she shouted as we walked out the door. A small park was only a short walk away. Kids played on the playground, laughing and screaming. Birds chirped, and the sound of cars driving slowly around the streets made the place seem charming. I never thought of my hometown as charming before. Not until I walked around it with Tyrell Gentry. Through the park we strolled, then down to Main Street where we looked in the windows of the various shops. Antiques, Tyrell said. I've never gotten why people want to buy old things. Me neither. My granny has what she calls her collectibles. They look worn out, yellowing. She's told me I stand to inherit a good amount of those breakables. I've never told her how little interest her age stuff gives me. Well, I'm not talking about family heirlooms, just stuff that other people held onto for longer than they should have. He finished off his ice cream and tossed the napkin in a nearby trash can.
Keep whatever your grandmother has given you, Ella.
Take it from someone who's never known a single grandparent. You'll want something to remember her by. You have the manner to remember your grandparents by, I remarked, then took the last bite of my cone. Since I never met them, the luxury of remembering them is spent. He stopped and looked inside the next store window. Clowns. Who would have a store that only sells clowns? A sadist? Shivering, I looked at the painted faces in the window. An old woman moved around behind them, scaring the crap out of me. I jerked and screamed, then Tyrell took my hand and off we ran. We didn't stop until we made it to the end of the block and down an alley. When we at last stopped running, he didn't let my hand go. Instead, he held it as we caught our breaths. The alley was dark and empty. It seemed we were absolutely alone. He ran his free hand through my hair. Have I told you how pretty you are? My heart felt as if it was in my throat as I shook my head. Gulping, I tried hard not to tremble. He shouldn't know what was happening to me. I like it when we get along like this. His hand squeezed mine. I like it when you talk to me. I feel like your ally, Ella. Do you feel like we're friends too? Friends?
Tyrell.
What happened to Ella's good mood? Something warped it. Can you take me home now? Ella, I asked if you think we can be friends, I said, holding tightly to her hand. And now you want me to take you home. She nodded. Please. Maybe her stomach was acting up. Pulling her along with me, we walked back to the Dairy King parking lot. She yanked her hand out of mine. Okay. When we got to the car, she tossed the key fob up in air at me as she walked past me. You drive. Not about to argue, I got in the driver's seat and we drove home in silence. Even the radio was so low, the lyrics of any of the songs that came on were inaudible. Finally, I pulled into the garage and she got out without saying a word. I sat there for a few minutes, going over the exact words I said and if they offended her somehow. After reviewing them all in my mind, there was nothing that should have upset her. It must be her stomach. Getting out of the car, I went back inside and hoped she'd feel better and come to the media room we hung out in. But she never came, and I eventually got tired of waiting. As a result, I went to her family's quarters. That is what a friend would do after all. A quick knock and Mrs. Finley said, "Come in." Opening the door, I went inside. "Hi, Mrs. Finley. Is Ella here?" "She's in her room." She directed her head at the hallway behind her. "Third door on the left." "Thanks." I headed back to knock on her door. "Ella, it's Tyrell. Can I come in?" "Ah," she huffed. "Why?" "I just want to see how you're feeling is all." I bit my lip, trying not to yell at her about being rude. "It's not locked," she told me. Opening the door, she was laying on her stomach on her twin-sized bed. "Are you feeling better now?" "I'm fine." She kept her eyes on her phone screen. "I'm playing a game. Would you like to watch a movie with me?" I felt a little odd asking her, as she obviously wanted to be left alone. Not in the mood. She swiped the screen. Damn, lost again. Taking the phone out of her hands, I got on my knees in front of her. Good. Let's do something. Don't sit here all alone. I like to be alone. She took her phone back out of my hand. What to say? It was apparent why she hadn't had any close friends. Why am I spending so much time trying to be one to her? So, you don't want to be friends with me? Her eyes fixed on the screen once more, she said, friends are great until you want to spend time on your own and they won't let you. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I wanted to say so much more, but knew it would only cause a fight. At least can you say something nice about today? She finally looked at me. Oh yeah. Thanks for taking care of me last night. That was nice of you. And thanks for helping me clean today, and taking me for the burger, etc. Anything else? Did I miss anything else? Sarcasm laced her last few words. You know what? That shit isn't necessary, Ella. Being patient is not in the cards for me. Why do I even try? Me neither. She pulled herself up to sit Indian style, the phone in her hands still playing the darn game. You're not only immature, you're a jackass to boot. Has anyone ever told you that before? I turned to leave her room. No, Tyrell, she snapped. No one has ever told me that. I have no friends. There it was. She didn't have friends. Even though I had many clues as to why, it still upset me that she was alone most of the time. So I turned around, giving her another chance. Ella, I want to be your friend. I really do. Can you stop acting this way? It seems you're afraid things won't work out and our time together will end. It won't. I promise you. Tossing the phone to the end of the bed, she looked down. When I was 5, I went to the first day of kindergarten. Lacey was sitting in the chair across from mine. We were desk mates. She and I were friends. We said we'd always be friends. Guess what? We weren't always friends. Do you want to know why? Nodding, I truly did. Please. Lifting her head, she looked me square in the eyes. She kicked the bucket. Shock ran through me. No. Nodding, tears in her eyes, she went on. She didn't show up for school one day. That turned into a week. The teacher told us that my first friend passed away. Our parents were called to take us from school as we all were upset. On the way home, my mom had the car radio blaring and a news report came on. That's when I heard the real story. My friend, Lacey Peters, was drowned by her very own mother in the bathtub at her home. If that doesn't make you see why I don't believe in humanity, then I don't know how else to make you understand why I don't want to have friends. I had no idea, Ella. That's terrible. Slowly I moved toward her, opening my arms for her. Come here. Let me hold you. This time there were no tears in her eyes, only a glare that confirmed she didn't want to be held. No. I don't want to rely on anyone for comfort. I got through that by myself. I can get through anything by myself. What to do or say? Ella? Can you leave now? She asked in a hushed whisper. Nodding, I did as she'd asked. Going to the living room, I softly asked her mother, did Ella really have a friend in kindergarten who was killed by her mother? She might be messing with my head. Oh Lord, yes, Mrs. Finley confirmed. It was awful. She told you about that. Nodding, I shuddered. She did. Just now. Wow, she whispered. Ella hasn't discussed that with anyone in ages. We took her to see a therapist when it happened. Ella was inconsolable, and we had to do something. She wanted to put that friendship out of her mind. Anytime anyone asked how she was doing, she'd snap that she just wanted to forget it all. So, we eventually learned not to bring it up at all. Why did she bring it up to you? I was trying to be her friend, I suppose. I shoved my hands into my pockets. She has no close friends. It made me feel awful. Her mother nodded. She's a loner, Tyrell. Always has been. I knew better than that. She wanted friends at one time. She just believed that pain came along with having friends, and apparently she wanted no part of that. "I'll get out of your way, Mrs. Finley. Have a nice evening." I walked to the door. "Tyrell, it's nice you to want to be her friend. I'm afraid she'll end up making you dislike her, though. She pushes people away. Even us at times." With her sigh punctuating that last statement, I left her. How lonely an existence did Ella have? She must have felt miserable most of the time. I made my way to the room she drew in. Looking at the drawings on the wall, I saw the detail in them. Going to the desk, I pulled open the top drawer and found a sketch pad inside. Opening it, I found picture after picture of the same little girl. The girl was probably Lacey. She hadn't ever forgotten her. For not wanting to think about her, it seemed she thought about her more than anyone knew. I put the pad back exactly as I found it and left the room. Maybe it wasn't right to snoop. Maybe I shouldn't hurt over her. But it wasn't as if I could help my feelings. Because of what scarred her when she was just a little girl, Ella didn't want to grow up, not entirely. Maybe she wanted to stay a little girl, because Lacey remained one. For whatever reasons, I couldn't give up on her now. Not now that I knew what the problem was. Maybe trying to be Ella's friend wasn't the right thing. In her mind she had one, just one. She didn't want another. After all, Lacey didn't have the privilege of having another friend, so why should Ella? When I got to my bedroom, I desperately wanted to talk to someone about my discovery. But I knew Ella wouldn't want me to tell a soul about what she told me. I should hold on to that information and deal with it on my own, the same way she had for all those years. I thought about Ella before the ghastly murder, a sweet little girl full of mirth and joy. She had loved with all her heart and had no shred of the current attitude. Just because someone has cracks in their heart doesn't mean they can't be mended. Ella didn't need another friend. Ella needed to feel loved. She needed to feel special to someone. Could I make her feel that way? Loved and special. Would she let it happen? Should I? I'd never even tried to make anyone feel cherished before. No one mattered that much to me. Ella is as important to me, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly why. Her delight meant something. I wanted to see her happy and stay that way for a long time. Would it be a waste of energy to try? Would it end up hurting me? It's not manly to not do something just because one might get hurt. No, I'm not the type of guy who turns away from something just because there is some pain. I could show Ella there's more out there than just grief. Even if it slayed me, I'd show her.
Ella.
I couldn't sleep that night. What I said to Tyrell stayed on my mind. I hadn't spoken about Lacey in years. She never left my mind for long, but I didn't talk about her. It upset me too much. After her loss, for years I had nightmares about her and the way she passed. It tore me apart that her own mother held her under the water until she stopped fighting for her life. I couldn't imagine the panic and fright Lacey had gone through. Worse, I found myself not trusting my own family as much as I had before. Somewhere inside me, I thought no one could be fully trusted, not when a mother could kill her own child so brutally. It sometimes helped to go up to draw pictures of my old friend. So I got out of bed, wrapped a robe around me and went upstairs to see if that would help. I had a notebook with my portraits of Lacey in the desk. Taking it out, I ran my hand over the cover before opening it up to find Lacey's big brown eyes staring at me. "Hi there, Lacey. It's nice to see you again. I hope you've been doing well." Taking the sketchbook with me, I went to sit by the window. The full moon lit up the night sky, and I used only its light to draw that night. Flipping through the pages, I looked at each picture that I had penciled of my best friend who still plagued my dreams at times. Why'd she do it? Why would anyone do that to anyone, much less their own daughter? There were no answers to my questions. I asked my therapist time and time again why this had to happen, and she had no clue. Some things were not meant to understand, but the age-old answer didn't cut it for me. So I didn't comprehend most things after that. I didn't identify with the other children in my class and how they could go on and play as if nothing had ever happened. Or how they all bonded and made long-lasting friendships when at any minute it could be torn away. Didn't they have a sense of self-preservation? Didn't they worry about feeling the terrible pain that came with losing a friend? Or am I the only one who felt that way? Growing up, I learned it was pretty much just me indeed. Others gave their lives to chance. Not me though. Being alone was much safer than pretending friends are for a lifetime. I didn't need anyone anyway. But I had had a blast with Tyrell today. And he helped me get my work done when I felt so out of it. He also saved me from making a mistake of enormous proportions the night before. Tyrell is a good man. Why waste time on me? Well, I definitely put him off sufficiently. If I ever fell for that man, it would surely devastate me if anything happened to him. Taking the pencil out of the holder, I laid the tip on a blank page as my mind only conjured his face instead of Lacey's. For a long time, I just sat there with the pencil poised to draw, but I couldn't make a single mark. Finally, I put the pad down and got up to get a different one. Going to the bottom drawer, I took out the other pad where I'd drawn a picture of Tyrell. Looking at his handsome face, I sighed, then filled in more of his features to finish out the picture. What is it about you, Tyrell Gentry? Why do you make my heart beat so hard? Why do you care about me? I drew one of his ears, then the hair that grew over it. Dark and thick, shiny and silky, I continued until I had his whole head done. Why are you so darn gorgeous? Putting the sketch pad down, I looked outside at the moon. A set of headlights turned up the drive and a truck pulled up. Cash didn't park it in the garage this time. He stopped in front of the house, and when he got out, he went around and opened the passenger door. A feminine silhouette stepped out, and the two walked inside. It was probably the bartender he'd been after. The thought of people having intercourse in the manner made my heart pound for mysterious reasons. And his bedroom was just down the hall from where I was. Tyrell's room was steps away too. What would Tyrell do if I slipped into his room? Into his bed? Would he tell me to get the heck out? Or would he pull me into his arms, kiss me, and tell me he was glad I visited? I'll never know. I'm not the type of person who'd do such a thing. Then it dawned on me that it wasn't because of morals. I secluded myself because of fear. I've been lying to myself for years, convinced that I had higher standards than others. That was why I kept to myself and never even held hands with a guy. But it was all a lie. I'd done it out of fear, and not even a bit out of principle. After Cash and the woman giggled up the hallway, after the sound of his bedroom door closing, I left the drawing room to return to my own bedroom for the evening. Padding down the hall in my bare feet, I stopped at Tyrell's door. He was inside, sleeping, maybe even dreaming. I put my ear to the door to listen, hoping to hear him breathing. "Yeah, baby," came his deep voice. "Yes, I do love you. Come on now, stop making me chase you." Jerking my head back, I couldn't believe what I'd heard. Tyrell must have been on the phone with some girl who he said he loved. Bolting away, I ran until I reached my bedroom, then closed and locked the door. My heart felt as if it was breaking into a million pieces. I buried my face in the pillow and screamed with anger. Why did you make me think you liked me? Why did you want to be my friend if you love someone else, Tyrell Gentry? I barely slept a wink that night. The next day I moved at a snail's pace and noticed Tyrell wasn't around. He even missed breakfast. Not that I had eaten either. I just passed by the brunch room to see if he was in there. The other two brothers didn't make it to breakfast either, a little odd since they all made it all the other mornings. As noon came around, the Gentrys were still gone. I finished cleaning the upstairs and was about to begin working on the downstairs area when the doorbell rang. Going to answer it, a man was standing there with a large bouquet of red roses in his hand. "Hello," I greeted him. "Can I help you?" "I'm looking for Ella Finley." His words surprised me. "That's me." I shook my head. "But those can't be for me." "These are for you, and there's a note too." He handed me the flowers and the note. Have a fantastic day, Miss Finley. Thanks. Who would have sent me flowers for no reason whatsoever? It wasn't my birthday or anything like that. Not that my family ever sent me flowers on that occasion anyhow. I went to the kitchen to find a vase. Placing them on the bar, I got a funny look from Todd when he came out of the pantry. Flowers. Nodding as I opened the envelope, I clued him in. They're for me. Who would send me flowers? As I pulled out the miniature card, I gasped. No. My sister walked through the rear entrance, her eyes as big as saucers. Whoa, who got those beauties? Todd bursted, Ella. But she's yet to tell us who they're from. So? Darlene asked who sent them. I picked up the roses, then promptly shoved them into the trash can. Some jackass. I tossed the note in too and turned to walk away. Leaving the kitchen, I stormed to my bedroom, trying not to cry. Why did Tyrell send me flowers when he was telling some other girl that he loved her? It was infuriating. Plopping on the bed, I once again buried my face in my pillow to scream obscenities until I fell asleep. Hours later, my sister pounded on the door. Ella, wake up. You've been sleeping all day. My head hurt when I picked it up from the pillow. Huh. The room had been lit by sunlight, yet now it was dark. What time is it? 8, Darlene called out. Come on, you need to eat something. Climbing out of bed, I ran my hands through my hair as I went to open my door. I must have dozed off. For 6 hours, she asked. That's not dozing, that's full-on passed out. What's up? Shrugging, I went past her to go get a drink from the kitchen. And that's when I saw the flowers again. They were put into a vase and sitting on our kitchen table. Who brought these here? I did, Darlene declared. They're dazzling, and you shouldn't have thrown them away. I don't want them. I went to get a bottle of water, trying to ignore the powerful scent of the roses. They reek. They didn't stink at all, they smelled wonderful, but I didn't want them. Darlene picked up the note that came with them off the table. Tyrell sent these. He left his number and asked you to call him once you got them. I think he'd like to ask you out on a date. My brother Kyle walked in through the front door. Who's asking who out on a date? Darlene smiled. Tyrell is asking Ella out. At least I think he wants to. She handed him the note, then gestured to the flowers. That came with these. Kyle's face turned ruby red. That son of a gun. Who does he think he is? Turning on his heel, he headed toward the door. Why is he so mad? What are you doing, Kyle? I'm going to beat him up and set him straight. He flung open the door, then stormed out. Darlene and I looked at each other surprised, then ran after him. No, she shouted. Kyle, don't do anything stupid. I caught up to him and grabbed him by the arm. Kyle, he'll fire you. So what? He jerked his arm out of my hand. Let me deal with this. Darlene grabbed me as Kyle flew out of the house. It's no use. Let him go. At least Tyrell won't bother you anymore. That is what you want, right? I mean, you did toss those flowers in the trash. You must not want anything to do with the guy. Panting after getting heated up by Kyle's reaction, I nodded. Yeah, I guess. We returned to our quarters, and she put her arm around my shoulders. Why don't you want anything to do with him, Ella? The same reason I don't want anything to do with anyone. I stepped away from her to go inside. I didn't want to admit I was afraid, or for anyone else to know what I knew now. Tyrell would hate me soon. My brother would see to that. Maybe it was all for the best. He could stop pretending to like me. He could focus on that girl he was talking to the night before and leave me out of his sights. That's just fine with me. But why does my heart ache so much if it's perfectly fine?
Tyrell.
Hours had passed since I got the text that the flowers had been hand-delivered to Ella. I've been at the Dairy King, hoping she'd call. My number was on the note, and the delivery man assured me he handed it to her. I asked her to give me a call. But she hasn't called. So, I went to the watering hole for a few drinks to give her more time to respond. This was Ella, after all. She needed more time for just about everything. I ordered my third beer after Jasper ditched me when Tiffany came in. Later, brada. I hope Ella shows up. Waving at Tiffany, I turned to my cell to distract me while I waited. Was it all in vain? My mind has been focused on Ella, even when I slept. I was tired of fighting it and her. I just wanted to be with her already. The flowers were meant to show her I cared. They were not about showing everyone else. They should already know I was crazy about Ella. I might have been just plumb crazy, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. That must mean something. Knowing how innocent she was, I knew we wouldn't be getting to the good stuff as quickly as I had with anyone before her. But we'd get there. I knew we would. My fantasies of her had been off the charts. The night before, I used the word love with her. I'd never used that word with any other woman before, not even in my dreams. Not sure that I actually loved her just yet, but I cared about her. She needed more than just some guy. Ella needed a man who could value her. A man with thick skin who could soften her shitty attitude. A man who could douse those flames with soft kisses and unveil what's been hidden under her rough exterior. Ella just needed to give me a chance to uncover some of that sweetness she'd pushed far down inside of her tortured soul. I couldn't write what had happened with her very first friend, no one could. Ella needed to come to terms with that fact of life. She needed to know that men and women were meant to make love and complement each other. One was no better than the other, both had roles to play, but it took two to tango. Ella needed to feel a man's caress, to know what it felt like to be touched by loving hands, not lusting hands. No, Ella was too special and too psychologically frail. She'd need a commitment before I took her V-card. I wouldn't expect her to accept anything less. Ella was a rare find, and I'd treat her as such. If she'd let me begin showing her, I could be the man she needed and deserved. We could be each other's everything. But she has to stop being so afraid. When she told me about Lacey, it was apparent that fear kept her V-card in place. I could be gentle with her body and her mind. Lifting the frosted beer mug to my lips, the door opened, and Kyle Finley walked in. Usually, the man looked cheerful. Not now. No, Kyle wore a grim look, his lips were formed one tight line, and his color was on the red side. I sat there watching him as he scanned the room. Whomever it was, I would have hated to be in their shoes. Kyle looked like he could spit glass at that moment. When his eyes met mine, I smiled, hoping to lessen his anger, for whatever it was over, but then he came at me, his fists balled at his sides and flames shooting out of the top of his head. Well, maybe not actual flames, but he sure was hot-headed. And why was he coming at me? Hey Kyle, buddy. What's up? Get up, Tyrell, he snarled. I'm about to kick your ass. My ass? I couldn't believe my ears. His eyes looked like the eyes of a rattlesnake. Yeah, your ass. Why mine? I got up just to be on the safe side. You've got some nerve coming into our home and thinking you can play slap and tickle with my baby sister. He put his fists up in front of him. Get ready to get your butt whooped. Slap and tickle. What is he was talking about? I've never touched your sister, Kyle. Why are you so angry? I've never done anything untoward to your sister. His fist came through the air right at my nose, and I quickly dodged out of the way, feeling the air rush by my face. Liar! People, including my two brothers, began to gather around us, and a few began to chant, "Fight, fight, fight." There ain't gonna be no fight, I said calmly. Kyle, I can see you're furious. Another blow came at me. Again I dodged it just in the nick of time. I'm pissed as hell, Tyrell. You must have touched my baby sister to have sent her all those flowers. Don't lie to me. What do you want with her anyway? Another notch on your bedpost? Well, forget it. She's not about to fall for your charming bullshit. I don't want that at all. I ducked just in time to miss another punch. Kyle, chill, dude. We can talk about this like rational men. Jasper came up behind me, and I turned to look at him for only a second when Kyle's fist connected with my jaw. Oh shit. Cash caught me as I stumbled toward him. Bro, you shouldn't have turned your head. Squaring up, fists at the ready, I wasn't about to let Kyle actually kick my ass. Sucker punch, huh? Let's see how you like it. I had more fighting experience than Kyle could have ever imagined. I landed one controlled punch right on his jaw. There, we're even. Let's chill. Screw you. He swung again, and thanks to Cash pushing me forward a bit, it hit me square on the chin. Cash, damn it. I took only a second to check my chin to be sure there was no open wound. Oh, you are so lucky you didn't split my chin open, Kyle. Thrusting my fist out so fast he never saw it coming, I connected with his chin. We're even again. Stop this now. I don't want to hurt you, man. My hit had knocked him back a few steps, and when he regained his footing, he let out a roar, then came at me like a linebacker. You're pulp. An alarm went off as I got ready to take Kyle on, then water splashed on us both from above as a woman's voice came over a bullhorn. This stops now. The cold water seemed to pull Kyle out of his angry state as he looked up. What the hell? The bartender pushed and shoved people out of her way as she came between Kyle and I. I've got each of you 2 shots of whiskey and some ice-cold beers to chase them with. They're all yours if you'll take seats at the bar and talk this out like real men do. Cash moved in behind her. Come on, guys. Don't give the lady a hard time. He kissed her on top of her blonde head. Good thinking, Bobby Joe. Yeah, it just came to me to set off the fire alarm. She eyed Kyle, knowing he started everything. Come on, big fella. Let's talk this out now. He followed her, and I walked behind them with Jasper at my side, who whispered, What the hell is this about? I don't know. Let's find out and settle it. After Bobby Joe turned the sprinkler system off, we took seats at the bar, leaving an empty one between us. I held up the first shot glass. To peace and harmony. Kyle nodded. To peace and harmony. We downed the shots, then I asked, Okay, please tell me what's going on. You sent Ella flowers. The note said to call you, he continued as he rubbed his jaw. She is difficult to get along with, so I immediately thought you took advantage of her and gave her flowers as a thank you gift. You are mistaken. I picked up the next shot glass, and he did the same. To understanding each other and talking like adults. Kyle smiled. To being adults. We downed the shots, then I told him of my intentions. Kyle, I've got it bad for Ella. All I can think about is her. I even dream about her. But never, not in a million years, would I ask her to do anything she isn't ready for. And I won't hurt her or use her or abuse her in any way, shape or form, it's a promise. I truly care for her more than I've ever cared about anyone. His brow furrowed. Why? I kind of thought he might ask that.
Ella.
Waking up at 1 in the morning, I heard Kyle as he careened down the hallway, hitting the walls on either side. Jumping out of bed, I ran to the door, throwing it open. What happened? He stopped and turned slowly to face me. His drooping eyes assured me that he was hammered. He put one finger to his lips. Shush. Don't wake up, Dad. He'll holler if he finds out how late I'm getting in. Okay, I whispered. But what happened with Tyrell? Don't you worry one bit about him, baby sister. I've got it all taken care of. He's not going to hurt you. He turned away from me and lurched down the hall until he got to his room. What did he mean? It didn't make a lot of sense. Slipping back into bed, I thought about Kyle's face. It looked puffy in places. Did they get into a fist fight? Kyle couldn't have gone so far as to assault Tyrell, his boss. Maybe he didn't have a job anymore. Maybe Tyrell told him we were all fired. He would have had every right to do that. Pulling the blanket over my head, I chastised myself. This is all your fault, Ella Finley. What's wrong with you? Why can't you be ordinary? Any other girl would be blissful getting flowers from Tyrell Gentry. Not you, though. No, you get mad and then your brother beats the man up. We are so screwed. I have to fix it. Dad has worked here nearly his whole life. We'd grown up on the estate. I didn't want to leave the only home we'd ever known. All of us will have to leave because I am a scared little girl. The whole world frightened me. It was an unsafe place, and no one could be trusted. Man, I'm really screwed up. And now my mental hang-ups would affect my entire family. How mad will they be when they wake up to find we had neither jobs nor home? Maybe I could do something to fix it before they all woke up. So I did what I had to do, and put on a robe over my pajamas, and then went to see if Tyrell made it home yet. I just have to explain that my brother wanted to protect me. I'd say that we love our jobs, and have always called Whisper Ranch our home, and to please forgive my idiot Neanderthal brother for beating him up. As I got to his door, I wondered how badly Kyle beat him. I hope his cute face is okay. I knocked on the door. Tyrell. I heard some fumbling, then the door opened and there he stood, smelling of alcohol, smiling like a fool, with a slight swelling on his chin. Hey you. He leaned on the door, looking like he might fall over if the door wasn't there to steady him. I missed you today. Did you get the flowers I sent ya? Yes, I did. Are you okay? His hair was disheveled and he had starry eyes. Did my brother hurt you? Nah. He shook his head. His southern drawl had really taken off. He's a good guy, a great big brother, Ella. He just cares about ya, is all. His hand moved, and the next thing I knew it was on my cheek. You're so pretty. Have I told you that before? Wait. Yes, I have. The way his thumb stroked my cheek made moisture pool between my legs. Did you like the roses? He still acted as if he liked me. And I was done keeping my thoughts to myself. Tyrell, you're drunk. And you might not even recall this conversation in the morning. I wanted to clear that up before saying anything else. Did you fire Kyle tonight when he hit you? He shook his head as his hand dropped off my face. No. There's no reason to fire a great guy like him. We traded a couple punches, is all. Nothing serious. We're fine. Don't worry about us, Ella. While glad we still had our jobs, I wanted to know about the other woman in Tyrell's life. The one he'd never told me about. Did you leave someone behind in Dallas when you came out here to Carthage? His lips curled, his eyes drooped. Ella, I'd ask you to come in, but I respect you. Did you know that? If you didn't, then now you do. I respect you a lot. And I care about you. Like, I can't stop thinking about ya. Like, not ever. When I sleep, I dream about ya all the time. But I respect you. He put his finger on the tip of my nose. And I know you're afraid, but I'm going to prove you don't have to be afraid of me. He hadn't answered my question, and now I had even more. So, who'd you leave behind in Dallas, Tyrell? Did you know that I've never had a girlfriend with dark hair before? Not ever. He held up one finger. All blondes. All of them. You've got the most beautiful hair I've ever seen. This felt like a conversation with a 3-year-old. So what's the blonde's name who you left behind, Tyrell? I might be able to trick the answer out of him. He let out a long sigh, then his bleary eyes settled on mine. And you've got the prettiest blue eyes. Your lips are like red rose petals. That's why I picked red roses to send you. They reminded me of your lips, so soft and smooth. I'd like to kiss those lips. He held up his finger, moving it back and forth. But I won't do that until you're ready. When do you think that'll be, Ella? I put my fingers to my lips, and felt moisture springing up in my lower area. Tyrell, you're being silly. I felt a blush heat my cheeks. You're drunk. I am drunk. He hiccuped. But sometimes, even without the alcohol, I feel drunk when I'm around you. Is that weird? 'Cause it's never happened with anyone else before. I'm high on you, Ella Finley. You're something all right. I better let him get to bed. You know what? It would be better to have this conversation tomorrow. It's late and you're not quite yourself. It was wrong for me to bring anything up. I was only worried Kyle might have hurt you. Nah, he said, then waved his hand through the air as if trying to swat a fly. I'm not hurt. And you won't be either. Did I tell you that I dream about you? Yes, you did. We're not getting anywhere with this. Well, good night then. Sweet dreams. Oh, I will. He put his hand to his mouth, then kissed it before holding his palm out to me. Tomorrow, my lady. For tonight you will sleep with me in my dreams. The way you have for many nights. But one day I hope we can be together in real life. That was it. He'd gone on too much. Tyrell, I heard you last night. His eyes went all shiny. Last night was the best dream ever. I said, I love you, in that dream. Wait. Stunned, I wondered if I heard him wrong. You did what? In my dream last night, I told you I loved you and to stop making me chase you. He hiccuped again. You should stop making me chase you, Ella. It's making me nuts. Alcohol? Truth serum? Or worse, a liquid that brings lies to life. You didn't get a phone call from someone last night. Why do I bother asking a drunk man anything at all? Nope. Why do you ask? He stumbled backward, taking the door with him. Whoa. Where ya going, Ella? It's you who's going, Tyrell. I stepped closer to stabilize him before he fell on his ass. Here, put your arm around my shoulders and we'll get you to bed. You really need to get some sleep. Ah. He put his arm around me. You do care about me, don't you? I can't just stand here and watch you fall down. I let him lean on me as we stumbled to his bed. You still have all your clothes on. If you sit down, I'll take off your boots. The rest is up to you. You were nice enough to help me out when I drank too much. You're sweet. I knew you could be. He plopped down with a thud. I lifted up his right leg to get the cowboy boot off. I suppose I can be sweet when the stars align just right. The boot was off, and then I went to pull the other. This one's a bit tight, Tyrell. I turned my back to him, then straddled his leg to get a better grip. I've taken off my daddy's boots hundreds of times the same way. Now give my butt a push with your other foot, and I'll have this boot off in a... I went flying across the room as he'd pushed me a little too hard. Tyrell. Somehow, I caught myself before plowing into the wall. When I turned around, he was laying flat on the bed with his legs dangling off the side. His loud snores told me he'd passed out. Walking back over to him, I heaved his heavy legs up onto the bed, then covered him with a blanket as best I could. As he lay there, mouth slightly open, eyes closed, chest rising and falling with each snore he made, something in my heart stirred. He wasn't talking to anyone. He loves me, in his dreams at least. Reaching out, I ran my fingertips along his swollen jaw, then over the chin where a bruise was beginning to appear. He cared about me. I cared about him. Maybe it was time to do some growing up, and put the fear behind me. Maybe I could stop hiding behind that fear, and actually start living life. A life that possibly could include him. Easing my fingers over his lips, I traced them, wondering how it would feel if those lips pressed against mine. Taking my hand away, I turned to leave the room, chiding myself. What, now you're something akin to a necrophiliac. Do what you need to become what he deserves. Looking at him as I closed the door, I turned off the overhead light, then kissed my fingertips and blew across the room to him. Sweet dreams, Tyrell. Now to get some kind of a plan.
Tyrell.
Rolling over, I saw her lying there, her dark hair splayed over the blue pillowcase. Right next to me, Ella slept. Moving my hand up her arm, I gently ran it along her soft skin, finding it all bare. Her chest rose and fell with each breath she took. Ella Finley is in my bed. Moving my hands over my body, I was without clothes as well. Whatever happened while I slept was about to happen again while I was awake. Kissing her neck, I caressed her body to wake her up. Ella, baby? She stirred, moaning, Tyrell, go back to sleep, babe. What happened? I whispered in her ear, then nibbled on it, making her moan. You know what happened. She turned to her side, her blue eyes open. You told me that you love me. Pulling her close to me, our bodies flush, I smiled. Oh yeah. Now I remember. My lips took hers with a gentle kiss. I do love you. And I love you, Tyrell Gentry. Her hands moved up to wrap around my neck, then she tugged me to get on top of her. Come on back up here and show me what it feels like to be loved by you. My shaft sprang to life as I scooted on top of her. You want more, huh? I can't seem to get enough of you. Her eyes sparkled as I eased into her. What you do to me doesn't seem real. I felt as close to heaven as I'd ever been while buried deep inside of her. This is all very real, baby. To hear you say that you love me takes my heart to new heights. I moved up and down, holding my body a bit above to keep my weight off her. She ran her hands under my arms, then pulled me down. Get closer to me. I want to feel your body on mine. Her lips caught mine with a hungry kiss. Her sweet breath mingled with mine as our tongues fought for control, mine winning out in the end. Bending her knees, I sank into her deeper. You feel amazing. She moaned, arching her body up to mine. You do too. I shouldn't have held off so long. This is better than I ever thought possible. Intercourse? I asked as I nibbled her neck. Not just intercourse, Tyrell. Making love with you. I can't imagine this being any better with anyone else. Her nails ran down my back as she wiggled. Oh, that feels good right there. I made slight move. That? She nodded and groaned. Yes there. I don't want you this way with anyone else, Ella Finley. You hear me? I gave her another special move that had her whimpering with pleasure. Her words came out in a soft grumble. Oh, I hear you, Tyrell. And the same goes for you. Do you hear me? She squeezed her legs tightly around my body. You are mine. I hear you, girl. Kissing her again, I held her down while making slow, tortuous strokes that left her body quivering, needing more. Not too fast. I wanted this to last. Having her in bed was a bolt from the blue. The girl was chock full of surprises. It would have been nice to recall what happened, but at least she's where I'd wanted her for some time. I wasn't about to let this end. Oh baby, faster, harder please, she begged as I kissed her neck, driving her into a frenzy of lustful passion. Tyrell, oh my gosh. Shaking, her body was on fire and about to blow sky high. You hold on, baby. Let me take you on a wild ride you'll never forget. Her legs held me tightly as she kept me inside of her. Just give it to me, babe. I need it. Wait, I whispered. Wait until I tell you to. Her nails bit into my flesh, then her teeth did too, as she moaned with agonizing desire. I'll try. Reaching back, I grabbed one of her ankles and pried her leg off me, pulling it up until her knee was by her ear. Going in even deeper had her whimpering, and I loved the sound. You want me to go faster? Please, she begged. Faster. Harder. Moving fast, all I could hear was the sound of our heavy breathing and the slapping of flesh. Harder and harder I rode her until she screamed, yes? Tyrell. Yes. Her body clenched around mine as she finished and thrashed violently. I couldn't hold back. I finished too with an inhuman groan. Ella? Gosh, what have you done to me? I didn't know it could feel this way. How could love make it feel so incredible? I never wanted this to end. Softly, I kissed her neck as we caught our breaths. Her body still shook underneath mine. Our hearts beat so hard, hers was banging against my chest. Shish, I hushed her as she whined. Everything's going to be all right. I love you, Ella. This will never end. Not ever. Her hands moved to catch my shoulders, pushing me up so she could look at me. What does that mean, Tyrell? I'll make sure this never ends. I'll treat you like a queen and make sure your every need is met. There will be no reason in hell to end what we've found. Not ever. I kissed her quivering lips softly. I love you, baby. When our mouths parted, I found her staring at me with shining eyes. Does this mean you don't want me to go back to my own bedroom? Like forever? I nodded. I want you right here, where I can hug and kiss you anytime I want. She smiled slightly. And I can hug and kiss you anytime I want to as well. I like that idea. Pulling me back to her for another kiss, she held me tightly in her petite arms. Loving you is better than strawberry ice cream, Tyrell Gentry. I had to laugh. Girl, loving you is better than the greasiest blue cheeseburger in the world. I felt lost and found at the same time. It was the oddest but best sensation. I would have waited as long as that girl wanted me to. I was glad she didn't delay any longer. Nowhere but forward to go now. Stroking my hair, she whispered, I must have fell in love with you the first day you came here. Smiling, I smoothed a few stray hairs off her darling face. I know you did. Laughing, she punched me in the arm. You did too. When you caught me the first time, you had googly eyes for me. Maybe I did. The moment I caught her, she felt different in my arms, a great different. You did, she said with a nod. And I had them for you too, only I conceal stuff like that much better than you. To be honest, I thought you hated me. I kissed the tip of her cute nose. But that was just a front. My beloved Ella, you've hidden behind fear for long enough. It's time to discover life isn't daunting. With you by my side, I can do anything. Her foot ran up the back of my leg, sending chills all through me. Want to have another go at it? Insatiable, aren't you? I moved a tad, trying to get it the way she liked. She moaned as I moved slow and steady. When will I get out of this bed with you? Do you think Mama will look for me when she realizes I'm not in my room? She might. I kissed along her collarbone. We might want to get you back before that happens, huh? I'm not some child. She pulled my face to look into my eyes. You've made me a woman now, Tyrell. You're a woman. My mama will have to get used to the fact that I'll be here a lot more than in my own room. I wanted her there all the time. You'll always be here. I ain't about to let you sleep in your tiny bed alone. Not when you feel so good in my arms. The smile that filled her made my heart skip a beat. So, do you think my family will be on board with this arrangement? We'll convince them, don't you think? I kissed my way along her chest. I'm not about to love you and leave you the way you thought. I'm in it for the long haul. You talk like you want to marry me. She pulled my face up once more. And if I do? We're talking about this rather soon, but now that we are, why not clue her in on my true intentions? When you make the real proposal, I'd like a ring in your hand. Her lips pressed against my cheek. Just so you know. Got it, ring in hand on one knee and the biggest smile you will ever see. Rolling over with her, she was on top of me now. Your turn to ride me, cowgirl. Giddy up. I bucked and she shouted. I've got me a live one here. That you do, baby. Holding her by the waist, I moved her up and down, watching those double C's bounce with every movement. What a sight. Putting her hands on my shoulders, she jiggled her chest near my face. Here you go, cowboy. Some knocking sound came from the door. My eyes flew open, my hand on my hard shaft. Tyrell. You up? Jasper asked from the other side of the door. No one else in my bed but me. My jeans were still on, just unzipped. Even my shirt was on. What the? Another round of knocks. Tyrell. What the hell, man? It's noon already. Are you alive in there? Not nearly as alive, I thought. Damn.
Ella.
Darlene, come here, I whispered as she passed my bedroom door. Pausing, she looked into my room. What? And why are you whispering? Wiggling my finger, I encouraged her to come inside. Come here. It was still early in the morning. We hadn't even got ready for work yet. Mom was in the living room, reading a book. She'd listened to us talking, and shouldn't hear what I was about to say. Darlene came in, closing the door behind her, understanding the need for privacy. What's the hush-hush all about, Ella? Tyrell said he loved me last night. I bit my lower lip, trying not to burst out with some happy song. He did not, she said with wide eyes. You mean in your dreams or something? You went to bed way before they got back from the bar. Or did you go to his room afterwards? Oh, Ella, don't tell me you did. Have you given up your V-card to a drunk? Relax, I said with a scowl. What you might think of me is pretty appalling. I would never do something like that. I went up there after seeing Kyle when he got back. His face was swollen. I was worried he hurt Tyrell and went to check on him. She sat on the edge of the bed, frowning. Not smart at all. Going to a grown man's bedroom late at night isn't something an innocent girl should be doing. Did you go into his room? Not at first. I stopped as she ran her hand over her face. Her blue eyes rolled. Ella, before you go on, please tell me you did nothing. Not so much as a kiss. Please? Not a thing. But listen. I needed her to shut the heck up. He really likes me. He wants to start seeing me. And he said he had a dream the other night, and in that dream, he said he loved me. He was so smashed he passed out not long after saying that. I pulled off his boots and tucked him in, leaving him alone. I did the appropriate thing. The same way he did when I got drunk and passed out in his bed the other night. The expression on her face reminded me I hadn't told a soul about that. You did what? When? How? And why? After not going through with the exam at the clinic, you all had gone to bed that night. I really put my foot in my mouth this time. I saw the black truck leaving. Dad was downstairs falling asleep in front of the television. He told me the brothers had gone to the watering hole. You went there. Her eyes were as big as saucers. You got drunk at that bar? She paused. What car did you take? I'd get a lecture if she knew, so no mention of the Corvette. Look, that's old news, Darlene. Honestly, nothing awful happened that night. That's because Tyrell was there and rescued me from making a dreadful mistake in the nick of time. He took me home and put me in his room. Getting up, she began to pace. He put you in the bed, and you slept together in it? That's so not okay, Ella. He didn't do that. She saw the worst in everyone. He put me in his bed, taking off only my boots, and buttoning up the sweater I purposely left unbuttoned enough to show off my boobs. Tyrell slept on the floor also with his clothes on. He was a gentleman. And the next morning he helped me with my duties. We went out for lunch after that and had the best time. Then he freaked me out and ruined things by asking me to be his friend. What an ass, she said with a marked amount of sarcasm. So that's why he sent you those flowers? He wanted to improve things since you acted like a jackass, huh? Yes. I didn't like to think of myself as a jackass, but she was correct. But after talking to him last night, it's been a mistake hiding from things, him especially. So, do you want me to make you another appointment at the clinic? She asked. Because rubbers are great, but not as effective as birth control. So, I do not recommend relying on them alone when your special time comes. And it will come. Sooner than you think. Tyrell is all man, he'll sweep you off your feet with the first kiss. And you'll lose all the will to stop him from going further. You'll become putty in his hands. Will not. I got up and rolled my eyes. That's just stupid. Anyway, he said he respected me, and wouldn't even kiss me until I was ready. That's decent of him. But when you give the go-ahead on that kiss, you need to be ready for what follows. She came up behind me, as I looked at my reflection in the mirror over my dresser. I do. Turning to face her, I let her in on my design. I didn't want to see the doctor, because I thought that one day I'll pass her on the street and will want to crawl in a hole in shame. It's honestly not that awkward. She's seen lots of female anatomy in this town. Why would you stand out more than anyone else? She asked with a grin. Okay, it's just me. I'll be trying to dodge her, and who knows, I might run in front of a moving vehicle just to avoid her. I did have another idea though. And the fact she kept butting in was slowing me down. Our cousin, Sherry, lives in Dallas. I could go there, and spend a week or so to visit a clinic where no one knows me. How long does it take for birth control to kick in? It depends on which one you get. She tapped her chin with one long finger as she contemplated. I'm only getting on the pill. The other options are not for me. I can handle a pill every day like my Flintstone chewable. The other pill can be popped at the same time. Great idea. That one takes 30 days to kick in, she announced. And like I said before, don't use rubbers alone, too risky. And you certainly don't want to get pregnant right off the bat. So I need to stay away for a month then, I mused. I'll have to ask Mom for time off. And I'll have to make sure Sherry is fine with me staying with her that long. What are you going to tell Mom? Darlene asked. That's why I asked you to come in here. Help me make up a good reason. I tapped my foot and crossed my arms over my chest. You're great at filling in the blanks. Darlene went into the zone she'd go to when faced with a problem. What's in Dallas you could possibly need to do? Something sparked in my brain. Hey, what if I said Sherry will be out of town and needs me to dog sit for her? Darlene's head tilted to one side. What if Mom calls Sherry's mother and asks about that? They're sisters. Nodding, she was right. That's why I asked for her help after all. True. Folding her hands in front of her as she paced back and forth, she finally stopped. Sherry might actually need your help. I talked to her a few months ago. She said she was starting up a daycare business. I bet she could use your help in a volunteer role. We could get that worked out for you. And I'll let her in on what the real deal is. She's cool. She'll go with it. How soon could you get that going? I wanted to get moving on it as soon as possible. I'll grab my cell and give her a call. I'll be back in a little while. She walked to the door, her hand on the knob. Are you going to tell Tyrell? Shaking my head, I wasn't about to have a conversation with him about that. No way. Are you nuts? How awkward would that be? Clucking her tongue, she shook her head. In my opinion, Ella, you're still too adolescent for this. I agree. But I've got to mature somehow. Getting away for a month, being with our cool cousin, finally getting the exam most women had at least a few of, should put me on the road to maturity. I plan on being a different person when I return. Visions of me walking back into the mansion, maybe at dinner time, Tyrell checking me out as I'd be wearing something awe-inspiring outfit that I picked up in Dallas. A new hairstyle, total makeover. His jaw would drop. He'd be lost for words. That's a pretty tall order. She opened the door. You really should go talk to him. See how he acts in the light of day and sober. I doubt he'll be as love-struck as he was last night. You're wrong. He's crazy about me. I had faith in the guy. He'd wait for me. He understood things about me before I had. Tyrell would know instinctively that I'd gone to gather myself and become a real woman for him. I started packing, knowing Darlene would get it all finalized. Then I got online and looked up the bus schedule. I'd never driven in a big city before, so I couldn't ask to take the family car to Dallas for a month. Bus first, then I could take Ubers to get around while there. This was going to be it, the first step in becoming set for a mature relationship. Tyrell would be stunned, and he'd know without a doubt I was ready for him. A chill ran through me thinking about what that really means. Me and him kissing, hugging, holding hands, and even doing the deed. Over and over again, at that. It was thrilling me more than anything. Darlene came back a while later as I waited to purchase the bus ticket. You can go as soon as you want. She's even going to ask her mom, who could help her out for a time. Sherry is so cool, she'll make it seem it was her mom who'd come up with the idea of you coming to help. Not even an hour later, my mother found me cleaning and asked, Ella, could you go to Dallas to help your cousin with the daycare she's opened up? She's desperate. Acting as if I had no idea if I could go or not. What about my work here? Tasha's aunt can take over while you're gone. She's always looking to make some extra money. Mom took the broom out of my hand. I'd let you take our car, but I doubt you'll like driving in Dallas. Everyone drives as fast as they possibly can. But I can take you in, and then you can catch up with her. How long are we talking about, Mom?
Most likely a month.
She's distressed, Ella. Don't let her down, Mom pleaded. Since you put it that way, how could I say no? I took the broom from her. I'll put these away, get packed and ready to go. But you don't have to drive me. I can take a bus. It's not a problem. I actually wanted to do it on my own, for once. Mom looked concerned. Oh, I don't know. Putting my hand on her shoulder, I looked into her eyes. I'll be fine, Mom. I'll even pay for my own ticket. Sherry needs help. She's a great cousin, and I'll have fun in Dallas too. You probably will. Sherry will make sure of it. Mom's smile warmed my heart, even if we were pulling the wool over her eyes.
Tyrell.
After chugging down 2 bottles of water, I thought I might make it after all. I really tied one on last night. My brothers sat in my suite as I tried to recall exactly what happened once I got home. I made it to the bedroom, pulled my wallet and cell out of my jeans. But after that, it goes blank. Cash pointed at my boots placed neatly by the dresser. You took your boots off. But they're put away much too neatly. That's a valid point. I stared at the boots for a long time but had no recollection of how they got there. Apparently I got them off somehow, then passed out, totally dressed. I even managed to pull a blanket over me. The vivid dream of making love to Ella was still in the forefront of my mind. You guys won't believe the lucid dream I had. I thought Ella was in my bed. Jasper put his hand over his mouth as he gasped, "What if she was Tyrell?" Nah, she'd never do a thing like that. She has no idea how I feel about her anyway. She never responded to the flowers. Maybe she doesn't like me the same way I like her. Cash seemed taken aback. Are you serious? Tyrell Gentry thinks a woman isn't as into him as he is into her. What's the world coming to? He laughed as if he thought it was hilarious. She's different, Cash. She's had some rough stuff in her life. You'd never understand her. I smiled thinking about her. She's not transparent by any means. You never know what's going to come out of her mouth. It's interesting just to be with her. It's never clear if you're going to be smiling or frowning or wanting to yell at her. Sounds rather tragic, Tyrell, Jasper opined. I like knowing if you're going to have a great time with a girl or not. If the answer is no, I'd be the guy who thinks of something else to do, anything other than spending time in her company. But that's just me. I'm the youngest and closest to Ella's age, but she's extremely adolescent, Tyrell. Cash got up and went to look in the mini-fridge. All you got in here is bottles of water? I nodded. Yeah, why? I figured it would be full of beer. He got out a couple of bottles, tossing one to Jasper. With no recollection of the night before, it's best I slow down on the drinking. I'll leave the bar alone for a while. You see, Ella is an exceptional young lady. Everything I do with her will be her first time. I'd like to remember those firsts. Jasper nodded. Oh, I see now. She's never been with a man. Cash laughed. Duh. With a shrug, Jasper went on, I hadn't realized that. I suppose you two have been observing her more. What's wrong with that? You're sweet on Bobby Joe, right? Very sweet, he said with a grin. So why have you noticed this much about Ella? You're my big brother. She's a year younger than me. Where is he going with this? If a woman your age was after me or vice versa, you'd size her up, wouldn't you? You know, watch out for me. Perhaps? I still didn't like that he had so much interest in her. Have you noticed how she puts her hands on her hips a lot? The way her nose crinkles when she believes something's not good. No, he informed me. None of that. Just that she's less mature than other girls her age. Girls who've already been around the block a time or two don't act the way she does. He was right. Yeah. Seems I'm insecure about her. I've never been apprehensive about anyone in my entire life, but I keep asking myself if petite Ella Finley really likes me or not. Jasper shrugged. The other night at the bar should have demonstrated enough, Tyrell. You'd think so. But after that night, we had lunch together, and she went quiet on me when I asked her to be my friend. Then I sent her flowers, and still nothing. She had to let me know if we were on the same page. Cash came over to tap me on the back. At least now you have Kyle's approval to see his sister, so the family won't be in your way. Now to just find out what Ella thinks about you. You know what? I got up and headed to the shower. I'll clean myself up and do just that. She has to let me know one way or the other. My brothers left and I got myself cleaned up, then went to find Ella. She works today, so I began my search downstairs. Ella? Where are you at? I should have had her cell number, but instead I had to hunt her down. After walking about and calling her name for some time, I decided to check the kitchen. Or her mother's office. Someone in there should know of her whereabouts. Her mom was walking out of her office as I rounded the corner. Oh, Tyrell. My, don't you look dashing this afternoon. But I suppose sleeping until noon would have you getting plenty of beauty sleep. Long and hard sleep makes me look dashing. Thanks. And I won't be doing much sleeping in anymore. At least not because of overindulging in the booze. Ella's mother needed to know I wasn't a drunk. Do you happen to know where I can find Ella, Mrs. Finley? I'd like to talk to her about something. She went to Dallas. What? For how long? I asked. And why? To help her cousin with a daycare she's opened. She looked up as if thinking how long she'll be gone. My sister told me Sherry would need Ella's help for a month or so. A month? My heart stopped. Why so damn long? The way her mother looked at me with disapproval told me she didn't like my cussing. But she didn't have to say a word. I got it. I suppose she needs Ella so dang long because of the number of kids versus the amount of workers, Tyrell. She walked toward the kitchen. I need to do the inventory for the kitchen. If you need anything, just let me know. Tasha's aunt will take over Ella's job in the morning. Standing there, my mind rushing with all kinds of questions. How'd she go to Dallas? When did she leave? Might I be able to catch her? She hadn't even said goodbye. Stopping her retreat, she turned to look at me. She left about an hour ago on the bus. I would have let her take the private jet. I shoved my hands into my pockets. Had she told me, I would have accompanied her on the trip to make sure she made it there safe and sound. Her cousin will pick her up at the bus station in Dallas. Mrs. Finley turned to walk away again. Sherry will take good care of Ella. Don't worry one bit. At least she can come home on the weekends if she wants. I couldn't stand the thought of not seeing her for an entire month. The jet is still at her disposal. I'd like to tell her that myself. Can I have her cell number? Stopping again, she turned around and wiggled her finger at me. Come here, Tyrell. She pulled her cell out of her pocket. I hurried to her. It's just that she's so innocent. If anything happened to her. She chimed in, it would devastate you. She showed me the number, and I typed it into my contacts. The flowers you sent her. They're gorgeous. Sorry she didn't accept them. She's not one to be doted on, I can tell you that much. I won't dote then. Thanks for the advice. I walked away to make the call to her in private. Shaking her head, she muttered something about me ending up with a broken heart. What lay ahead of me now? I'd already begun preparing myself for a hard road ahead, but like anything worth having, it took some work and patience.
Ella.
Sitting on the bus, I played a game on my cell to distract me. Then a call came in from a number I didn't know. Refusing the call, I swiped the screen, then got back to playing my game of shooting balls at bricks. A text came in after that, and I saw it pop up, then disappear too quickly for me to see more than a name. Tyrell. He didn't even have my number, so why would he be texting me? I checked and saw it was him indeed. My mother gave him my number and he asked me to call him back. My heart pounded with the thought of talking to him. What could I say? But I called the number back anyway. He answered immediately. Ella, you left without saying goodbye. Did that upset you? It appears so. No. He got quiet. Okay, some. You could have taken our jet to Dallas, if you would have told me. I would have ridden with you, made sure you got to where you're going safely. But you took off without telling me a thing. He would have let me go on the jet. It kind of made me mad that I hadn't told him goodbye. Looks like I made a mistake, huh? It looks like it, he said. But you don't have to worry, Ella. I can come get you and bring you home for the weekends if you want. It only takes about 20 minutes to get to Dallas. He wants me to come home on the weekends? Why do you want me to come back home, Tyrell? Obviously, I will miss you, Ella. He laughed lightly. Did you not understand what I meant when you got the flowers? Tyrell, I know what you meant. We talked, you know, I reminded him. I know exactly what you want. And I'll become the woman you need me to be. You're that now. He hesitated. What do you mean, we talked? Of course he wouldn't remember our little conversation the night before. He played with my head, why not play with his a bit? I came to your room last night to check on you, remember? Sure. He didn't sound sure. And you told me how you'd wait for me. Did you mean that? I asked, playing with a lock of my hair, loving that I had the upper hand this time around. What else did I tell you? He asked with a sigh. And how long did you stay in the room with me? What did we do exactly? He had no clue. You said you had the best dream ever, and that you said you loved me in that dream. And that I should stop making you chase me. By the way, that's far from the truth, Tyrell. Then why'd you leave? Your cousin could find someone else. You didn't have to go. You wanted to go, he sounded upset. My presence or absence really mattered to him. I have some growing up to do before committing to you, in any way. That'll take a month or so. Can you wait for me? Can I come get you for the weekends? He asked. No, you cannot. I need a solid month, Tyrell. Darlene was right. If he kissed me, I'd be putty in the guy's hands. Away from me. He didn't sound happy. Yes, away from you. I didn't want to get into the whys of the situation, especially not on a public bus. I don't understand, he supposed. Why stay away for a month for us to be together, Ella? I need an explanation. You won't get one. This is personal, Tyrell. I bit my lower lip as I was getting increasingly uncomfortable. You don't need to know why. That's what people in relationships do, Ella. They let each other know where they're going, and why the other can't go with them, he explained. We aren't in a relationship, are we? I want to have one with you. Admittedly, I don't recall last night's exchange. Can we have one now? One that I will remember. He paused to give me a chance to say something. I can't have a relationship with you at this time, because I'm not ready yet. And the magic time is a month, he asked. Why is that? I've got my reasons. I couldn't believe people in relationships had to know so much about each other. You probably wouldn't understand even if I told you. So that's it then? You're humiliated by something, he deduced. You don't have to be embarrassed with me, Ella. Not about a thing. Sure I don't. Look, Tyrell, if you want to be with me, I have some oats to sow. All adults said things like, they sowed their oats or something like that. What did it meant, exactly? Taking care of their adult things, supposedly. And I had to prepare myself for intercourse in a conscientious way. I did everything the responsible way. That made the most sense. Oh no, he opined. You have no wild oats to sow, Ella. Whatever you sow, you'll sow with me. A smile pulled my lips up. That's so sweet. But you don't know what my wild oats are, Tyrell. Wild oats entail on hooking up with random strangers and getting liquored up, among other things, he informed me. Oh. That's what that phrase meant. You can be sure that's not what mine are. Tell me then. He refused to give up. And that melted my heart. I can't. I didn't care what he said, I wasn't going to talk to him about it, birth control-wise. You can, he said with authority. And you will, Ella Finley. Hey, what's your middle name anyway? If it would get him off the real subject, I'd tell him anything else, Jean. And what's yours? Montgomery, he said. So, Ella Jean Finley, what are these oats you have to sow? I pretended not to hear his inquiry. Tyrell Montgomery Gentry. That is a mouthful, isn't it? I mean, it has like. I counted on my fingers. Brandon Montgomery Gentry. 7 syllables. Wow, that's a mouthful. Mine only has 4. Our names are kind of like us. Yours is long and distinctive, and mine is short and simple. I'm not distinctive, he opposed.
And you are anything but simple.
You are too, I said, thinking about his place in life after the inheritance. You're a Gentry. You own Whisper Ranch. Those 2 things alone make you distinctive. Why have you set your sights on me, when you could have any woman you want? Not like I wanted him to find someone else. Is that what you want, Ella? He asked. Do you want me to forget about you, and find someone else? I sat there silent and feeling a little sick. If you want to, then get to it so we can stop this. What the hell are you doing? He asked again. I can't tell you, I reiterated. But if you feel like seeing someone else, then tell me. Girl, you're making me crazy. I don't want anyone else, I want you. And I want you to be around, so we can see each other. If not every day, at least on the weekends, he was exasperated. I didn't say to find someone else, I asked if you wanted me to do that. But I'm taking that question back. You took it all wrong. But you've never talked to me this much before. Can we at least talk on the phone while you're away? This guy didn't have to beg girls to talk to him or stay around. It must be weird for him to do that. We can talk. One can't get pregnant by talking on the phone. He let out a sigh. At last, we can agree on something. All right then. Since we're talking, tell me everything we said to each other last night. I thought about my touching his lips after he passed out. I won't admit that. You were clearly under the influence. And my brother was angry when he left to find you. Why was he so mad anyway? He asked. Shrugging, I didn't really understand that. To be honest, I'm not sure. He did say, after we exchanged a few punches, that he thought the flowers were because we had done something physical. Which we had not. He waited a beat. Is that the case, Ella? We didn't kiss, did we? Would I have been able to stop things from going further? It was unlikely he would have stopped himself either. We didn't kiss. Tyrell. Neither of us should be drinking when we kiss for the first time. That'll be a unique kiss, and we should remember every single moment. That's another thing we agree on, Ella. You have my word, no alcohol when we have our first kiss. His words gave me chills. We will have a first kiss. Now I know that for certain.
Tyrell.
The days went by with Ella and I talking every day for hours at a time. She hasn't told me exactly what she was doing to mature in Dallas, so maybe her sister could clue me in on things. After Sunday brunch, I followed Darlene as she left the dining room. She was rubbing her stomach and aiming to her quarters, most likely to nap off the meal. Hey, wait up, Darlene. She stopped, then turned to see me coming up to her. What's up, Tyrell? I thought we could talk a little bit. About? She started walking again. Ella, and what she's doing in Dallas. I talk to her every day, and she's never at the daycare. She's not helping her cousin, not at the daycare anyway. She stopped again to look me in the eyes. You've been talking to her. We talk every day, I acknowledged. I've been pretty transparent about my interest in her, Darlene. Sure, but what I can't understand is why. She shook her head. If you're supposing Ella is playing a game, making you pursue her, you're wrong. This isn't a diversion. This is the real Ella. She's immature, Tyrell. And frankly, she's not ready for an adult relationship. Are you? She's old enough, Darlene. She just hasn't let anyone in before. She's letting me in. She told me about the friend who was murdered by her mother. A chill moved through me. How could a mother do that to her own child? It would be wrong to tell you the true reason she went to Dallas. She pushed her hair back off her face, showing an odd expression. So I won't tell you why exactly. But can I ask you this? Have you guys talked about having intercourse? No. Why did she ask? I'm not that way. Not with her, at least. With other girls for certain, but Ella was poles apart. In every way, Tyrell. She's never kissed a boy or even held hands. She took off again toward her room. I need to take a nap today. School has been grueling this week. She's told me about her lack of experience. I wasn't as out of the loop as Darlene thought. We haven't talked about what to expect when the time comes. That's better left as a revelation. You think so, huh? She stopped when we made it to the door of their quarters. And along with that revelation would come the one about birth control, right? I had rubbers. Darlene, rest assured I've got that covered. So, you talked about protection then? She put her hand on her hip the same way Ella and her mom did. No. No need to talk about that with Ella. She probably wouldn't let me. She's inhibited about stuff like that. Yes, and that's exactly why she's not ready for what you have in mind. She opened the door, then looked at me smirking. Do us all a favor, and give her time, Tyrell. Consider what you're really doing here. Ella isn't playing games, she's truly an innocent girl with much to learn about life. And she's also a shrew most of the time. She can change. She's been nothing but nice when we talked on the phone. And I can smooth out her rough edges. Oh, I see. She winked at me. Interesting, don't you think? Promise to think about her more than you're thinking about yourself. She has a lot going on inside of her. If you hurt her, it'll break her in ways other women can't be broken. Of course. I understood that completely. I'll think about what you've said. Thanks for talking to me so honestly. I really do appreciate it, Darlene. Going up to my room, I couldn't get her words out of my head. What if I was interested, not in Ella's mind, but her body and her V-card? Sitting on the bed and thinking about things, I picked up my cell to check something out. I called Ella every time we talked. Except for that one time when I sent her a text, asking her to call me. Maybe she wasn't that interested in me. If I hadn't made the first move, would Ella have ever thought about me? What is the right thing to do? I'll put the ball in Ella's court. If she really wants to be with me, she'll call and keep things going. If she didn't, here was her chance to let me know. Ella wouldn't know how to break up with a guy. She's never done it. She never had to even brush a guy off before. Have I been taking advantage all this time? Perhaps I was taking advantage of a woman who lacked too much in life experience to know what was happening. Not once had I thought of myself as a predator. Would my male instinct to seek out a female who'd never been touched make me into something akin to an animal? At this point, all I knew was of my hots for Ella. But did she have it just as bad for me? It wouldn't be fair if she didn't. Why pressure her into giving herself to me if she wasn't as into me as I was into her? That wouldn't be appropriate. When did you become so damn moral? I asked myself. I couldn't recall any girlfriend's family I got to know so well. Maybe that's it. If I talked in depth to their older siblings, I might have seen things differently. A knock on the door. Jasper. Hey Tyrell, I'm going to ride around the ranch with Kyle and Mr. Finley on horseback. You should come too. Getting up, I decided to go. Why wait around for Ella to call? Why not give her some space? Coming. Meeting him in the hall, Cash was stepping out of his suite, Bobby Joe at his side. Hey, we're going too, he called. Jasper bumped my shoulder with his and muttered to me, he's grown a bit attached to her, it seems. She's been staying here most nights. Why wasn't she at brunch? I asked. She probably feels somewhat awkward. He gestured to our surroundings. It's quite ostentatious here, don't you think? Even so, we should make Cash's girl feel more at home. I looked over my shoulder as they came up behind us. Glad to have you joining us today, Bobby Joe. Chef Todd is barbecuing our supper tonight. You have to try his ribs. They melt in your mouth. She smiled. Looking forward to it. Cash put his arm around her, beaming. His potato salad is awesome too. I'm glad you'll join us for a meal, Bobby Joe. Jasper looked sideways at me with smirk. Us too, Bobby Joe. Saddling up in the barn, we took off with Kyle and Mr. Finley leading the way. Jasper and I were the last to leave. I thought to ask him for his advice. Jasper, I need your honest opinion on something. You've got it, he said as he swayed in the saddle. Making sure everyone else was out of earshot, I asked, do you think I'm only interested in Ella because she's never been with a man? That's what her sister thinks. And her brother didn't really understand what I saw in her. Am I deceiving myself? I don't know, he said as he looked up at the blue sky. Men will always be interested in having firsts from women. He was right. I didn't need to love to sleep with someone. But Ella should have that before we got intimate. And a real commitment before taking her to my bed wasn't off limits. But now, I might be lying to myself about my feelings for her. If people are meant to be together, do you think spending time apart, not even talking, would prove if it is real or not? It seems time would let us know if what he had was real. Maybe. He smiled. I loved Tiffany back in high school. She was the girl who took my cherry after all. Now I'm not sure. When I first saw her again, I thought so. But some things were broached that make me wonder if I could really love her. She isn't the person I thought she was. Maybe Ella isn't who you think she is either. Women can keep secrets, Tyrell. Secrets about many things. Jasper sounded like he had other things on his mind, so I didn't bother asking him for more guidance. I knew what to do. Although should Ella be privy to it or not? If she really cared, she'd call. If she called, then I'll let her in on my experiment.
Ella.
Midnight rolled around and Tyrell still hadn't called. I turned off the lamp beside the bed and closed my eyes. We talked every day for hours. Why did he suddenly didn't call? Even though I planned lights out at midnight, if he hadn't called, I was fighting it. I'd gone through the awkward gynecological exam. And what was worse, a male doctor performed it. But I didn't leave, I didn't freak out, I didn't cry either. I just stared at the ceiling and thought about Tyrell. I thought about how life would be different very soon. This was only a part of it. Not being able to sleep, I got out of bed and went to get a drink of water. That and a cracker or two might help me sleep. As I stepped in the living room, Sherry came out of her bedroom. You can't sleep, Ella? Shaking my head, I admitted why, he hasn't called all day. She went with me to the kitchen. That's weird, huh? Pulling open the fridge, she got out the milk. I'll make some hot cocoa with honey. Care for some? I'd love a mug, thanks. She must have been having trouble getting to sleep too. What's keeping you up? Tomorrow is a big day. She filled a small saucepan with milk, then nodding in a gesture to one of the cupboards. Can you grab the chocolate out of there? I got out the chocolate cubes and put them next to the stove.
Here you go.
What's so big about tomorrow? The state is making its 4th visit to the daycare. Everything's in order as it should be, but I get fretful anyway. She stirred the milk, adding the chocolate slowly. Talking to you would help me focus less on my small problem, which isn't even a problem, just my dang insecurities that crop up every so often. So, tell me, what has you worried about your guy, Ella? I took a seat on a bar stool at the kitchen island. Everything. I chuckled because it was the truth. I've never been so interested in anyone. How to act. What I am supposed to be doing. And since he hasn't called, has he found someone else? I've gone through so much for him, and if he's moved on, it's going to really screw with my head and my heart. I'll be up front with you, Ella. She poured the finished drink into 2 mugs, grabbed a jug of honey, and then came to sit with me at the island bar.
Here you go.
Careful, it's hot. Add the honey when it cools off a tad. She blew across the surface of her mug, making wisps of steam stir in the air. You had a traumatic event when you first started school. That would scar anyone. It's no secret your family has babied you. It's to be expected. Aunt Ruth and Uncle Zeke weren't expecting to be parents again in their 30s. It was a happy accident, is what Mom says. I smiled, then added some honey to my drink. I'm okay with that. Stir, stir. Yeah, I know you are. She looked at me with wise eyes, even though she was only 10 years older than me. I learned a lot about your family the summer I stayed with you guys and worked at the ranch. I saw how your family interacts. They all hid things from you, keeping you as innocent as possible. I suppose because of what you'd gone through. But also, I think it was because of how special you became to all of them. Funny, I don't feel special at all. I didn't think my family members thought more of me than anyone else. Sherry smiled, dumping more honey in the mug before taking another sip. Ella, they shelter you from everything. And even from growing up. You freaked out over a standard pap smear. She was right. Kyle confronted Tyrell about the flowers. And Darlene said I wasn't ready to be in a relationship if I couldn't talk to Tyrell about birth control. Here's the thing, Ella. She bumped her shoulder to mine. Most people don't talk a lot about that in the first place. And Darlene came to me when she was 16 and asked me to take her to get on birth control. It even helps regulate menstruation. I felt my lips pull down into a frown. That sneak. Darlene and Kyle had relationships, but they never bring anyone around, she mentioned. They kept you from seeing ordinary adult issues. Don't be mad at any of them, they're doing it out of love. But pay mind to when they're actively keeping you a little kid. Nodding, I wondered if one of them said something to Tyrell to stop him from calling me. Would it be wrong for me to call him Sherry? No, she said with a smile. He might be waiting for you to make a move, Ella. He could be just as insecure as you are. I mean, he's living at the estate, and your family has access to his ear, right? Boy, do they. All of them probably said something to him. It was Sunday, after all. Everyone had brunch on Sundays. Do you think I'm making a mistake, Sherry? Staying away from him for a month because Darlene told you? She nodded. Yeah, why? What did the doctor say at the appointment? He said it'll take a month to get in my system, and to use protection until then. And if I'm unsure of my partner's health, to use one anyway, even while on the pill. Darlene was right. See, my sister was pretty adamant about not relying on rubbers. That's because she got pregnant when she was 17. She was on the pill, but she skipped a whole week before she realized how risky that was. She said they always used rubbers too. Sherry looked at me with narrowed eyes. Do not tell anyone in your family this secret, promise? Not even Darlene? This new information was perplexing. Yes, you can talk to her. She took another sip of cocoa. She really should have told you about that, so you'd have a clue of what could happen if you're not cautious. What happened to the baby? She lost it. Shaking her head, she looked sad. When she figured out she missed those pills, she took a whole week's worth at one time. This was about 2 months after the fact. She came to Dallas and told me she skipped her period both months, so we got a pregnancy test and it came out positive. So, she lost it because she started taking the pills again. That was one of the saddest things I'd ever heard. Shrugging, she said, I don't know. There's no way to tell. She went home and was going to tell the father. But on the ride back, she began bleeding and returned here. We went to the emergency room, where she lost the baby. Since then, she's been a stern believer in not using only a rubber. Plus, she started using another form of birth control, no pill involved. So, as long as I take the pills correctly, and within these first 30 days we use a rubber, then I could have intercourse without much risk? Darlene might have been a little too overzealous. If you feel you're ready, Ella. Don't force yourself. And you should be in love. Sherry sighed. If I could do it over again, I'd wait for love. You and this guy might find that if you're honest. Do you really think so? Since he hasn't called, who knows? Look, he's already done more for you than any guy has for me, she smiled. He's beaten up a guy for trying to kiss you. He's taken your drunken butt home, put you in his bed, left you alone, and even helped you do your job the next day. He's called you every day since you've been here. And the jet is at your disposal. That's something, girl, let me tell you. And here I am, too anxious to call him. I felt so stupid and childish. You're right about my family. Now that you've brought it up, I recall tons of times they've stopped me from doing things. Including going to summer camp when I was 15. This one girl invited me, and I sort of wanted to but was on the fence about it. Then Darlene and Kyle said how awful it is and how they make you do things I'd hate, so I dropped it. They do that. She got up and put her empty mug in the sink. So, after the state inspections, I usually go to Chili's to get a margarita and some of their guacamole dip. You should join me, Ella. That sounded like a grown-up thing to do. Yeah, I will. That sounds great. I'll do some shopping in the morning. If you want some company for that, one of the girls who works at the daycare is about your age. She's got tomorrow off, and she's got great taste in fashion. Her aunt owns one of the best hair salons in Dallas. She could get you in. Sherry headed off to bed as I washed and put our mugs away. Leave me her number and I'll give her a call. Not having any friends was not entirely my doing. There were times I'd talk about some girl at school, and either my sister or brother were quick to point out problems in their families. Maybe they just wanted me to stay home and be safe. Whatever their reasons, their fears would not hold me back any longer. Seemed I've been hiding behind my fears and all of theirs as well.
Tyrell.
1 in the morning came around when I picked up my cell off the nightstand, to check for the zillionth time if the ringer was on and if it was charged up. Damn. That girl is not going to call. Maybe I'd been wrong to put the ball in her court without telling her. My finger hovered over the screen thinking about calling her, even though it was late, and Ella had probably already gone to sleep. That pissed me off. If she'd gone to sleep without talking to me, then she obviously didn't care. And since when was it me who cared the most in a relationship? Putting the cell down, I turned over on my side and pulled the blanket up to cover myself. Things had to change. I couldn't let some girl pull my chain. What Ella's sister said about the way she acted was not a game, but it still wasn't acceptable. It took 2 people to have a relationship. Not one guy who does it all and a girl who sits still and waits. Maybe she was too juvenile for me. The cell rang and it was Ella's ringtone. My heart sped up as I turned to get the phone. Ella? Hi, came her soft voice. You still awake? Yeah. I sat up, feeling on the overjoyed side. You? Yeah. She took a deep breath, as if getting ready to say something important. Fear rushed through me. Ella, I missed you today. If that's true, then why didn't you call me? She asked, sounding upset. I thought putting the ball in your court would be a good idea. Seems I was wrong. It was time for me to be as honest with her as I'd ever been with any other girl. I've been taking it easy since she was so immature. Look, it takes 2, Ella. I can't be the only one to try to make things work. You've got to do your part too. That means you can pick up the phone and call me sometimes. Were you worried I wouldn't call? She sounded bewildered. What to say? I was never on this side of a relationship before. But honesty seemed like the best thing to me. Kind of. Can I ask you a question? She waited. After all the conversations we had, it was funny she'd even ask. Ella, ask me anything. And you can tell me anything. What will it take before you understand I'm all into you? I'm sorry, Tyrell. She sighed before going on. Does the reason you didn't call today have something to do with a member of my family? I didn't want to rat Darlene out, especially since I went to her. But I had to be honest. Kind of. Another long sigh came, then she said, Tyrell, we should probably leave my family out of our business from now on. They mean well, but they see me as a kid, and they can't help themselves for trying to keep me as innocent as they've always known me to be. You're right about that. I wanted to see Ella so bad it hurt. My parents are celebrating their anniversary this Saturday. My brothers and I will be in Dallas Saturday morning. It's a big deal with my family. Since we inherited this year and nothing can be handed to them, Cash, with Bobby Joe's help, has planned a festivity at the Hyatt Regency. I want you to come with me. Oh, I don't know, she said with a ton of hesitation in her voice. You know how socially awkward I am. And meeting your parents, too. Tyrell, that's a lot in one evening to ask of me. Not really. She'd be okay. I'll be with you at all times. I'll never leave your side, Scout's honor. Go with me, Ella. I want Mom and Dad to meet you. I'll think about it. Tomorrow I'm getting some new clothes and hopefully getting my hair done. She went quiet. She must be contemplating my request. After that, I'll let you know. Will you ask someone else if I don't? Chuckling, the answer was easy. Ella, I don't want to take anyone else. If you don't feel up to it, I'll go alone. Jasper isn't taking anyone, only Cash is. Sherry told me something today, Ella said. See, I don't have anyone to compare you to. And if I have my way, you never will. That's not a bad thing, Ella. It kind of is, she said. Because the things you've done for me. The fact you beat that guy up who tried to kiss me is pretty heroic. And then you took me home and put me in your bed alone. That's a rarity too, from what Sherry said. You do a lot that other guys don't. And I've taken that for granted. I'm sorry for doing that, Tyrell. You're a special kind of man, and I'm lucky you think so much of me. You're a special kind of lady, Ella, and I feel lucky. A smile filled my face as I thought we were getting a lot closer to being the couple I could see us being. To have you at my side for any event would be an honor. You really want me to go to that anniversary party, don't you? She asked. Not to put undue pressure on her, but I wanted her to do all sorts of things with me. Best to pick and choose my battles appropriately. Ella, it's just a party. What I really want is just to spend more time with you. And I'd like to do it sooner than a month from now. It's only 3 more weeks now, she said. Maybe less. Ella, please tell me why you're staying with your cousin in Dallas. I need to know. From what Darlene said, there was more to it than helping Sherry out, something Ella wasn't doing anyway. You said you're going shopping and to get your hair done. That's not helping out at the daycare. You didn't go there to do that, so what is it? Come clean with me. It's confidential, she said. No, I'm not here to help Sherry. I came to get her help. And I've got it. She's helping me with responsibilities, Tyrell. Can you take that answer for now? If it meant that much to her, sure. I guess so. I just wish you trusted me more. For instance, what's your favorite pastime? What does that mean? She asked. What do you like to do when you have time to waste? She liked to draw, and I'd like her to tell me more about it. She was talented, and I wanted to tell her that and discuss her taking classes and maybe doing it professionally one day. But she had to let me in on that before I could make her dreams come true. If that was her dream. What are her dreams? She wouldn't talk about herself that much. I play games on my phone when I'm bored. For a moment I thought she might divulge a bit more information. It's not like I've got loads of time to waste. With a sigh, I let that go. Okay. There's a lot of other stuff to talk about. Like, what's your favorite color? Crimson, she whispered. Like the red bird. We've got loads of them out at the ranch. Each one has its own personality. Some are more skittish than others. Some are more daring, but each is his own bird. Wow. Ella was insightful and loved nature. She had a thing for cardinals, as she had many drawings of them in her hideaway. Would you say that's your favorite bird? I love their colors, but my favorite bird is the mountain jay or Steller's jay. She sounded engrossed as she went on. We'd gone up to a small park outside of Denver, Colorado. We were there on vacation. One of a handful we've taken in my life. I saw this sapphire-colored bird with a black head. Its body type reminded me of a cardinal. While I love the red more than the cobalt, the way that bird behaves. It's like an old bird who's lived in the rugged mountains forever. We should take a trip there, I said. Whenever you want to go, just let me know, and we'll jet off to Colorado. You know what's super cool about dating a billionaire, Ella? Lots of things, I bet. She laughed. Yeah, I would imagine so. But the cool thing is that I can take you anywhere in this world you might ever want to go. I can take you to see whatever you want to see. I found a way to get her brain working on what she could do with a boyfriend who had more money than he could spend. When I get to Dallas, even if you won't come to my parents' party, we could go do anything you want. There's a great art museum we could check out. You like art? She asked. A little, but I knew that Ella was a covert artist who needed to come out of the closet. Sure, who doesn't? I don't know much about it, but I can discern appealing things. So, what do you say, will you join me this coming weekend? As quiet as a mouse, Ella said nothing for the longest time. I sat there patiently, then she said, that might be nice. It almost sounded like she agreed to go out with me. I'll take that as a yes and make the plans. We can do it on Sunday. Think about coming to the party with me too. But we'll for sure go to the art museum on Sunday, no matter what. I wasn't letting her back out. And we'll do brunch before we go. You love brunch, and plenty of restaurants serve magnificent ones in Dallas. Ones that can rival Todd's Sunday brunches. Is this our first date, Tyrell? She asked warily. I wasn't going to let her think it was anything else but that. Yes, that will be our first date. Unless, of course, you go with me to the party. Then that will be our first date. And I am extremely pleased that you've accepted. It might have taken me some time to finally go out on a real date with Ella, but I was about to show her things not many men could.
Ella.
Pulling one item after another out of the wardrobe, I just couldn't find something to wear to the museum the next day. It wasn't just that Tyrell was in town. I'd been too insecure to go to the anniversary party with him. No, that's not any good either, Sherry. I've got nothing to wear. I'm not going. She took out the new red dress I purchased. This would be perfect for the party. I'm not going to that. I told you that already. Tyrell's not troubled with my answer. Why are you? I tossed a pair of heels on the bed. Those hurt my feet. Why did I buy them in the first place? Because they're a staple of every girl's wardrobe, Ella. And I'm not taking no for your answer, because you obviously want to see Tyrell and go to this party. You're just being shy and insecure. Stop giving in to those feelings, Ella. She pulled out the azure dress Megan made me buy. The girl who worked at the daycare proved to be a control freak, but a talented fashionista. No, I held my hands up. That one is way too, what is the word? Stunning. Sherry said, looking at the shiny mini dress. Glamorous? Awe-inspiring? Dirty, I said. Sherry shook her head. This is a classic design, Ella. And with those tall stilettos, you'll look like a runway model. I'll go plug in the curling iron and the curling wand. Let's do your hair and makeup, and I'll even join you so you're not alone when you walk in. But Sherry, I whined. I don't want to meet his parents. Life is tough. She took me by the shoulders, pushing me toward the bathroom. Shower, do not shampoo. You did that yesterday. Hairstyles stay better that way. You have 10 minutes to shower and shave, then throw on a robe and come to my room so I can fix you up. If you're coming with me, when will you have time to get ready? How could she do us both in enough time? Don't worry about me, I'm a seasoned veteran. She pushed me the rest of the way into the bathroom. Oh, and don't give Tyrell a heads up that you're coming. Surprising him is a lot better. I don't know about this. I felt nauseated. I might be coming down with a bug or something. I burped and looked at Sherry with wide eyes. See? It's called nerves. Shower. She closed the door, and I obeyed her. Since I've never crashed a party before, my anxiety was crippling. Amazing how severely it could affect a person. Lord, if I'm this sick about going to a party, what's going to happen when we actually kiss? Oh, Lord. Or have intercourse. Sherry called out, I can hear you, Ella. More showering, less worrying. Small apartments were the worst. Back home, the walls were so much thicker. So, the remainder of her shower was in silence. Once finished, I felt no better as I went to Sherry's bedroom to be powdered, plumped, brushed, and curled. I don't want false eyelashes, as I eyed them on the vanity top. Those aren't for you anyway. You've got lovely long eyelashes, unlike the rest of the family. Lucky. She pulled a lock of hair up to run a straightener over it. Some parts she straightened, others she put into hot rollers, and still others were curled. What is the end game? It's not making a heck of a lot of sense to me. What if they're gone by the time we get there? Sherry laughed. I doubt they reserved a place like the Hyatt to go home early. Don't worry, I'm nearly done here and you can put your dress and heels on while I get dressed, then we'll go. Tyrell should know I'm coming. I looked at my nails that were done at the salon a few days earlier. What if he hates the way I look? She hummed as she reviewed me in the mirror. He will not hate it. You look gorgeous. I'm not just saying that. The haircut, the nails and matching pedicure, everything is coming together in an amazing way. Don't agonize, Ella, that guy will love what he sees when he lays his eyes on you tonight. And he won't be the only man who will not be able to keep his eyes off you. Oh, I don't want anyone else to be looking at me, Sherry. I felt so weird as it was. I didn't quite recognize the woman who looked back at me in the mirror. Too bad. You're going to stun them all. She took pins with zirconias and put them in my hair until it looked magnificent. Sitting there, looking at my hair and makeup, I found myself speechless. Wow. Is that really me? Sherry nodded. It is. She pulled me up. Now go put that dress on and let's get the heck out of here. Fortunately, she took a few minutes to get ready, which gave me time to walk in the heels. Circling the living room, each time I passed the mirror by the front door, I caught my reflection and didn't recognize myself. Man, he's going to freak out. He sure is, Sherry announced. Time to go. My heart pounded so hard she probably heard it. I can't. Taking my hand, she tugged me along. You can and will. You're dazzling. And you're about to see what happens to men when they see women as beautiful as you. Sherry wasn't looking too shabby herself. You look elegant yourself, Sherry. She pinned her blonde hair up in a messy bun and wore a black dress and heels that made her look sophisticated. It wouldn't be so bad if I met a handsome bachelor at this party. Hopefully, there will be a few of them. We got into her car, then we proceeded to the anniversary. Taking deep breaths to calm myself down, I looked good, so that helped. But I still was me on the inside, and that was disconcerting. Do you think it would be okay if I stayed quiet tonight? I don't see what it would hurt. She smiled as we pulled up in front of the hotel. Here we are. Just be yourself. He likes you already. You don't have to win him over. This isn't for him, Ella, this is for you, a woman everyone notices. It's powerful. You need to know how it feels. And it builds up your security, your femininity too, which carries over to how comfortable you are with your sexuality. So doing this will help me mature? I asked as the valet opened my door. Welcome to. He stopped talking, his mouth hung open as his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hi. Hi. I held out my hand to get help stepping out of the vehicle with a tight dress on.
Could you lend a hand?
Oh, sure. He took my hand, pulling me up. And welcome to the Hyatt Regency. I hope you enjoy your stay with us. He didn't let my hand go once I'd gotten out of the car. How long is that going to be? I'm only here for a party. I smiled. He was enamored with me without even knowing me. I hope to see you when you leave then. You have a nice time. He finally let my hand go as my cousin came up on the other side of me and gave him the keys. Bye. He waved as he gazed at me with adoring eyes. We got inside and both laughed. He acted so silly. Sherry nodded. You look fantabulous, Ella. Approaching the information desk, all eyes were on us. We're here for the gentry party, I declared. One of the men nearly ran from behind the desk. I'll show you to that party. He came up on my side. Please follow me. Our heels clicked over the Italian tiles as we proceeded, and Sherry asked, how many people are attending this party? About 50, he said, then stopped in front of a set of closed double doors with music coming from behind them. May I say, you two ladies will be the belles of the ball tonight. None who've come so far even come close. Smiling, I felt my cheeks heating. I'd never imagined anyone being so impressed with my appearance. Thank you, sir. He opened the door. No, thank you for coming. Both of you will have a wonderful time tonight. My tummy was rolling, my head spun, and my mouth had gone dry as a bone. I need a drink. Nothing with alcohol. Tyrell and I might share our first kiss, and it shouldn't be spoiled. Hello, some guy said who fell in beside me. You want a drink? No, thank you, I let him know. I'm here to meet someone. He winked at me with dark eyes. Well, blow him off and meet me instead. Has anyone ever told you how beautiful you are? As a matter of fact, yes. Tyrell had told me a number of times. Thank you for the compliment, though. Someone grabbed him, and Sherry and I walked toward the bar. The place was dimly lit with a disco ball spinning around. It made it difficult to see anyone, and the music was quite loud as well. As I waited at the bar while Sherry ordered us something to drink, I saw a tall figure on the dance floor. Tyrell.
Tyrell.
Cash had invited tons of our old friends to the party. It looked like we were having a party. He and Bobby Joe had done a great job of planning the whole thing. As I stood at the bar, a familiar face walked in. Along with her came a young girl. As soon as she spotted me, she came right to me. Tyrell Gentry. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Hi, Beth. It's been a long time. I hugged my old high school girlfriend, then looked down at the child. And this pretty young lady is. This is Samantha. Beth looked at me with slightly sad eyes. Me and her daddy are on the outs right now. Your best friend Marco isn't being such a nice guy to me lately. But I didn't want to miss the party just because he's being an ass. So he's not coming? I hope to see him. He might. She leaned in to whisper. To be honest, he was jealous that I wanted to come when we got the invitation. With all this new wealth for you guys, he might be afraid I'll ditch him and come back to you. That wouldn't even be an option, but no reason to say something that rude. I've got a girlfriend. Call Marco and tell him to come up here. It's been forever since we got together. I told him that. Beth smiled. You've got a girlfriend, huh? You better watch out, Tyrell. Women will be coming out of the woodwork for you now that you've got money. She's not like that. Ella should have come to the party, but I knew better than to push it too much. She'd accepted the date for the next day, and that's good enough. I wish she was here so you could meet her. She's apprehensive about meeting my parents. Is she from Carthage? Beth asked. She's actually part of the staff at the estate. Funny how Mom and Dad fell in love at Whisper Ranch, just the way we have. We hadn't said the words yet, but I loved Ella. Her little girl grabbed my hand, tugging it. I'm Samantha. I'm 6 years old. Daddy said you are his friend from a long time ago. I leaned down to talk to the little girl. It's nice to meet you, Samantha. I'm Tyrell. Marco and me were great buddies in high school. I like to dance. Mommy said we can dance at this party. She grinned at me. Can you dance with me since Daddy didn't come? No harm in that. Sure, Samantha. She tugged me with her and didn't let go of her mother's hand either. Beth looked at me apologetically. You don't have to do this, you know. No, it's okay. I just hoped Marco wouldn't show up and think I was after his wife. We never fought over Beth. He started seeing her a few years after we broke up. No need to start now. The little girl never let go of our hands as we all danced to an ABBA song. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Mom and Dad sat the song out and enjoyed watching their guests dancing and having a good time. The looks on their faces made my heart sing. I couldn't remember when they were so content. Brilliant of Cash to do this for their anniversary. As I danced and scanned the room, someone was hurrying away from the bar and heading to the exit. Someone with dark hair, a blue dress that hugged every curve, and high heels. Heels that had her swaying a bit as she hauled ass, a blonde right behind her, trying to catch up. When the blonde grabbed the other woman's arm, she spun around and then I saw her face. Ella? Stooping down to Samantha, honey, this was fun, but I have to go. Sorry. Letting go of her hand, I hurried to the woman who looked like Ella, only a much glamorized one. She and the blonde were arguing, and she jerked her arm out of the other woman's grip. That's when the heels got a life of their own, and she began stumbling backward. I got to her just in time, catching her in my arms. Got ya. Her eyes shone as she looked up at me. Let me go. You look amazing, Ella, I said, smiling as I righted her on her feet. She glared at me, then took off again. You have some nerve. Why is she so mad? But I wasn't about to let her go. Grabbing her by the waist, I hauled her away to a remote corner where we could talk. You are going nowhere, young woman. Ella seemed to be breathing fire as her eyes met mine. I saw you. You said you wouldn't bring anyone else if I didn't go. You lied to me. Oh, that. I looked out to see Samantha and Beth still dancing. I didn't bring anyone. The little girl asked me to dance, and she dragged her mom along. Nothing to get mad about, Ella. You expect me to believe that, Tyrell? She took a few steps back. I'm not about to let you make a fool out of me. The blonde approached with a scowl on her face. Ella, you need to quit. I've asked around. He came here alone. He's not with her. So chill. Ella looked at the other woman. Are you 100% sure, Sherry? Oh, you're Sherry. I reached out to shake her hand. Tyrell Gentry. It's a pleasure to meet you. You convinced Ella to come, thank you very much. Sorry for how things have started. Sherry looked at Ella. Maybe giving the man a heads up would have been a better idea. It's okay, I let Sherry know. I'm getting used to Ella seeing the most tragic scenario instead of the reality of a situation. You know what? I love her anyway. Ella's jaw dropped. You what? Laughing, I repeated, I love you, Ella Jean Finley. Now come and dance with me before I introduce you to my parents. You'll be the first lass I can tell them I love. Now you don't want to spoil that, right? Sherry smiled as she waved at her cousin. You go out there, Ella. You've got one heck of a good guy here. Don't blow it. I held Ella close to my side as we headed for the dance floor. Sorry, Tyrell. Not sure why I overreacted. I just saw you dancing with a woman and went bonkers with jealousy. Kind of how I got harebrained when that moron tried to kiss you, I reminded her. Yeah, I get it. Pulling her into my arms, wrapping them around her the way I wanted to, I whispered in her ear as we swayed to the music. I love you, Ella. Do you have anything you'd like to tell me? Pulling her head back to look at me, her eyes sparkled. I love you too, Tyrell Gentry. I wouldn't have done all this if I didn't. You looked nice before. I stepped back to look her over, then twirled her around before pulling her back to me. You look hot as hell now. Both of your looks are pretty smoking. Now, tell me what it is that you really love doing, Ella. What are you talking about? She really had no clue. You're an artist. Certainly, it's wrong for me to be snooping, but it is my home after all. I found your hideaway and your art. She buried her face in my shoulder. I'm not that good. You're amazing. I sent her out for another spin, then pulled her back into my arms. And you should become the best artist you can be. I had fantasies about having my own art show. She smiled, taking my breath away. Do you sincerely think I'm good? Not a soul has seen my drawings. My brothers have. You are incredible. And I'll be proud standing by your side at your very first art show. I twirled us both around the dance floor as she held on tightly. You also are a natural dancer, baby. Who knew? I've danced a lot. Alone, but a lot. She giggled as I swept her across the dance floor. It's better to dance with you, though. I should hope so. The music took us away, and we danced until we couldn't take another breath. I stood there on the edge of the dance floor, holding her. Everyone else kept on dancing. No one seemed to be aware of us falling in love. Ella bit her lower lip, stained red with shiny lip gloss. You wanted to know why I came to Dallas, Tyrell? I'm ready to be a mature woman with you. The kind of woman you ought to have. And I want to be the woman I deserve to be. I like the sound of that. And she was ready to explain why she went to Dallas. But mostly, when is she was coming back? Whatever the motive was, can it be over now? I want you home, Ella. The ranch isn't the same without you. I miss you more than you can ever understand. Nodding, she gulped, then said, I'll return when you guys all leave. See, I've been following some advice, but it isn't helping me much. I came here to get on birth control pills. And they won't be effective for another couple of weeks. And you wanted to stay away from me, because you thought I'd pressure you into sleeping with me. That wasn't going to happen. I thought so, yes. Not that you'd force me, though, she added. I think once you kiss me. With a chuckle, I let her know how things would be after we kissed. You will want me that way, Ella. But guess what? What? She was curious. I won't take your V card until you have my last name. I'm doing it the old-fashioned way. I am not hurrying a darn thing with you, girl. Pulling her close, I let her know one more thing. I haven't had a drop of alcohol today, have you? She shook her head as a smile curved her plump lips. Lips as red as rose petals and looking as soft as them, too. Not a drop of alcohol today. Would you mind if we share our very first kiss now? My eyes glued to her lips, my mouth watered to taste her. I wouldn't mind at all. She eased in closer to me. I can't think of a better time. The music was slow and romantic, and the atmosphere gave a hint of what was yet to come as our lips touched. Stars filled my head as her lips parted and our tongues played together. The stars gave way to fireworks as our kiss went on, and then on some more. When we parted, I gazed into her cobalt eyes. Damn it, girl. I am head over heels in love with you. Let's keep it that way. She pulled me to her again. 'Cause I'm head over heels in love with you too, Tyrell Gentry. Kiss me again, because I've never felt something like this in my life. And neither have I.
Epilogue. Ella. 1 year later.
From what I'd been told, I was supposed to be a bundle of nerves on my wedding day, but I'd never been so calm. I walked with Daddy's arm linked with mine, and the most handsome man in the world looking at me by the altar, waiting for me. Tyrell told me once he'd wait for me for as long as it took, and he hadn't lied. The guy stayed true to his word, even when I whined about getting to the good stuff already, he kept his pledge. Tyrell Gentry was marrying his naughty little maiden, as he dubbed me, not long after we began seeing each other. 6 months after our first official date, the one to the art museum, he proposed and gave me a giant rock of an engagement ring. We set a wedding date for 6 months after that. My fiancé wore dark blue Wranglers, black cowboy boots, and a starched-to-the-hilt white button-down shirt tucked neatly into the waist of his jeans and a snakeskin vest. A black belt topped the jeans that hugged his lower half, defining his muscular legs and butt. I was getting a prime-grade chunk of man, and I treasured that. We chose a white wedding dress for me. The soft silk felt like clouds against my skin. I wore flats so I wouldn't fall over again. That's the last thing I wanted. It had already happened too much already. Each step I took had me closer to my future, a future I was ready for. With Tyrell's help, I'd grown up by leaps and bounds. I signed up for an art school in Dallas. Tyrell took me to the class twice a week on the jet. And once he took me to Paris, just for a dinner and a movie. Tyrell had broadened my horizons by millions of miles. I didn't think it possible to love anyone more than I loved him. And now we'll be married, and he could take me to our bed and transform me to a complete woman. I'll take her from here, Tyrell's deep voice told my daddy. Hey beautiful. How you doing this fine day? I'm just fine. You look nice. I handed my bouquet to my cousin Sherry, who was my bridesmaid. Here you go, Sherry. Thanks for everything. She took the bundle of red roses. You are welcome. Tyrell took both my hands in his as we gazed into each other's eyes through my sheer veil. Ready to become my wife. I've been ready. I gave him a wink. Turning to face the preacher, Tyrell and I said the vows that bound us together until death do us part. Then he kissed me for a moment before sweeping me off feet and retreating down the aisle. You're about to have more pleasure than you've ever had in your life, Mrs. Gentry. Are we going to do it in the limo? I asked him as I was down with that. He laughed. Hell no. Rats. Slipping into the back seat of the limousine, our driver, Michael, took off toward the reception hall as Tyrell sat me on his lap. His hands moved over the top of my dress, then he unbuttoned the tiny pearl buttons until the camisole underneath shone. You've got layers and layers on, don't ya? I nodded. It's a jumble of clothes, Tyrell. But we're stopping by the house to change. You need to help me get out of all this stuff. I had hopes he'd be keyed up, seeing me nearly naked and take me then and there. You're being naughty again, he warned me. Then his lips pressed against mine. He had this way of stopping my wicked behavior with his magical kisses. Only this time, we were married and could do so much more. So his kiss only brought out more naughty in me. Moving my hands down his back, I eased them around until I could feel the lump in his jeans. Wrenching my mouth from his, I made him an offer he wouldn't refuse. How about you let me kiss you some other place, Mr. Gentry? Before he could answer, I let him in on something. I've watched some videos to learn how. With a nod, he gave me the go-ahead, and I slid off his lap. Undoing his jeans, I freed his hard shaft and marveled at the sight before looking back up at him. His eyes glistened. I love you, baby. Grinning at him, I whispered, I love you too, Tyrell. Then I licked my lips and took his male appendage in my hands and kissed the tip of his massive organ. The skin was softer than I imagined. The taste was much better, too. Easing my mouth over him, I took him all in, and the way he groaned sent chills through me. He liked it. It was my first time, and he's already pleased. And soon he'd please me. Over and over again, he'd pleasure me until I was a drained muddle of a woman. And I couldn't wait.
Tyrell.
After watching Ella do something I'd only dreamt about, I couldn't wait much longer. When the limo pulled up to the chalet and I climbed out, I gathered her in my arms and took her inside. Michael hadn't gotten out in time to open the door, and he stood there with his mouth ajar, watching me hurry inside. I'll be out here waiting to take you to the reception, sir. "Kay," I called out as I stared into Ella's eyes. "He's going to have to wait a bit." She giggled. Yay. I took the stairs 2 at a time to what was now our suite. Kicking the door closed behind us, I put her feet on the ground, then began the arduous task of removing the wedding dress. Finally, she stood in front of me with nothing on but a smile. Your turn, Tyrell. Kicking off my boots, I undressed in record time, then picked her up and carried her to our bed. Oh girl, you have no idea what's about to happen to you. Her cheeks went red, her arms flew open. Show me. I wasn't about to just hop on and take a ride. You just lay back and relax and let me do what I do best. Pushing her legs apart, I pulled her to the side of the bed until her legs hung off, then got on my knees. When my lips touched hers, she moaned, "That feels amazing, Tyrell." Girl, I haven't even started. She was in for a surprise, that was for sure. Running my tongue through her warm folds, I kissed and licked until she was screaming, "Tyrell." Oh gosh. Only then did I stop and move my body up hers, kissing every inch of her along the way. She moaned and moved her foot up the back of my leg. Oh yeah, babe, I'm on fire for you. Moving with ease, I found she wasn't fragile in the least. Damn, Ella, just like dancing, you're a natural at this. She arched her body up to mine. I've sat on the shelf longer than most. Can we do this for the rest of our lives? The way her chest squished between us, the way her hip bones pressed into my stomach, the way her body moved with mine, it was better than any fantasy one had about her. Moving faster, making harder thrusts, I loved the sound of her breathing as the air was pushed out of her lungs with every plunge I made. We became nothing more than two bodies tangled into one. No one knew where one ended and the other began. Her button convulsed around my shaft, and I gave it all to her, every last drop. We lay there breathing hard, sweating profusely, and out of our minds with love. Ella stopped taking the birth control pills shortly after telling me the reason of the trip to Dallas. I wanted us to have babies after we got married. I wanted us to have all the babies possible. She said up to 3 babies, so we agreed to what she preferred. I didn't want to get off her, or to part our bodies. This was meant to be, Mrs. Ella Jean Gentry. Her fingertips ran over my shoulders. You're right, my dear spouse. She laughed. I have a husband. And not just any old guy. The best-looking, most considerate, gentlest husband ever. Throw in all that money you got and this estate, and I've hit the lottery, haven't I? It's me who's hit the lottery, baby. I kissed the tip of her cute, pudgy nose. I've got the prettiest wife who's talented and sure to be a successful artist in no time. She's honest, sweet when all the stars align just right, and even when she's naughty, my kiss brings her back around. Plus, I love her more than ever I knew possible. Me too, Tyrell. Her eyes glazed over as she got sentimental. I love you more than I can even comprehend. And I can't wait to make a family with you. Me neither, baby. I kissed her sweet lips once again. What do you say to skipping our reception and staying here for the rest of the night? I say that I think we've found it, Tyrell. She hugged me tightly. Found what exactly, baby? I asked because with Ella you never really knew. Our happily ever after, of course. Yeah, she was right, we had found that. And I had a feeling it would go on and on and on.
The end. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.